immediately try to join the Avengers and start helping people. But most Hollywood actors in real life are kind of low-grade psychopaths. Some are really big ones. I think it's going to be a really big risk just in terms of how niche this is. The series almost feels like it was made just for people who are really into knowing how the sauce is made, how superhero movies are made in particular. Now, I'm actually really interested in all that stuff, but you'll get a lot of people who are like, I don't want to see the behind the scenes. I don't want to know how they make the I just want to see the superheroes do the superhero stuff. So we will see if this...
Howdy. I caved. I caved in. What do you know? We got an after hours. What do you freaking know? Whoop-de-doo. We got an after hours.
Series gets too inside baseball for casual audiences.
Atlanta.
This phenomenon is that
LJ the
HBO
ball was
series
good, bro.
just mentioned the franchise
Man, F with J, bro.
did the same thing, did a solid job at it too, but it was not popular with general audiences.
Has F with J?
Canceled after one season.
Has F with J ever been to the after hours? I think I drew him up to. Has F with J, you ever been to the after hours? It's a lot different. Hey, look, it's Massacre. Yeah, dumbass. I think I drew the artist drummer. D. Be quiet. Yeah.
The Deadpool movies, like Deadpool and Wolverine, and the way that they do stuff like this, like their approach to being super meta and self-referential when he calls out Marvel, Fox, the actual process of making movies, big Hollywood deals like the Fox-Disney buyout. But all those jokes and references, fourth wall breaks...
Bond does not have 22 subs.
There's an actual regular plot that you can
Wait,
follow.
Bond got killed? Wait, Bond got killed? In Houston for a soccer tournament. Hey, WOJ the bot. Bond got his account hacked? That's Bond-008. Bond-008. No fucking way. No way Bond got cooked. That would suck really bad.
Version of this just flopped, and how weird and different it's going to be from their traditional Marvel movies and shows like what the fuck? Spider-Man, Brand New Day, Avengers, Doomsday, and kind of panicked, and that's why they're dropping the entire series binge style.
Spookies, I thought he had 22.
Like
Bond does not have 22.
Last year. Usually when Marvel binge drops something, it shows
Wait,
very
Bond, whatever happened to his account?
Like, no, this isn't going to hold up to people picking it apart week to week. I think part of the idea here is that it does probably pay off. And like, it is a pretty decent series.
Bond might have got his whole account cooked.
To get to actually paying that off. This is also
Rent is due. She said if I smash, it's free.
Anything that they're doing during this Wonder Man series, like Wonder Man is off in his corner of the MCU, and even though it is canon and references everything.
Tyler, the creator, don't tap the glass. Overall, enjoyed the hell out of this album. I wouldn't say it's one of Tyler's best, but it's incredibly fun for what it is, which is why I'm feeling about a strong 7 to like 8 on it. Chromacopia, I loved it. Thought it was great, but I do have some general criticisms for the record, as the first leg of the record was somewhat weak. And also on this record, I don't feel like he spent enough time further developing his sound in a way to where it would come across as something genuinely new. I'm feeling a light 8. Call Me If You Get Lost. Overall, Call Me If You Get Lost, I loved it, but maybe only about as much as I could love something that is such a vanity project.
Oh, you're waiting on the bus, huh?
8. Igor. Overall, I think Igor...
Damn, 8. Y'all fucking with Wendy's? Give me some. Y'all fucking with Wendy's? Y'all fucking with some Wendy's?
Or is a...
Y'all fucking with some Wendy's? Hey, Jay, you fucking with some Wendy's? Jay, do you fuck with Wendy's? See, you fuck with Wendy's? Wendy's nuts hit your face? You fuck with that? Damn, Jay, you fuck with them.
Fantastic album, and is easily one of the best breakup albums of the decade. I'm feeling a decent to a strong 9.
The same sugar. Igor 9. Yeah, that's fair.
Flower Boy, his best produced album, his best written and conceived album, his best
to date.
Performed and rapped album.
To date.
I'm feeling a decent to strong 8. Cherry.
Damn.
There's some instrumentals here that are some of the worst that have ever been on a Tyler the Creator album.
Rip.
So while I don't really care for this LP, I do have to give it to Tyler for being one of the few artists out there bold enough to simultaneously disappoint and impress.
And impress at the same time. Strong 3.
Raps and makes beats. The instrumentals are a definite improvement. The feature list is pretty impressive, and getting
So we good, right? Jay, my boy, wish Tyler, what's good, buddy? Wendy's ass. You talking to me?
It's here. It's finally here. It is out. We are listening to it, and
talking
it
to
is
me?
the best album.
Where's JJ? So we good. Jay, my boy, wait, what's Tyler fan? Oh, he's just saying what's up. JJ Pro Player, what up, bro? Welcome to the After Hours, bro.
I've ever heard better than that one, better than that one, better than that one, and better than that one. You know, kind of a strong 4.
Strong 4.
But he's kind of misled, and I believe that to be true. Right now I'm feeling a strong 7, a very strong 7.
Very strong 7.
True. Right now I'm feeling a strong 7, a
Damn, so he went 7. He went real bad. Got a little bit better. Not as good as Bastard. Got really bad, Cherry Bomb, and then just kept consistent 8s. Damn. Trying to beat Prop in subs. You already did, bro. So wait, that Bond's fake? He made a second account? Chill with the freaky where's JJ? Bro, I still wanted to talk to you know who, but couldn't. JJ. RIP JJ, man. You'll get over it, bro. You'll get over it, bro. Prop wants this for Christmas. Low key, this would be fucking awesome for Christmas. I would love this fucking shirt. I always wanted it, and I never got it. I always wanted it, bro. I can't see low, bro. Where's JJ, bro? Oh, yeah. She still can't see JJ. Rip. Dude, Elena, you have to go on your account. You have to search up JJ Pro Player, and you have to unhide. JJ Pro Player. You like this word, JJ. I will clip every message and send it to JJ. You have to click JJ Pro Player and you have to unhide him.
The movies and TV shows, the other movies and TV shows will not reference it or Wonder Man.
AJ, shout out. Oof. I mean, yeah, I guess that's it's kind of MF Doom. Hey, who is this baddie? What is that? What is this? Wait, what is that? Wait, what the hell is that? Wait, what is that thing? Wait, what is that?
We will see how down people are for how weird this gets. Like taking the idea of Deadpool breaking the fourth wall, referencing himself, other real life movies,
W girl. Ah, she posted it. W girl, bro.
What's going on? Like, what are all the references? What are they trying to set up? How is this going to pay off in the future of the movies and the TV shows?
Why JJ was my sister and I said I'm missing my poop. I tried, but I did work, dumbass. Yeah, I don't know. Unless JJ hid you. What have you done? Nah, but I didn't do anything. I'll try again. She called you that shit. That's a car. What you did? I didn't answer. Damn, it sucks that you can't see JJ. I mean, I have the chat on the bottom screen though. The chat's on the bottom. You can maybe see it.
Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Keep going. W Mastercard. He actually is on the plane. That's Mastercard for you. Yo, I posted a YouTube short and it got no views. I think YouTube was trying to restrict me. Cause I think you're not allowed to have Omegle. I think YouTube does not like Omegle, so that's kind of weird, but it's fine.
Check this out. So we have this cool image here. Now I want to kind of take you through this, but I also want to explain the dealio here, because I know there's been so much confusion. So many people have different opinions about all the AI leaked photos.
On our way to
everything that's
Delhi.
going on out there. So I figured it would be a good time to kind of break down some things that were going on. So
I think you're not allowed to have a monkey app or Omegle video. It doesn't get pushed out.
I think we talked about this on Thursday last week.
Dog, we're so close to getting these watch time hours. We're so fucking close.
What I think is happening is that somebody has accurate photos to Deadpool, to Doomsday, and people are running those photos through AI.
Hold on, I'm gonna get on my.
In order to
Basically, I pull up.
their trail so that Marvel cannot identify.
I pull up my stream on another phone to get extra views.
And also
It works.
copyright stuff and things of that nature. Now, I saw Chris from 3C Films kind of come to the same conclusion. I don't know if he saw my clip or not, or maybe just came to the conclusion on his own. People sort of tagged me in that post.
There you go.
And I think a lot of others are starting to think that that's what it is. Now, the reason I want to bring this image to your mind is this is
She
an
can't
account
get
that
one.
claims to have the actual images. Okay? And something really interesting is happening here where this person decided to, instead of use AI,
Videos that scared Latin America compilation.
drawings. So they are sketching and drawing the images that go with
I got some.
This is really interesting because it's, I mean, number one, it's like, okay, so everybody's doing this AI thing. This is a person that's like potentially maybe anti-AI or wants to do, human created things instead. But also, if this person is telling the truth, they are literally doing the same thing that the AI people are doing, except they're drawing it themselves. I mean, technically, this is still spreading
True.
trade secrets
True.
of this big
That's
media
true.
company
That's
and
true.
images that are not supposed to be out there.
That's
So I
true.
just find it to be kind of
Basically the same as AI.
Go through some of the things that were
It's not
said.
wrong.
I wanna kind of like explain a little bit more of what I think is going on here. This is apparently what Reed Richards is going to.
It hurts to type because both my fingers feel broken.
And Yelena, it says here, Yelena looks exactly that she did in the post-credit scene. Her makeup does eat in the photo, though. Sue wears a jacket like this, too. I don't know how Sue and Ben look. I only saw Reed and Johnny. I don't know personally, just based off the photos I saw. He was doing this pose in the picture you guys seen. Yes. Yeah, so kind of interesting. Now, if you believe this, then it means, at the very least, those photos are out in the wild. And so if we know that the Avengers Doomsday photos are out in the wild, and also, doesn't this look like it's a white background?
Who's my twin?
You know what I mean? Like,
This guy?
how accurate to
This guy, my twin? Amy Lewinsky. This guy's not my twin.
the photos this drawing is, but it kind of matches up with those
Is
other
he?
ones insofar as it's like
Why's my stomach hurt, bro?
the white background, it's the soft lighting, neutral white balance, so that they can go in and put effects over top of it. So I know there's a lot of discussion out there about what is going on, but I think this thing here is yet again another piece of evidence to
I feel like a
suggest that
big
my
back
original theory
bitch. God, why am I eating so much?
correct. And we saw even more. They're actually going a bit crazy with them to the point that
Did he just call you
it almost
deer?
feels like it's misdirection, like the Russos themselves are putting it out there.
He just call you deer?
Which is kind of interesting and kind of funny. But I continue to believe that these are based off of actual photos, that there's a lot of shenanigans going on right now, and there's probably fake photos being thrown out there to throw Marvel off.
He looks
I think
just like
within
you.
them, we're actually getting a look, generally speaking, at how these characters are going to look. So I want to now open it up to the questions in the chat and see what you guys think. Like, do you see what I'm saying here? Have you seen anything else that you have a question about as far as the photos? And do you think this here
Damn, he just
sort of
called you boy.
that, yes, there are real photos out there that are being seen by people, and it's therefore that the ones we saw last week are AI generated images based
Who's
off of
sleeping?
real promotional images for Marvel Studios. So I'll pull up the chat. I'm just curious, man. I'm just curious as to what you guys make of this entire situation. I don't see the value in hiding Reed's outfit. I'm not sure what you mean. I don't think they're hiding the outfit per se. They're hiding everything. So, you know.
Breaking news. Peacock has been taken over by the bad guys.
I'm on my bus going to school.
That's my opinion, you know. But I'm always open to feedback, and you know, ultimately the market is how people in aggregate actually spend their time, dollars, energy on these products or services. So that will bear out, as it always does.
This is everything you need to know.
Y'all watching this FNAF movie? Low-key, the first one was freaking ass, but I appreciate how they build the characters. I appreciate how they build them. I think it's really cool. But the first movie, you gotta admit, it's fucking ass. It's not good.
About the Five Nights at Freddy's movie, every theory we've had, all the theories spotted, and all the Easter eggs hinting at a bigger story. Also, you're prepared to watch FNAF 2. Just make sure you don't lose your head. Hello, internets. Welcome to Film Theory, a show that will just always come back. So at this point, Five Nights
Massacre on the Plane.
This franchise and team theorists are so intertwined at this point that our forefather and founder MR.PAT is literally in these movies. It's just a theory. And as more than just a cameo in the upcoming sequel. Mr. MR.PAT himself will get to be the voice of... Yeah, in a crazy...
Probably Honey Buns by Miles now, man.
Lending his voice to toy bunnies, something that the internet
Just
has
saying, maybe.
taken and run with.
And then I open up double stuff and I'm like, oh, look at that thick layer of cream in there. I want that thickness inside my...
Just absolute perfection.
Art
Also,
gaming,
fun fact,
maybe
what Max
motivation.
did not tell me that he actually got this part, so it was just as much a surprise for me and the rest of the team as it was for you. Stupid non-disclosure agreements. Anyway, we've theorized a lot about these movies over the years. Our very first FNAF movie theory was actually the very first script I wrote completely solo because Matt knew what happened in the movie and thought it wouldn't be fair for him to theorize about it himself. So it holds a special place in my heart, you know? And with the new movie coming out so soon, I wanted to do something a little bit special here. I wanted to collect
JJ
all
Pro
of our
Player.
theories into one place
Yeah,
for your
1 hour
opinion, so
behind.
you are prepared with all of our thoughts and knowledge before we
JJ
go into
Pro
this
Player, how are you?
Oh, and we're also adding a special surprise from another channel in the Theorist family that you might have missed back in the day, but trust me, you'll be eating well. But hey, that's
Shout out Amy Lewinsky.
about the FNAF movie before FNAF 2. Finally, it's happened. After 8 agonizingly long years in
Isn't Amy Lewinsky in like Minnesota or something like that?
right now. And man, has this been a commercial hit. As of the writing of this script, just one weekend into release, the movie's made over $152 million at the box office. More than 7 times its own budget. And that's despite being available to stream on Peacock, where, oh wait, it's also the most viewed movie on Peacock ever. Suck on that.
Oh, what the fuck? He's
very
back?
first script I wrote complete in my heart.
He's back?
And with the new, you are prepared. There's family that you might have missed back in the day, but trust me, you'll be eating well. But hey, that's enough of me yapping. Let's get into everything you need to know about the FNAF movie before FNAF 2. Finally, it's happened. After 8 agonizingly long years in development hell, hopping from studio to studio, director to director, the Five Nights at Freddy's movie is finally out for you to go see right now. And man, has this been a commercial hit. As of the writing of this script, just one weekend into release, the movie's made over $152 million at the box office. More than 7 times its own budget. And that's despite being available to stream on Peacock, where, oh wait, it's also the most viewed movie on Peacock ever. Suck on that, my big fat Greek wedding 3. It's also Blumhouse's most successful opening weekend to date, which means that more people are turning out to see Springtrap wielding his knife than Michael Myers. Maybe now Hollywood will finally bother to get the name of this thing right.
And his other movie, Friday Nights at Freddy's, comes to theaters and streaming on Peacock October 27th.
Five Nights at Freddy's.
What did I say?
Friday nights. It's been 8 or 9 years since I first met Scott Cawthorn, who created this.
Why are we getting
Cawthorn.
on?
Or not. Who cares? Forget them. This thing was made for the fans. From Sparky the Dog to Dream Theory to...
It's just a theory.
You bet it is, and today we're getting back to those theorist roots. Today we're theorizing about the actual movie, and boy is there a lot to talk about here. True story, after the movie I basically locked myself in the room with Lee and Tom, the film and game theory creative directors, and we busted out our trusty whiteboard to figure out exactly what was going on in the movie and where the story was going to head in the future. Because there were just a lot of details left hanging. What was up with the Balloon Boy figurine? How's no one freaked out by the fact that there are bodies in those animatronics? Wasn't this like the most structurally unsound table for it of all time? That last one, perhaps, the biggest mystery of them all. Today we're going to be looking at all the Easter eggs, secrets, and hidden lore from the movie, then comparing those to other parts of the franchise, both the books and the games, in order to predict where the story of the FNAF 2 movie is going to go years before they actually make it. So to begin, we should point out that we already do have some vague idea where the sequel's going to head. In an interview with Variety, FNAF director Emma Tammy explained that the first movie was tied to the first game, so a second film was likely tied to a second game.
North Carolina. Hello, Master Chief. MR.PAT. You know MR.PAT? This one in the U.S. room. I'm in North Carolina. Manakari. Oh, Manakari. Yes, sir, bro. With Mr. Beast. What state? It's 12. Hello, Master. I didn't know you were alive. Yes, sir. Guess where I'm going for Christmas? Where? You're going to New York? JJ Pro Player. Wait, JJ Pro Player. Aren't you in Mexico? I mean, Honduras. Sorry. You going to Mexico City or what?
Which, kind of goes without saying, but also should probably make our lives easy, right? Yeah, not quite. As we mentioned in our first prediction theory, the strategy for the movieverse seems to be taking iconic bits and pieces from across the entire franchise, games, books, fan theories, even hoaxes, and distilling it all down into the most recognizable version of FNAF there is. That's how we got Mike Schmidt from FNAF 1, hanging out with Vanessa from Security Breach, fighting Springtrap from FNAF 3, and saving Abby from getting stuck into a spring-lock version of Ella from the Silver Eyes novel, with an ending that was ripped straight out of the fourth closet. It is literally FNAF the
JJ.
smoothie. Everything dumped into a blender, chopped up, and...
FNAF Smooth. Captain Underpants. Do you know my parents go there a lot? Where, JJ? You going to fucking Mexico City? I don't know.
Then poured back out onto the big screen. So yeah, while it did follow the same broad strokes as the first game, 5 nights in the FNAF 1 pizzeria with ghost kids and
What's
Sims,
good,
it is
Mascar? We
definitely
eating,
not the same
we
story.
eating
It's
his
also worth
nuggets,
noting the
bro.
changes to the story that have been added in. One example has to be the time that these movies take place. It's widely accepted that the FNAF 1 video game takes place somewhere around 1993, and yet in the movie, you see a date on
That shit looks funny as fuck.
2000.
That shit looks funny as fuck when it goes so close to the screen. It's like, yeah, I'm eating a fucking chicken nugget. Why is it so fucking close to the screen, bro? It's crazy to see. Get that chicken nugget out of my fucking face.
About 7 years later, another big example. Though we've long theorized that the story of the original FNAF game takes place in Utah, that is not the case in the film. In the film, during the scene where Aunt Jane is confronting Mike at Abby's school, her lawyer hands Mike some family court paperwork. If you pause and read the fine print on the documents, you'll find the URL mncourts.gov, which is the official website for the
Chicken
Minnesota
nugs.
judicial system. Additionally, we can see a phone number with the area code.
We got some good shit
651,
over here,
which is connected
bro.
to the St. Paul area and eastern suburbs of Minnesota. Get this, I kid you not, there's a small town in this area code named Afton. You cannot make that up. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Scott moved the entire
Chris
movie to
Angel.
Minnesota just for that change alone. Lastly, there's also this decal on Vanessa's police cruiser, GFPD. PD stands for police department. That part's pretty darn obvious. But then what about the GF? Well, honestly, that could stand for any city or township with those same initials, from Grand Forks to Glen Falls to Great Falls, but included in that list is Granite Falls, just 2 hours west of St.
Stop
Paul.
glazing my
Cars, whose
sister.
recorded website follow the exact same black and white color pattern that we see in the movie. Speaking of clues from the cars that are seen throughout the movie, we can also reasonably assume that Mike's brother Garrett was kidnapped in the early 80s, based on this shot from Mike's dream sequence. By taking the rear end of William Afton's car here and reverse image searching for it, we're able to identify this as a Ford Fairmont Futura. Specifically, the model is coming from between 1980 and 1983. You can immediately see the connections here between the unique vertical taillight design and the boxy body shape. But why then does that matter? Well, Mike's brother Garrett is likely the first child that Afton abducted and killed. In Mike's dream flashbacks, we very clearly see Garrett holding a toy airplane as he's being taken away in the back of Afton's car. And where do we see that airplane again? When Vanessa reveals Afton to be her father. She's holding the same airplane. That right there, that is cold. Gifting toys from your victims to your daughter. Not only is it gross, it's also helpful because it lets us put together a rough timeline. You see, Afton and Vanessa are clearly in a still operational pizzeria in this photograph, which means it had to have been taken before the other kids went missing, causing Freddy's to shut down. In other words, Garrett was the first of Afton's victims that we currently know of. And that right there, that's important because in the games, Afton's first victim and the one most closely
Yo, freak, I
associated with
start
his car
rocking.
goes on to possess the puppet, a marionette-esque character that serves as a protector and guide to all the other
Bro,
spirit children. It's
hi,
the first victim
Manicari.
that gives
Yeah.
gifts and
Yeah,
gives
yo,
life to
freak.
other animatronics after their murders.
Stop glazing my sister. Who's your sister, bro?
Notice the tire tracks out there in the rain. We see the exact same event from a different angle in FNAF 2. Notice that cool purple car.
Damn.
From there, the rest of FNAF 2's games then show
All
us
right, the real question is, where's the wannabe shirt? How come there's no wannabe shirt? Where's the fucking propaganda wannabe shirts, bro?
robotic voice here is spelling out save them. Does it sound familiar? It should. That same robotic voice appears at the very end of the movie.
Emily, dumbass. Who the fuck is Emily?
Get the Freddy Fazbear Crunch menu only at Popeyes before he gets you. Love that chicken from Popeyes. Popeyes put garlic palm tenders, cheesy bites, and marinara sauce in a still good Freddy Fazbear box.
Once the whole thing wraps, the voice is spelled out, come find me, in the
Come
exact
find
same way
me.
the puppet communicated to the player in the FNAF 2 minigames. Who needs to be found in the movie? Garrett. See, the fact that they never resolved what exactly happened to Garrett was a big thing that stuck out to me when I was watching
How does it feel when you live? Do you see yourself too? Or do you see chat? I see both. I see everything.
And Vanessa. His fate is definitely going to come up again in the sequel, and all the signs are pointing to the puppet from the FNAF 2 video game. Or, did you notice the music that was playing during that section? It's a music box. Another nod to the puppet, who in the games is kept calm by constantly winding a music box. In short, Garrett is possessing the puppet in this world, and here he is literally trying to tell Mike and the audience to come find him in the sequel. But stop for a minute and consider the method of Afton's crime here. It is different from all the rest. He's out in nature. He kidnaps Garrett and presumably leaves him alive longer than his normal victims. He keeps the kid's toy and then gives it to his daughter. They're even in a completely different state. Unlike the rest of Afton's crimes, where he just lures kids to the back of the pizzeria and kills them, here things feel premeditated. They feel personal. And that's what aligns with both the games and book, where Afton's murder isn't just a random
I'm
killing.
built
It's
different.
against one person, his business partner and the original builder of the animatronics, Henry.
Crazy crossover. F with J and Amy Lewinsky.
Basically, all signs point to Garrett not just being a random victim, but rather to him being the son of Afton's partner and rival, Henry, the man who helped Afton build all of the animatronics. See, as I was piecing together the details from the movie, I started to notice something. The Afton and Schmidt families from the movie seem
Wait, bro, I want to know about this. I want to know about this fucking account. What is it, on IG or some shit? What account is this, bro? On Instagram? Mazgar, are you in here too? Hey, Mazgar, I'm not doing a Discord. I'm not doing a Discord thing. I'm just here watching this. But I gotta work, so I'm not doing like a Discord thing. Just FYI. Bro, what the fuck, bro? Pop, do you join my live stream history? I mean, that's a long ass time away, Lena. It's a long ass time away. Masker, what the fuck was that, bro? How are you on a plane and the fucking Discord at the same time? They have Wi-Fi?
Awfully close to the family structures from the games, except in reverse. You see, in the game series, we know that Afton has himself 3 children, Michael, Crying Child, and Elizabeth. The oldest son, Michael, plays a prank as a kid, which gets his younger brother killed in the iconic bite of 1983. From there on, Mike becomes obsessed with atoning for his mistake, eventually becoming a security guard and releasing the spirit of his brother into the afterlife. Then,
look at
there's
this
Elizabeth,
big
who
ass
gets
bird.
and dies inside a baby, a suit that is increasingly looking to be a spring-lock
Delish.
Now let's check out the Schmidt
Oh
family
my
over the movie.
gosh.
Again, a family of 3, 2 boys and a girl. Mike, the older brother, is a security guard who's obsessed with atoning for the time that he got his younger brother Garrett kidnapped and killed. Then there's Abby, who's nearly trapped and killed inside the Ella suit, a spring-lock animatronic. They literally match 1 for 1. Meanwhile, Afton in the movie seems to have himself only 1 daughter, Vanessa, just like Henry had himself 1 daughter, Charlie, in the games. So if they've switched dynamics, that can make Mike's dad here the representative of Henry Emily from the games.
A little while back, Dad, you can handle it.
They leave Mike's dad's fate vague. To me, it looks like it was deliberately done in case they ever wanted to bring Mike's dad back into the story in a role similar to Henry's. But perhaps most interesting of all, if you look in the background of the employee training video, you can see a man who looks very similar to Mike's dad working on the animatronics, just like Henry would have done in the game's canon. This is also, as far as I can tell, an uncredited performance, but one look at Mike's dad, this guy from the training video, and the way that Henry's portrayed in places like the character encyclopedia, it shows a visual design connection between the 3 of them. But not only would this connection fit with the established game lore, it would also explain why William Afton recognizes Mike. Early in the movie, we see Afton have a moment of recognition when he reads Mike's last name.
Mr. Michael.
But according to U.S. Census data, there's around 166,000 people with the last name Schmidt here in the U.S. So either this is just a case of pure movie coincidence, or William recognizes not only the last name Schmidt, but Mike Schmidt specifically, in the general age range that his partner's son would be. That's why he's so sure that this is someone from his past. More evidence for this? The fact that William knows that Mike has a brother without it ever being addressed.
This is perfect. First I killed your brother, now I killed you.
Sure, we can assume the spirit children told him.
No one's telling me you have a sister.
Or maybe Vanessa, but that's a bit less satisfying than him just knowing and taking out his vendetta against every member of the Schmidt family. And for those of you saying that Henry's last name is Emily, it might be, but that's never actually been officially confirmed. We've always thought it was a bit bizarre to have as a last name, and let's be honest, it could just as easily be Charlie's middle name, Charlotte Emily Schmidt. But last, let's talk about William. You'll notice that I just said the line that indicates that the spirits talk to William throughout this movie, which is a very important detail. In fact, if you notice, they really gave Afton a lot of explicit control over what the spirits are doing here. See, while he seems to understand what was happening in the games, it never seemed like he could outright control the animatronics. In the books, it's a little bit different. He eventually is able to control the animatronics, but not until the last novel of the trilogy. Here, though, he seems to understand all of it from the get-go. They tell him about Abby. He understands the importance of the pictures on the wall.
What have you done?
And as the spring locks in his suit are going off and he's dying, what does he do? He basically looks directly in the camera, says his catchphrase,
I always come back.
and puts on the spring trap helmet. Why? What sense would that make? Well, it's a pretty clear indication that this Afton explicitly knows how possession works, and it involves being completely put inside of the suit like this.
So he tried to kill himself?
Basically Afton accepting his fate, knowing that he'll be back, able to possess the suit and survive. So right here we have ourselves a smarter Afton who is years further in his understanding of the spiritual world than either the Afton in the games or the books, which leads me to this, an animatronic buried in the parts and service room of the pizzeria. One that you can't see in the movie, but you can see in the behind-the-scenes footage from Dawko during his tour of the movie set. An animatronic with rounded human skull, silver eyes, and human teeth. Well, this could just be background set dressing. I don't think that's the case. If this is truly an Afton who understands the power of agony in granting eternal life, if this is an Afton who has gone so far as to build a Freddy torture chair for extracting remnant from his victims, I'm thinking his experiments with building passable robotic humans has already begun. This isn't just me playing the Robot Gregory game again. It is the only explanation for the parts and services room to have an animatronic with human teeth,
Obby was kind of hard.
human head proportions and eyes, and above it, hanging from the top of the shop, a robotic hand with 5 fully articulating fingers and human proportions. No other animatronic in this series fits this sort of description. Does this mean he's already built humanoid, or is this just an early phase of his experiments? It's unclear.
Oh, I see what this fucking video is. This video is a big ass compilation. Fuck. Fuck this. I was wondering what this fucking long ass video. Tell your mama, tell your daddy, tell your bitch that you know you heard about me. We had another Iceman episode.
Hello, people of the internet, and welcome back to Orlando. We were here only about a month or 2 ago for Halloween Horror. As well for personally inviting me. We've made it at the Cinemark here. We've got the boy. Creator of FNAF would be such a nice guy to just sit and chat with. They were also super generous. They gave us a whole bunch of goodies.
All right, get to it.
Bucket from Regal, the one that lights as well, like Raz Fusion, Kellen, and you know the crew. And obviously, this is true. Scarier, absolutely. Ending, all that good possible reception and feedback we can give to, you know, the crew. And obviously, this is going to be spoiler-free. No spoilers at all. We're going to wait till the movie comes out to actually dive into all the secrets, Easter eggs.
Hey, baby boy.
I'm kind of like, where do I even begin? I think the teases that we got from the cast and crew saying it's scarier, bigger, bolder, you know, those were absolutely true. In fact, I'd say they were 200% true. Scarier? Absolutely. If you ask me, I don't consider the first FNAF movie a horror film. I would not classify it as a horror, I'll be honest. This one, though,
not good.
holy crap. Genuinely terrifying, genuinely unsettling at several points in the movie. And I'll be honest, I'm kind of shocked they got away with a PG-13 rating with some of this stuff. Genuinely nightmare fuel. I'm
That's good.
really not exaggerating here. It is so scary.
That's good.
Proper horror film this time around. Bigger as well, absolutely. Not only with the sets, but with the number of animatronics, the roles. You can absolutely tell the budget is significantly bigger this time around.
Vote for wife. You said vote for wife.
More elaborate sets. Of course, pretty much doubling your cast of animatronic characters with the toys and the wizards, which, by the way, Jim Henson's has evolved so much since the first film. Again, not saying that the first film animatronics looked bad. More so, they were just more stylized compared to the actual animatronic characters from FNAF 1. You know, they weren't exact one-to-one replicas. Here, though, these characters are taken, like, right out of the second game. Genuinely, I mean, there's probably, like, some nitpicks here and there if you really want to get technical, but these toys, these wizards, pulled it right out of the game, man. So insane. Speaking of the game, you see it in the trailers, like actually playing FNAF 2. If you watch my video rewatching the first FNAF movie, you'll know that one of the biggest complaints I had was that Mike never really played FNAF. He never closed the door, never really checked the cameras, check the lights, try to conserve power. This time around, bro's actually playing FNAF 2 this time around. They incorporate a lot of mechanics from that film pretty faithfully, but also with a very unique twist, I'd say, to make it fit this adaptation. Of course, with FNAF, there's gonna be secrets, and all I'll say is absolutely keep your eyes peeled for a lot of secrets, a lot of Easter eggs in this movie, because they jam-pack in a lot for FNAF fans to unearth and discover. Though honestly, you probably won't be looking away too much because this film goes right into the action. This film is a high-speed train with no brakes. It gives you no time to breathe. It is going at scene after scene after scene. It'll be hard to look away, and it really does get you immersed in the film, in the universe, with these characters. But also at the same time, it is a little bit like, oh my gosh, like, you know, give me a second to breathe, give me a bit to digest what I just saw. But you can't. We're already hopping into the next thing.
That's like Mario.
This film, I'm pretty sure,
it's like the Mario movie.
The first movie. I would have liked a bit more breathing room between some scenes here. You know, they absolutely had the runtime to spare. I do also think while they did a fantastic job getting criticism from the first movie, applying it to the second movie, there are still a few plot holes, if you want to call it that, with the story. Again, I don't think it is nearly as bad as the first movie. Let's be honest here. And you can absolutely tell they've improved and taken criticism from that first movie.
Your t-shirt logo is different. What?
But I think they still need maybe one more movie to like.
Your t-shirt logo is different. What do you mean?
Really nail down how to tell a story for general audiences as well as FNAF fans who pretty much know everything. Because after watching the movie, chatting at dinner, you know, a few of us were able to bring up a few instances of like, okay, but you know, that was explained towards the end of the movie, but that doesn't make sense towards the beginning now, or like, why did this happen? Why didn't this happen? So again, they're getting
no answer.
They really are. They did a fantastic
Lena.
job taking criticism in terms of
Check it. Your t-shirt
I don't
logo?
think it's nearly as bad as the first movie, but
What are you talking about?
That once again, general audiences will have a kind of a hard time following everything just because there is so much new to introduce in this film. Us FNAF fans, we know everything. We know these characters ins and out. Toy Chica, I know her in and out, but these general audiences, I'll just say,
Hey, yo, I know Toy Chica in and out.
I really hope they can follow along. I don't think what else I can say. I mean, the story is just so in-depth. It's FNAF. There's gonna be crazy lore, but this movie in particular, oh my god, they were not holding back with the lore. I'm not much of a lore guy, so I'm not gonna worry about all that, but oh my god, there's a lot of lore for you guys to dissect and solve. I kind of feel like that's most of everything I can talk about. Obviously, again, kind of gotta be vague here. The movie's not out. Obviously, no major spoilers. I think the acting's pretty good. Definitely a step up from the first movie. Not that anyone was like super terrible in the first movie, but you can tell they're getting more comfortable with these characters, with these roles.
Being in art. We got some art going on here. Hey, W art. Rate my own protos I made, dude. Lena, I've seen it. It's fucking awesome. I think it's cool that you made that. Goob. Oh, it's so fucking cool. With the little test dummy symbol. That's actually rotated. The rotated test dummy symbol. Smart.
Super happy with that. But there are still some story beats that I'm not super on board with. Plot holes that I do think, if you pay close enough attention, you're going to be like, how did that lead to that? Okay, this happened at the end of the movie. That doesn't make sense for something that happened at the start of the movie. That kind of stuff. But really all around. Really terrifying.
How about you, Emmy? How about you, Emmy? Is crazy. Dude, I don't know who the fuck sister they're even talking about, bro. They're talking about some sort of sister or some shit, bro. We want girls in your room. Mr. Korea, bro, chill out, bro.
Interesting seeing a lot of replies that were like, oh, Johnny's review on the first movie was so critical that I'm expecting the same level of critiques for the second movie. And obviously I'm a bit biased with this whole event, FNAF 2 being like one of my favorite games, featuring some of my favorite sets of characters. I do have nitpicks, and I think giving constructive criticism will only help grow this franchise into something bigger and better. Go check out all the other YouTubers. They're going to have their reviews up as well. Absolutely go check out them.
Tell your mama. Tell your daddy. Tell the bitches that you heard about me.
The new iPhone 17 Pro?
And she said she didn't want anything.
Well, getting AT&T Special helped.
Good call.
Hello, we're about to see the FNAF 2 movie 2 weeks early. I'm so excited, I'm absolutely pooping myself.
Hello, I just got back from seeing the FNAF 2 movie, and I'm going to talk about it. No spoilers whatsoever. First reactions, here we go. So first of all, for some context, I was invited by Scott Cawthon to go see the movie about 2 weeks early at Universal Studios Orlando. Hello, I just met Scott Cawthon. I have my Slurpee, and I'm ready to see the movie. So basically, they stole our phones for this, and then we went into a private little movie theater where there was Matt Pat, Doc, rest of my life, I'm getting it framed, and also on each one of our seats was this popcorn bucket.
That shit's insane. They print all that for just that.
I never in my life thought I'd actually get one of these, but it was on each one of our seats, along with an exclusive t-shirt. If you recognize this shirt, it's the exact one I got from the FNAF party that was in LA a couple weeks ago. And then the movie started, and obviously I can't talk about any plot details whatsoever. Hi everyone, I just saw the movie, and I loved it so much. The lore is crazy.
And I hated it.
I'm so sad I have to wait a couple weeks to talk about it, but it was amazing. Amazing. So I'll talk to you more in a second. Bye-bye. Immediately can notice this movie is so much improved from the last one. Overall, my general thoughts are they absolutely turned up the horror for this one. There are absolutely more jump scares in this one.
Deep
there are
dive.
Easter eggs that are like blink and you miss it Easter eggs that only the hardcore fans will see and find and notice. So yeah, the movie was scarier. It was definitely a step or two up from the first movie, but you know me, I like the lore. I love the lore. I'm John FNAF.
What's the song?
I love the lore, and I gotta say, the lore was wild in this. It was a lot, and I'm still thinking about it, and I just saw it a few hours ago, and I obviously can't talk about any of that until the movie comes out, but when you guys see this movie, especially the lore people, you will lose your mind. And the word of the day for me so far has been the word satisfying. I am so satisfied. Obviously, I don't know how the fans are gonna feel. I don't know how the people on the Reddit are gonna feel about this movie, but
On the Reddit? This motherfucker said on the Reddit. Jesus Christ. You gotta love the fandoms. You gotta love the fandoms. This shit's long as fuck, bro. Including homophobia, grapes, and murder. Jesus Christ.
In 2009, Tyler the Creator released his first album, Bastard.
It was all a dream. I used to read Playboy magazines.
However, back then, nobody knew that Bastard was only the first in a 3-album trilogy. A trilogy in which Tyler discusses many things with a mysterious therapist named Dr. TC, such as disturbing events, mental health issues, the absence of his father, and eventually thoughts about murder and suicide. In this video, we're going to take a deep dive into not one, but the 3 first albums of Tyler the Creator, also known as the Wolf Trilogy. So feel free to grab a snack, grab a drink, or even subscribe to the channel. This video is definitely my most ambitious yet, and it's probably going to get demonetized. So subscribing is always very nice. So let's get into it. Normally I would just introduce the artist I'm talking about for this video, but it's Tyler the Creator. Like,
it's about this girl.
This whole trilogy, because everybody's familiar with Tyler's last few projects. These ones are a bit more obscure. So the trilogy tells the story of Tyler's sessions with a therapist from his school named Dr. TC, because he has apparently some mental health problems. A crucial thing to understand before jumping right into it is the concept of Tyler's alter egos, which you might have heard before. For example, Igor would be one of his alter egos. They're not different characters throughout the albums, they're just different versions of Tyler, but taken to an extreme. Like, for example, one is a cool and hip drug dealer, and the other one wants to rape everyone. It's kind of personality disorder in this trilogy, but still, you'll see it's not quite exactly that. And you're going to see that as we go through the albums. Each album centers around one of Tyler's alter egos. And the first one, Bastard, is centered around the alter ego known as Ace. I don't want to give too much away before I start, so let's just jump into it.
I'm not calling you Emmy, bro. I am not calling you Emmy.
So Bastard is Tyler the Creator's first album, and it was officially released in 2009 on the Odd Future website as a free download for anyone. The really first thing you notice with this album is its pretty hellish cover, showing a school class picture of kids with eyes grayed out and pretty cheesy, all covered with this transparent red filter. It's important to note that there are 2 official covers for Bastard, one with a red filter and one with a blue filter. Tyler mentioned the reason for that, explaining that red means evil and blue means happy. This will actually make sense a bit later in this video, keep that in mind. But there's still the kids on the cover, right? This is referencing to the title of the album itself, Bastard, which is about Tyler's father being not there. The meaning of bastard is a child born to parents who are not married to each other. And it's also pretty much common knowledge that grown-up Tyler didn't have a father.
He was calling me a freak for what, so I started messing with him a bit.
The reason why these features were added onto the kids. Maybe Tyler feels alienated compared to all these kids that probably have a normal life with a
Bonsai boy, what you doing, buddy?
Normal father, and decides to take his anger out that way by graying out their faces. But it's pretty obvious that Tyler's father plays a gigantic role in this album, which can already be seen right in the first
Bon. Hey, Rip Massacre, bro, chill, bro.
He mentions there are 3 sessions scheduled, tomorrow and the next day. And now you're like, oh shit, that's the 3 hours.
Hey, Bonsai buddy, you lost all your subs or what the fuck, bro? How'd you lose all your subs? You made a separate account?
That line is very interesting if you consider.
What is this other Bon? Is this a fake Bon?
In music theory, a tritone is defined as a musical interval composed of 3 adjacent the early 18th century, a tritone was actually considered as devilish music. Just a nice little detail here. Among other subjects, Tyler talks about how his mother raised him alone and how he got suspended from school. There's also a mention of a new character in the storyline, a girl named Sarah.
That's not a fucking name, but shit is clever.
When he was in high school, she'll definitely come back later. Anyway, being a good therapist, Dr. TC asked Tyler what he would tell his father if he could talk to him.
I just want my father's email so I can tell him how much I fucking hate him in detail. If you have a chance to tell him something, what would you tell him?
Well, now we know what he tell him. The Title 7.
I tell me they did quicker than Mexican split up a board. I'm gonna fuck it like a quarter with 20 cents.
Is used like a slight aggression towards ex-Odd Future member Brandon Deshay, with who Tyler had beef at the time. Deshay was on the label 777, hence the name of the song. Over the next 2 songs, Tyler will continue talking with Dr. TC about his ambitions and his upfront and in-your-face mentality he has with music, which I mean is nothing less you'd expect from a therapy session with a young rapper, right? But then Tyler starts confessing things to Dr. TC that are very much darker.
Are we ready for this party?
Guests are on their way, and food and drinks were just delivered.
Now what about the music? It's gotta be my new one, right? Play it.
I lost 10 subs. Oh, no. That sub count is just fucking old.
I'm not sure this is right for your niece's party. She's turning 5.
Oh, I get you.
And Wayne?
Yeah?
Should we cancel the dancers?
Hey, yo.
The 5th song on Bastard
Well, that's a fucked up ad. That ad's kind of fucked up.
is Blow.
9K, nah, you ain't ignoring me now, probably.
And this song is quite heavy in terms of its subjects. Tyler first raps about, you know, buying a girl a nice dinner, and then maybe buying
What
her
the fuck
a
is
gift,
JJ
and
saying?
just raping her and killing her. You've been warned.
Jesus Christ,
He
bro.
even mentions, like, cannibalism at some point. Now just imagine being the therapist on the other end. Tyler spends the last 4 songs talking about normal stuff you'd expect, and then...
Wait. It's Jay's sister, bro. Stop playing. Wait. So you're saying that F with J is holding, or a different person is holding F with J's phone, and it's not Jay, but it's Emmy. I swear to God, if this is F with J cosplaying as a girl, pretending he's a fucking girl, and on the phone, he's cooked. If that is him pretending to be a girl, that's cooked, bro. That's crazy, bro.
This shit out?
That's not my dog, bro. Ain't no way, bro. Nah, ain't no way, bro. Ain't no way he's pretending to be a different person. Or you're saying it's actual different person.
What do you make of that? Well, this is the first song where we see a very dark part of Tyler's mind, or alter egos, that is obsessed with a sort of sexual/murder fantasy, which you'll see comes back in many other songs. Now, who is this alter ego? It's not very clear as of now. Song 6 on Bastard is the song Pigs Fly featuring Domo Genesis. This is another one of those songs where Tyler and another Odd Future member just rapped braggadocio style, but this time it's more of a song about Tyler having really big ambitions and dreams with his music, hence the name Pigs Fly, meaning something impossible. This title could also very well be inspired by Pink Floyd's iconic cover for Animals, but now you're like, what else, right? Considering we're hearing a therapy session, it's kind of confusing how Tyler just talks about something so fucking disturbing.
Nah, she's his sister.
And moves on to something so innocent compared to what he just said. And you're hoping that what he just confessed to Dr. TC in Below is just a big-ass slip-up or something. But it's not.
I don't want to play you.
Track 10 on Bastard is VCR/Wheels, and it's definitely my favorite song from Bastard. Like, the beat is so fucking crisp. It's amazing. But the themes in the song are pretty dark. It's kind of expanding on that weird sexual fantasy from Blow by doing some double entendres and similes to VCRs and movie tapes. In the song, Tyler seems to tell Dr. TC about a toxic relationship he's been in with a girl. Whether it's the catchy chorus where Tyler says, "Press my buttons, baby," or threatening to kill that girl if he finds out she watches other movies. In the end of the video for VCR, Tyler basically jumps a girl in his basement and probably kills her. But then it gets even weirder in the second part of the song, Wheels, where Tyler sings... You know, in these type of songs, very sexual, very horny, you'd expect, you know, some
turkey
from the girl. It's always Tyler proposing to do something, but the girl never agrees or reacts to anything because she's dead.
I like my girl skinny with ring.
This song is obviously about Sarah, the girl Tyler was in love with, but then broke his heart. We learn in the first verse that Sarah broke Tyler's heart when Tyler asked her if she wanted to go to prom with him, which obviously Sarah's response was,
Ew.
And in the second verse, Tyler goes crazy and kidnaps her to throw her in the basement.
Shut the fuck up. You gon' fucking love me, bitch.
Ring any bells? VCR, the basement. That's Sarah. In the third and final verse, we learn Sarah is now dead, killed by Tyler in his basement, and Tyler is now performing cannibalism. Then he proceeds to have sex with the cadaver, and finally the police arrives, thank God. And in order to not get caught, he just kills himself. What a song. There's a lot to unpack. First of all, we're at the point of the album where we start to notice patterns between the songs we've heard. For example, this part of Tyler, which is obsessed with dark sexual fantasies such as rape, cannibalism, and even now necrophilia, comes back quite a lot, whether it's on song 5, Low, or song 10, VCR Wheels, or this song, Sarah. And by comparing these songs with the rest of the ones on the album, you can already hint that Tyler has some sort of mental health issues. And these mental health issues are really only just starting.
Trace me.
Track 13 is Jack and the Beanstalk, based on the famous tale by Benjamin Clark, and there's parallels that can be drawn between the tale and this song, obviously. Mostly talking about how gold is beat.
Oh, motherfucking bastard. Fuck a chord keys because the sound lasts longer. Bass diameter stronger. Something longer. With a hi-hat made of plastic. Man, this song is elastic. She can really bite back. I didn't take my fucking Ritalin. This is a hype track that is in. This is sack shit. I had you motherfuckers eating salad like a fat bitch. Damn, I wasn't even reading off that.
And music are. It's also pretty interesting how his personality changes from one song to another. The last song, he murdered someone, and now he's bragging about his music being good. Like, am I missing something? It's like he just switched, and he's a completely different person. But now it's time for this album. Inglorious. Inglorious is the 15th and final song, where Tyler addresses and faces the fact that his father left him. The track's title coincides with the first track of the album, Bastard, not only in themes but also by forming the phrase Inglorious Bastard, a note to the 2008 Quentin Tarantino film Inglorious Bastard. Most people would assume that Tyler has never met his father by the way he talks about him, but that's not actually true. There's an interesting line in this song where he says, "He bought me a hoodie, a couple albums, like that's gonna make up for the years of the tears." Apparently in a now deleted post, he says, "I met the blank when I was 12 and seen him 8 times since. He bought me a Stussy tee and hoodie, fucking the, but you'd expect that he's 12 and seen him 8 times. He bought me a Stussy tee and hoodie, fucking the, but you'd expect that all these events Tyler describes are not there for no reason at all. Why is Tyler, or one of his alter egos, coming out to say all this fucked up shit? Well, it might be coming from one thing so obvious from the very start of this album, his father. It could be that Tyler craves so much for attention from his father that he comes out as an alter ego that is willing to do anything to get any kind of reaction from anybody, including raping and killing, you know? But still, in the end of the song, Tyler realizes that he doesn't need to be affected like this.
I miss Lena. She left. Oh, she had to go. Yeah.
The album ends with a loud bang.
Make a react channel. I might as well just post it on the same channel.
That could be interpreted as just suicide given Tyler's behavior throughout the album, but given the lyrics said just before that, that bang could more likely be referring to him killing this bastard side of him and moving forward. Basically, killing Ace is alter ego that is so affected by not having a father, which would end the first album of the trilogy, Bastard, or in other words, the first therapy session of Dr. TC today. So now it's time to move on to the second album in this trilogy. Whoa.
You don't even have the balls to begin
Goblin
with.
The next one, well, it actually wouldn't make sense to play Goblin right after this album. And here's why. Some people think that from Inglorious is referencing to the first line said by Dr. TC in Goblin.
Build a website you love with Wix, where your words create your brand.
What the hell?
Your opportunity.
You wouldn't do that, Tyler.
Kill yourself or anybody else.
That would make sense. You wouldn't do that.
You don't even have the balls.
They forgot one thing. What Dr. TC says right after.
It's been a while since our last session, so tell me what's been going on.
What? What do you mean it's been? He says right after.
It's been a while since our last.
You wouldn't kill your.
Wait, what the fuck was that noise? What the hell was that noise?
Tell me what's been going on.
What? What do you mean it's been a while since our last session? We're having a therapy session right now. It's like Dr. TC waited an entire week to answer what Tyler just said.
I am
Glorious,
sandwich.
Right? He threatens to kill himself. And then Dr. TC responds.
You wouldn't do that, Tyler. Kill yourself.
But he says it's been a while since our last session. This can't work because there's a clear gap of time between these two moments. And this
Alright, I gotta fucking work. Let's get that shit done.
Both of these albums are two separate therapy sessions with Dr. TC, and they are separated by the events in Wolf. For now, let's get into the second album of this trilogy, Wolf. The title for Wolf refers specifically to the main character of the album, Wolf.
Wolf 2010, it was real. It's supposed to drop before Goblin. No age.
Pharmacopoeia.
What the fuck is that noise? What the hell is that noise? He has a. She has a. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Haley, who is.
No, but basically, dude, Wolf was supposed to not drop before Goblin. He just released Goblin first, and then he released Wolf afterwards. But it's not that, you know. It wasn't. Yeah.
Basically, Tyler. In an interview in 2011, he said, "This Wolf Haley guy is the guy that I really want to be. He's just wild," which makes sense in this context because he just got over his father, right? He's the guy he wants to be, not dependent of anybody. So to avoid any confusion, in this
Wolf Haley was just like Eminem's characters. He's just fucking Eminem clone.
album, Wolf is Tyler, and Ace from Bastard is no more. The album has 3 official covers, the first one being the main one and depicting the 2 main characters in the album, Wolf and Samuel, who can be seen holding an inhaler. You'll notice the cover is mainly blue, which, if you remember the blue Bastard cover that represented happiness, that kind of makes sense in the context of this album. Wolf is a much happier record than Bastard, instrumentally and lyrically, and that's apparent as soon as the album starts.
Took the phone out.
Wolf starts with the character Samuel performing a song with this band, a true masterpiece, by the way. Fuck. But they suddenly get interrupted by Dr. TC, who tells Sam to welcome Wolf to Camp Flogna, a summer camp for troubled kids or whatever. In fact, after the last session with Wolf, Tyler, Dr. TC probably felt like Tyler made a lot of progress and thought maybe signing him up for summer camp is not such a bad idea.
So
you know, maybe he's gonna make some friends. Who knows?
He's new here. Wolf, this is Sam. So I'm gonna show you around what I feel about you guys in the future, right? You guys have fun.
So you guys ready to jazz? Look, Wolf, we don't fuck with you or anybody else here, all right? Stay the fuck out of our way and we'll stay out of yours.
This interaction between these 2 characters already indicate who's the antagonist of the story, Samuel, and that the relationship between the 2 will just become worse and worse throughout the album. The second song on Wolf is Jamba, which is a fucking banger. Hell yeah. The meaning of Jamba is not very clear. You'd obviously think like a Jamba juice, right? But the translation that made the most sense was marijuana. Why? Well, if you consider the entire runtime of the album, at 4 minutes and 20 seconds, Tyler says, "Fuck this beat, nigga, let's smoke weed." And it's on the song Jamba. That's crazy. Jamba is a song rapped from the perspective of Samuel, and we know that because he mentions an inhaler. On the song, we get introduced to his character, and especially his confidence. He's been at Camp Flogna for a while as he flexes his badge, the official Flogna badge with a cat sent. Basically, Sam is not someone you want to fuck with. Still, the song ends with Samuel's friends making fun of him because he doesn't smoke.
Come on, my nigga, you don't even smoke. You're weak as fuck, my nigga. You do not smoke. Come this weak ass nigga Samuel.
The Chevy Equinox is more than an SUV. It's your cool down.
You have arrived.
Your surprise for mom. And your weekend escape.
Track 3 on Wolf is Cowboy, and there's actually been some discourse over who's rapping on this song. Is it Wolf or Sam? But to me, it's clear that it's Wolf. Like, he even mentions his name in the song and kind of compliments himself. Samuel wouldn't do that. Anyway, on Cowboy, we get to see a side of Wolf that is more reserved than Sam.
I am the cowboy on my own trip, and
he pictures himself as a cowboy, just minding his own business, not caring about where he ends up or how the things he does affect other people. Basically, the description of how Tyler described Wolf. And you know, that's how we should feel after the events and problems on Bastard. He's just looking for the next thing, looking for a new beginning. And he might just have found it.
Yo, who's that?
Might go to a party and chill there.
That's of course Sam mentioning his girlfriend for the first time.
For Thanksgiving.
Clearly, Wolf has an interest in. This kind of justifies the meaning of the chorus and the song.
Pro
Even
player.
Samuel warns Wolf not to approach Salem. He's a cowboy on his own trip. He's gonna do what he has to do. And honestly, he might have a lot of chances to do that because Salem and Samuel's relationship is not at the best right now. Awkward is the 4th song on Wolf and is a direct response to the ending of the last track, which talks about Sam and Salem's relationship prior to Wolf's arrival. Awkward is pretty self-explanatory in what it wants to convey.
What the hell?
The relationship between Samuel and Salem is awkward, and you can already tell by the chorus. But really, it seems that Samuel is kind of obsessed with Salem in a way. He even mentions that the girl's name, Salem, is his password for everything. And even though it's kind of awkward in this relationship, he's still emphasizing the fact that Salem is his girlfriend, whether you like it or not. It's kind of strange how you notice that there's kind of similar vibes with how Samuel is acting and Ace from Bastard, right? Feels like this line would have been something Tyler would have said on Goblin, talking about Sarah, for example. Anyway, let's move on. Domo 23 is song 5 on Wolf, and despite the mysterious name of the song,
Word is penis.
the hook of the song was performed by none other than Tyler's 8-year-old cousin, which is hilarious to me considering the bars in the hook. Anyway, this song ends with Tyler talking about
T is
lettuce
not.
or something, but on the Wolf CD, it keeps going, and we get this sort of skit.
Your call has been automated voice system. Is not available.
Really?
Skit talking about lettuce or something, but on the Wolf CD, it keeps going, and we get this sort of skit.
Your call has been automated voice system. Is not available.
Oh, so Thurnis Haley's his dad. Damn, actually, I did not know that. That's some lore I did not know. Thurnis Haley, Wolf Haley.
I don't think I need to say that this song is a masterpiece because, I mean, everybody knows that at this point. It's so fucking good. A good way to kind of summarize this song would be to separate it into 3 parts, or the 3 verses. Each verse representing someone that doesn't answer when they're called. The first verse talks about the father of Tyler.
I try to be a little
what he would
wild
tell
in
him if
life.
Tyler had a chance to talk to him. But the song also explains the transition between Bastard and Wolf.
Fuck is in no coma. I'm changing my shit to Haley.
Explaining how Tyler changes his name from Tyler Okonma to Wolf Haley. He doesn't want his father's name anymore. The second verse talks about Tyler's grandma, who unfortunately died in 2012. Those 2 first verses come from the perspective of Tyler, aka Wolf. The final verse, though, is from the perspective of Samuel, and is actually referring to his girlfriend Salem. Since their relationship is kind of rocky, she won't answer to Sam.
The last verse was about this girl. Me and Slater just hit a curve.
Track 7 on Wolf is called Slater, and honestly, before doing my research, I was certain that Slater was a character in the album, but really it's just the name of Tyler's bike. If you follow Tyler on social media, you know very well he's really into biking. I mean, it's just a song about his bike and biking. Happy song. Yay. Song 8 on Wolf is 48. The song starts with a snippet from a conversation with rapper Nas, talking about the negative impact crack had on people in the 90s, but how lucrative that business was. And that's pretty on point because the song is about Sam selling drugs, and the title 48 refers to the contiguous United States, the 48 adjoining states. So wherever you are in there, Sam's got you. As the song goes on, Sam begins to feel in over his head about
There we go. Now we got 2.
over and over for what he's doing.
This is like fucking. This is like fucking. Like Subway Surfers. Fucking so many screens. JJ is so kind of like a nightclub, not much. JJ, bro, you can't go to a nightclub.
Meaning it. He realizes that what he does is wrong, but still, the money, it's addicting.
Nobody wins. You know what I mean? Went to Six Flags. Six Flags came up and said, "Hey yo."
Colossus is an insane song, and probably among my favorites from Tyler. This song takes no part in the narrative from Wolf, but still, it's an insane story. In this song, Tyler is waiting in line for a roller coaster at Six Flags, the Colossus, and some weird fucking fan comes and asks for a picture. But when I say weird, remember the weird behaviors Tyler had on Bastard? This is on par with that.
I think about your face and I don't even fucking try to. Wish I had a basement meant for me to hide you.
What the fuck, are you trying to recreate VCR? But the craziest thing is, and I found that a couple weeks ago, I think they actually found the Colossus guy. Let me see if I can find it.
Alright, for y'all who don't believe that Tyler created Colossus was written about me, here's all the proof you need right now. That's me, Will Marks, on the back of my shirt. That was 6 years ago. I looked up the date Colossus was released 6 years ago, 2019, 2013. I ended up going up and asking for a picture. As you can see in the photo, I asked him if I could get one. He said no. I was like, bro, but like I'm a huge fan. Like I listen to Goblin Yonkers, like that's all that shit. He's like, I don't give a fuck. Like if I give you a picture, I have to give everyone a picture. And you're like fucking 12 years old anyway.
I mean, it's debatable, like, whether it could have been him. Still, why would you want to brag about that? There are so many bars on that song that are just like,
Just take this fucking picture, man. Shit.
I'm the kid from Colossus. Paper cuts in my jaw, cause it cuts my jaw.
The next song on Wolf is Party Isn't Over.
Not into addiction.
And it's basically 3 songs smashed together. So to make this easier to understand, let's analyze each part individually. Party Isn't Over is definitely a song about Salem and Wolf going one step further in their relationship. Wolf says he doesn't have rhythm, implying he didn't have any serious relationship experience at this point, and he's just asking Salem to take a chance with him, get this shit started. And then we cut to Campfire, which is what's happening right now for Samuel. You know, just camping with his friends, just having a good time. You can tell it's Sam with some bars like, "My Flog-Gnaw badge is looking good on this brand new jacket." Sam not only mentioned his Flog-Gnaw badge in Jamba, but he's also mentioned buying a few nice things with the money he's making dealing drugs. But while that's happening, we get some action on Bimmer. This song is basically just Wolf having sex with Salem. Alright, that's what this is, and comparing her to a good old BMW.
What am I working
It never
on?
really sounded like it when I just played
have
it, but
to
when you
make-
read deeper into the lyrics, there's like so many sex metaphors with cars. It's like if the movie Cars was just straight up porn. Anyway, Wolf has officially lost his V-card with Salem. But on the outro, Sam learns that Wolf and Salem have been hanging out.
Hey, you know where they went? I see him going down by the lake. What the fuck? I never would have thought that. Phyllis could get close.
I Fucking Hate You is a direct response to Samuel learning Salem has been unfaithful to their relationship. The song really showcases his aggressiveness and the toxicity of his relationship with Salem. He even admits in the song that Salem is perfect on its own, but when they're together, they're trouble, and it doesn't work. But still, in all this aggressiveness, you can see he still cares about Salem. Although every time he shows some small sign of affection, he immediately follows it up with the most toxic shit. For example, he says he would want to just straight up strangle the girl, but just so he could spend the rest of his life looking for air and breathing it into her mouth so she could breathe. Aww. But a little life advice from your buddy Tom Tom. If you have a boyfriend or girlfriend, whatever, maybe mention you want to kill them a bit later, preferably never. And still on this song, I cannot get over the fact that Samuel is just like Tyler was on Bastard, right?
Black
With
Friday
Sarah.
shit,
It's
I
like
know.
Samuel is a dark reflection of the behavior Tyler had on Bastard, right? Anyway, the song ends with a little conversation snippet of Wolf and Salem at their date down at the lake.
And stumble out of a bar.
He's only here because you ran away, because some shit happened back home.
AW working on some Black Friday shit for
The 12th song on Wolf is Pigs and answers directly the question, what happened with Sam and why he ran away from home? This is definitely my least favorite track from Wolf. The instrumental is just like, but it's still interesting to know a bit more about Sam's backstory. We learned that Sam was actually bullied in school. His prom date dismissed his offer, and that eventually drives him to kill his bullies, which is why Sam ended up at Camp Flog-Gnaw. Sounds kind of similar if you compare the events in Bastard, right? Especially the part about the prom date dismissing the offer. There's also parallels that can be drawn from Pigs to the song Pigs Fly from Bastard. Pigs Fly has some bars where Tyler mentions selling drugs, which indicates that
Okay,
Pigs
so
Fly
we
is
need
probably rapped
2
by
more
Samuel,
shirts.
which is crazy to me because Bastard is 4 years prior to Wolf. Anyway, next song is Parking Lot.
Like your shit, fuck.
music.
This is the 13th song on Wolf, and there's not that much to it. Even Tyler said himself that the song was blah. His words, not mine. It's just about Tyler hanging out with his friends, the Loiter Squad. But the real tea of this track is the outro.
You, for what? We found out you and Salem been hanging out. I don't know, he just said he gonna kill you. Not if I get to him first.
Rusty is song 14 on Wolf. I've seen this song get praised so many times
Where's
as like
Baby
the best song
Boy?
that Tyler has ever
Where's
made, which
Baby
honestly I
Boy?
never
Where's-
really got.
where's
And the song
fucking,
Tyler talks a bit about his media presence and
Where's,
addressing how people are
fucking
trying to
Mr.
cancel him
Korea?
for everything. But that's not really important when we look at the whole song. Really, it's the last verse of the song where Earl Sweatshirt spits a verse resembling some sort of suicide note. He says he's close to the edge as possible, literally and figuratively, with Samuel screaming at him to jump off a cliff. Finally, Earl says goodbye and good luck while Sam cuts him off and literally shoots him in cold blood.
Shut the fuck up!
Samuel's here.
Style and substance. In the GMC Sierra, or current eligible GMC owners get 20% below MSRP on this Sierra 1500 model.
Where's Wolf? Said it was mine, bitch. Was that good enough, you fucking pussy? Sawed off, I eat those. These clothes, they...
Rusty abruptly cuts to Trash Wang, the 15th song on Wolf. And that song is fucking trash, no pun intended. I mean, he even said in the tweet that Trash Wang means more to his friends than anyone else, so that makes sense.
Mr. Propaganda.
Although, the song...
Who the fuck said that?
song ends with a gunshot. This is intended to be the moment Wolf and Salem hear the gunshot that killed Earl in the song Rusty.
What the fuck was that? You want to hear the new song we just did? It's not finished, but
Tree Home 95 is track 16 on Wolf, and one of the more jazz-influenced songs on the album. In the context of the story, it's actually an unfinished song that Salem is showing out to Wolf. As Salem is part of Sam's band at Flogna, she initially wrote this song for him, but she's showing it to Wolf instead because she's more fond of him. The song ends with Salem asking Wolf to just escape with him, which in a way validates the strength of their relationship and how they're meant for each other. Okay, it's so fucking hot. Just for the sake of continuity in the video, I'm taking my shirt off just so it doesn't seem like weird. Tamale is the second to last song on Wolf, and it's a banger. Just everything about it. The Japanese-inspired drums, the crazy tamale sample, the bars. This song is fucking perfect. The song ends with Wolf being caught jerking off in his room by one of the camp counselors, I guess, which, given the context of the last song, doesn't really make sense, you know? You're telling me that Wolf learned that Sam wanted to kill him, and then he went with Salem to listen to a song she made, and finally went back to his room to just jerk off? Like,
Mr. Propaganda.
What? I have a different theory. Maybe after hearing that gunshot in Trash Wine, Wolf went hiding in his room, and Tree Home 95 is just him thinking of that let's escape fantasy with Salem. This is not what happened. He's just dreaming about it. And that could be what he's jerking off to in Tamale. I don't know. It's just a thought. It makes sense in my head. But that doesn't matter because Wolf is sent to Dr. TC's office once again.
So what's going on, Wolf? What's on your mind? Talk to me. I'm here.
Lone is the final track on Wolf. This is one of the rare songs that Tyler did not produce himself. The instrumental is a sample from a song named Jornada by composer Wilson Das Neves. The song title makes full circle with the first song of the album, making up the phrase Lone Wolf. This reflects his behavior throughout the album, as mentioned in the song Cowboy. He's minding his own business. He's making his own path as a lone wolf. But it's also reflecting the solitude of that song, where Tyler talks about experiencing the death of his grandma. But all things aside, have you noticed that Wolf is kind of like the contrary of Bastard? It's crazy when you compare the two personalities of Tyler on both of these albums. On Bastard, Tyler is so crazy, dysfunctional, torn apart by not having a father, and also kind of a monster. Remember the necrophilia, the cannibalism? This shit is crazy when you compare it to Wolf. Name one time on Wolf that Tyler did something wrong. You can't, there's nothing. I guess he got caught jerking off, but I mean, happens to the best of us. Like he said in that interview in 2011, Wolf is the perfect version of Tyler. Wolf Haley is the alter ego that is the best possible version of Tyler, versus Ace on Bastard, which is the worst possible version of Tyler. The only negative things we see on Wolf is Sam, and that's maybe why they have such rivalry between the two. At the end of the song Lone, Dr. TC, being aware of the conflict between Wolf and Sam, asks Wolf if he has seen Sam.
Fuck that nigga Sam.
Have you seen him?
Nah, but if I seen that nigga, I would've killed him.
This ends the record, which is a bizarre ending. It's just, bam, it's over. But it makes plenty of sense if you play Goblin right after this. Goblin is the third and last album in this trilogy. The first song, Goblin, is a continuation of the ending of Lone.
Fuck that nigga Sam.
Have you seen him?
Nah, but if I seen that nigga, I would've killed him.
You wouldn't do that, Tyler. Kill yourself or anyone.
Even though it makes sense, it's still kind of odd that Dr. TC says you wouldn't do that, kill yourself or anyone, rather than you wouldn't kill Sam. There's a reason for that, but for now, keep that in mind. The album is basically Tyler's second session with Dr. TC. Remember what he said about that in Bastard. This session is the Tomorrow session. In other words, Tyler is back to square one, back in the office of Dr. TC. Dr. TC persuaded he's what Tyler needs to get better. But this is where Tyler's mental health will decay more and more throughout the album.
When you're watching the other football, but don't want to ask your friends, what's offsides? And how can I sound like I know a lot about the game? You can just ask Google all of that at once. Oh, so that's it.
Yonkers is the second track on Goblin, and often considered Tyler's breakout song. I should probably also mention that Yonkers is a song Tyler hates. He made the beat in 5 minutes, apparently, and by how he performs it at concerts, he seems pretty sick of it.
I'm a fucking homosexual. What? No, I'm not. Threesomes at the motherfucking ball.
Yonkers is a song where we really see Tyler with it.
I'm a fucking homosexual. What? No, I'm not. Threesomes at the motherfucking ball.
Yonkers and that Yonkers is a song Tyler hates. He made the beat in 5 minutes apparently, and by how he performs it at concerts, he seems pretty sick of it.
I'm a fucking homosexual. No, I'm not. Threesomes at the motherfucking ball.
Yonkers is a song where we really see Tyler's mental health degrading, because the song is structured like Tyler is talking over himself, like he would have Tyler and Wolf Haley talking at the same time. Basically, the whole premise of the song is to highlight the conflicts between the personality of Tyler on Bastard and Tyler on Wolf. It's almost like Tyler has a hard time knowing who he really is and what he really wants, and with reason. On Bastard, Tyler spent the entire album talking about himself like a monster, really, killing and raping girls, saying some super edgy stuff, while on Wolf, he's the best person he could be. He doesn't do anything bad, he even steals a girl from someone, and he falls in love. And on Yonkers, those two personalities collide, which is something you'll see throughout Goblin. Tyler ends the song by saying his conscience has jumped off his shoulder and is now dead. And Tyler realizes he has no guidance anymore.
Actions speak louder than words. Let me try this shit.
Tina from
What the fuck I look like saying I'm sorry to a bunch of fuck.
This song is just about being as chaotic as possible with your action. There's even a disclaimer at the beginning warning people to not do the shit he says in this song.
Hey, don't do anything that I say in this song, okay? It's fucking fiction.
However, believe it or not, but there was actually a case where the Radicals chant was used for terrorist threats. Actually, a student at the University of South Alabama wrote the hook on a flipboard in the library.
Kill people, burn shit, fuck school. Kill people, burn shit, fuck school. I'm fucking radical. Lyrics the center of college student being marked with terrorist threats.
Alabama, alright? It should be important to note that this is the first time Tyler gets this aggressive since Bastard, right? We've had a whole album of just Tyler being happy. But that's no surprise, right? Because he just said in Yonkers he's lost all guidance. Although the song then switches beats, with the phrase, "you gotta let him go," being repeated over and over again, with Dr. TC saying to Tyler he's got to let go of all this rebellious shit and just mature.
Nigga, fuck you.
Audition, I hope you man.
You're a fucking therapist.
Golden rubbers in these little pockets. On my waist, there's a...
She is one of my favorite songs on Goblin, but it's also kind of creepy when you look into it. The song starts with Frank Ocean banging a girl, but he's interrupted by someone stalking them. That person is obviously Tyler. Now you're probably thinking Tyler's verse will probably be dark and creepy as shit, but it's actually not that bad. There are some few threats here and there that, you know, Tyler's gonna... if the girl refuses to hang out with him. But if she says yes, Tyler says he'll be happy, so it's okay. We can tell that the girl he's talking about on this song is Salem, because he asks her to meet him down by the lake, which was already common for him in Wolf. But the second verse is really just where all hope fails, when he says he wants to fuck her dead body. Come on, man. We were so good at this point. The fact that he says this is very significant, because that means he's talking about Sarah.
Get copyright for his video or for music?
From Bastard, which means parallels start to be drawn between Salem and Sarah. As the personalities of Ace and Wolf merge on this record, so are the personalities of Salem and Sarah. It's like he's not telling the difference between the two anymore. And that's why I think She is such an interesting song. We learned that Tyler not only confuses his behaviors, but also his memories. Transylvania is song 5 on Goblin. Also, is it just me, or the song is like way quieter than any other song on Goblin? Every time I play it, I have to raise the volume. Is it just me? Anyway, the song follows the dark themes that were being raised on She.
Vivid Dawn, he's talking about Tyler, the Creator. Disturbing trilogy.
Now comparing himself to Dracula, hence the name Transylvania. But he's a version of Dracula that kills women and has sex with them. This song is really reminiscent of a few songs from Bastard, where you have this dark side of Tyler with weird sexual tendencies, which we actually get a lot of answers to why he's like that very soon.
So, tell me that everything just isn't going well. Well, first off,
the sixth song, Nightmare, starts with Dr. TC asking Tyler what is not going well for him right now. But then it's like Dr. TC answers for Tyler.
Well, first off,
it feels like Dr. TC is talking over his patient while he answers, or just answers for him, which is weird, but still, keep that in mind. Nightmare is definitely one of the best sounding beats on Goblin, and a song about Tyler feeling nostalgic about the early days before he got famous and almost contemplating suicide because of that. There's also pretty interesting things we learn in the song. The main one being that Tyler hears a voice in his head.
One ear I got kids screaming, oh, F is the best. The other ear I got Troncat asking what a bullet's in the process.
Tyler gets pretty shook at the end of the song and confesses to Dr. TC that this voice tells him to do fucked up shit.
It tells me to do this shit that I don't want to fucking do.
What's his name?
Troncat.
Facts. The holidays are for everyone. Even Grinches.
Troncat is track 7 on Goblin. It features a pretty intense instrumental and Tyler's most edgy bars yet. That pregnant bitch line got him banned in UK, just saying. This is a track where we learn a major thing, that all of Tyler's dark thoughts of murder and sexual fantasies come from one individual, which we can finally put a name on. Tron Cat. If we look at the trilogy as a whole, Tron Cat is everywhere. On Bastard, the songs Blow, VCR, Sarah, those are all songs where Tron Cat is speaking. He's also been there more recently with songs like Radicals,
kind of
She, and
fight.
Transylvania. On Bastard, Tron Cat feeds on the anger that Tyler feels due to the absence of his father, and comes out in these over-the-top edgy
Just he's
situations.
brave.
That's why Tron Cat is nowhere to be seen in Wolf, right? Because Wolf Haley is the best version of Tyler, free from all these dark thoughts like he had on Bastard. However, he's not completely absent. The Camp Flognaw badge has a cat picture in the center, which is a clear reference to Tron Cat. It's like Tron Cat is still overlooking everything that's going on Wolf without actually intervening, but now on God is a cat picture in the center, which is a clear reference to Tron Cat. It's like Tron Cat is still overlooking everything that's going on Wolf without actually intervening. But now on Goblin, where Tyler's two personalities intersect, Tron Cat resurfaces in full songs. At the end of Tron Cat, Tyler's therapist, Dr. TC, is so disturbed by what Tyler just said that he just decides to change the subject.
Let me show these black and white.
Oh, I don't need the metronome, bro.
Her is song 8 on Goblin, and the title makes it clear that it's kind of a sister song to She, right? Pronouns, she, her. But in contrast to She, Her is a song where Tyler shows legitimate affection for a girl. The song starts with a verse talking about Salem. Tyler talks about the beginning of the relationship and how it's blooming. He even mentions her name is password, which, if you remember, is a line from Wolf. However, that song was clearly from the perspective of Sam, while Her is clearly Tyler's point of view, because he's with Dr. TC, right? So you're like, is this the strangest coincidence? They both love this girl so much that both of them have the same password. Or is there something else going on? Fish is song 10 on Goblin, and although it's just titled Fish on streaming services, it's a two-part song. The first part of the track runs around the theme of fishing for girls in a bar. But you know, it's Tyler, so he means picking up girls by planting drugs in their drink. And apparently, given the lyrics of the song, this is the very thing that brought him to see a therapist, Dr. TC. The title Fish could also be a reference to Albert Fish, one of the first serial killers in America. The second part of the song, Boppin' Bitch, is more lighthearted and a bit funny, even though it's got harsher lyrics. It's literally just about Tyler going to a club to get a girl to suck his dick. That's it. Oh, and Tyler gets an STD at the end. So we can kind of see a contrast between the two songs. In Fish, it's more like Tron Cat or Ace is talking, with the dark thoughts and the raping stuff. But in Boppin' Bitch, it's Wolf Haley, because he doesn't give a fuck, he just wants to get his dick sucked. So again, Tyler's two personalities enter in conflict again. Following Fish, we got Analog, which is surprisingly just a short and cute song. If we follow the previous narrative from the other albums, this song is actually a sort of flashback. In fact, it's about Wolf and Salem's date down at the lake. There's even a reference from Wolf when Tyler says, "Summer never has to end with me," which is a lyric from Slater from Wolf. It's also interesting that Analog is a song about a lake, right? And it comes right after Fish. Where do you get fishes? In a lake. So that's genius. But you know what's not genius? The next song.
Oh shit.
BSD is the 12th song on Goblin, and this song is just a fucking shitpost. I hate the fact that this song comes right after Analog in the album.
And yes,
it just breaks the flow of the album. One interesting thing from this song is that it actually ends with Tyler killing Taco and Jasper, even though he doesn't really want to.
I'm sorry.
Wait, what
makes
the
you
hell
think
did
that
you
maybe
draw?
Tron Cat is doing
your
it,
hands
but
are cramping?
really it's about to get much clearer in the next song. Window is the 13th song on Goblin, and it's a session organized with Dr. TC and all of Tyler's friends. Although Dr. TC says in the beginning that, which makes sense because they were just murdered in BSD. The whole song is an intervention in which all the members provide a sort of window into their lives. If you look at everybody's verses, they all end with the phrase, "Where we at? We on top of the world," which is definitely the members of Odd Future just acknowledging the success of the collective. Like, we're on top of the world, we made it. However, Tyler has different views about that on his verse.
We on top of the world, where we at?
While everybody's excited about how their musical careers have taken off, Tyler is sort of torn apart because he can't find himself and all of that. And he's so unwell mentally that he decides to just kill all of his friends.
Hey, on some real shit, I'm glad I found some people that like this Tyler shit as much as I do. Back whenever this shit first came out, bro, nobody else liked Tyler except for me, bro. So I felt so alone. Back in the day.
The song ends with only Tyler and Dr. TC left, saying,
"You're supposed to help me." The fuck.
079 is a purely instrumental cut that serves as an interlude between Window and Golden, the last track on Goblin, the last track of the entire trilogy. The title 079 refers to an element of the periodic table, which is gold. Therefore, this fits pretty well with the title of the next song, Golden.
Tyler, you obviously have some fucking problems. Anything else you gotta say?
Golden is the final track in the entire trilogy, and it's where we get all the answers to our questions. Like the other two albums, the title completes itself with the first track of the album, making the phrase Golden Goblin. Tyler then raps a few verses about the success of Odd Future, with the fact that he's still missing his best friend Earl, and then Tyler gets into a pretty big argument with Dr. TC. So much that Dr. TC ends up calling security on him.
No, get away from me.
Then we get a pretty heavy moment in which Tyler is held down on the floor and he keeps saying nobody gave a fuck. To which Dr. TC responds,
Someone gave a fuck, Tyler. And the person that gave a fuck is me. It's me. You're not going crazy. I know everything. You've been helping yourself for some time. Dr. TC.
Mr. Propaganda.
Sean Cat. I'm Ace. I'm Wolf Haley.
Bond, where you at, Bond?
I had a crazy idea. We were surprised that no one had done it before.
Success doesn't follow a formula, and neither do you.
Who knew that dancing with dogs could actually become my career?
Planning ahead,
I knew that the experience was going to start when people go into the website.
or playing it by ear.
I saw the opportunity
Bond, it's
and
up to
built
you,
my
bro.
own online empire.
Bond, you have to stream, bro. You have to play something. Put on some fort on the bottom, bro.
What?
I'm Sean Cat. I'm Ace. I'm Tyler. He's right there. He's right there.
No, get away from me.
Then we get a pretty heavy moment in which Tyler is held down on the floor and he keeps saying nobody gave a fuck. To which Dr. TC responds,
Someone gave a fuck, Tyler. And the person that gave a fuck is me.
What the fuck is that? Hey, yo. Why'd that only pop up for a little bit, bro? Bond, what the fuck, bro? There you go.
It's me. I'm your best friend, Tyler. I know everything. You've been helping yourself for some time. Dr. TC. I'm Sean Cat. I'm Ace.
What should I draw next?
what? When I heard that, I was like, this is the shittiest ending I've ever heard in an album. Like, everything and everyone was all in your head this whole time. This is basically the equivalent of saying, this was all a dream, nothing happened. And at first, it may seem like that, but thankfully, it's not. It's actually not what's happening here. If we take it back to what Dr. TC said about everything happening inside Tyler's head, there are tons of little Easter eggs that you can find through the albums that basically foreshadows this moment, and that tell us that every character is just Tyler. So if you haven't noticed by now, Dr. TC is named like that because Dr. TC has the same initials as Tyler, the creator. And also, if you think about it, the same as Troncat, right? TC. But it's also happening throughout the songs. For example, if we think about that transition between Wolf and Goblin, where Tyler says, I would have killed him. Nah, you wouldn't kill yourself. There's a reason why Dr. TC says, kill yourself or anyone in that specific instance. Samuel is Tyler. In Wolf,
yeah, this is Donovan's. I think he could do well. He could do a lot better. He could do a lot better.
As Tyler, and they have the same exact password. They're the same person, but some of these Easter eggs are not really as clear as the previous one. Some are kind of just bugs in the Matrix. In another song, Nightmare, the song
It's just too easy. It's just too easy.
And he starts answering it at the same time. That's because Dr. TC is Tyler. There's also a moment in Cowboy where we just hear Dr. TC pop out of nowhere. Also in the song Troncat, there's at these Easter eggs are not really as clear as the previous one. Some are kind of just bugs in the Matrix. In another song, Nightmare, the song starts out with Dr. TC asking a question to Tyler.
Holy
and he
shit.
starts answering it at the same time. That's because Dr.
What
TC
the hell?
is Tyler. There's also a moment in Cowboy where we just hear Dr. TC pop out of nowhere. Also in the song Troncat, there's at the end of the song a part where Dr. TC just admits he's not a therapist. And there are tons of other little Easter eggs, which I encourage you to share in the comments below. But if we were to draw a takeaway from all this, what does this mean? I feel like at first glance, it's so easy to brush off this trilogy as, oh, he's schizophrenic. It's a good depiction of someone's mental health when they have multiple personality disorder or some shit. But I feel like it's so much more than that if I were to bring down this whole trilogy to a core message, it would be that you'll never be as good as the perfect person you want to be, but you'll still never be as bad as the monster you imagine yourself to be. It's all about finding your true self and that balance. So in a way, Tyler's realization that he's been talking to himself this whole time is not him realizing he's crazy or something. It's just him finally finding himself. Dr. TC has been him this whole time. And those therapy sessions were just a way for him to grow up and become the person he wants to be. And if you remember, at the very beginning of this video, I said that there were 3 sessions planned for Tyler. Today, tomorrow, and the next day. The next day is not a session at all. It's just Tyler's future, what's next for him after all of that. And I like to think about all of these later projects from Tyler being part of the next day. And it makes sense when you see how much he's grown with his music over the years. Anyway, that's my take on this. And I'm really interested to see yours also. This is why
Mr. Propaganda.
Goddamn conversations in the comments about
How the fuck do you do that?
I've had a lot of fun making this video, and I hope you've had as much fun watching it. Let me know if I should do this again in the same fashion, and I guess I'll see you
Bon,
next
you're
time.
flopping,
Bye.
bro. Hurry up, Bon.
Go ahead, make your day with Samsung OLED S95F. With glare-free technology, even smarter with smart things.
Psych! Okay.
Mr. Propaganda. Mr. Propaganda. Mr. Propaganda.
Pharmacopoeia.
Mr. Propaganda.
Wow, I didn't know that was a thing.
Everyone is terrified of being left alone. For many of us, we sometimes can make decisions that seem crazy just to avoid that.
Deep dive into Igor.
Is a test.
Chromacopia. Kendrick Lamar's darkest opus. Ooh, into Blonde. Into Igor. Oh man, Blonde is such a good album.
Oh, it's 2015. Frank
Blonde is a fucking good album.
Of him alongside 2 piles of magazines with the caption, "I got 2 versions."
W
I got
Chromacopia
2
tour
versions.
game.
Now, for any other artist, this would be nothing out of the ordinary, but for an artist like Frank Ocean, who manifests himself once in a fucking blue moon with things like this,
What's up, guys? Good evening and shit.
that was a sign from God that something was coming soon. Soon. Like, next month, guys. Never mind. Next year. And what we got was this. For approximately 19 days, a live stream was turned on and off on Frank's website in which he appeared to be building something in an empty warehouse. This turned out to be a spiral staircase, which was built alongside the artist Tom Sachs, who referred to it as the Stairway to Heaven. When the staircase was finally done, Frank began to climb it, and when he reached the top, nothing. The live stream was cut off. This live stream was later released on Apple Music as a short film / visual album named Endless. But wait a minute, Frankie wasn't done. He's got 2 versions. The next day, August 20th,
I got
2016,
2
Frank released
versions.
another full-length album, Blonde, this time on every streaming services and his own label. Through its 17 tracks,
Damn,
it gives us
JJ.
a very personal look at an entire
JJ, should I stop saying hey?
We follow a young Frank navigating through relationships, friends, drugs, and heartbreaks.
WJJ.
all while searching for something so unattainable that is actually the closest to him.
You saying you're gonna say bye to Emmy? You ain't gonna say bye to Emmy, bro? You're not gonna say bye to Emmy, bro?
One of the things that drives me to this type of work is just being able to
Nikes is the beginning of
You
the story
bitches
Frank
want
Ocean tells of
Nike.
Blonde. And this story begins with a young Frank, a teenager. You'll notice straight away that Frank's voice is higher than normal here. It's a really odd way to start your album. It's like your voice is the most angelic thing in the world, and you're gonna pitch it up and down? Well, this is to show even better the concept of being a teenager. Frank is surrounded by people who just care about Nikes, their appearance, and at that time, Frank is not excluded from that. Frank then introduces his little cousin, who's a drug dealer. And we also get introduced to his girl, who works in a drug business with him. We can definitely imagine this as a sort of party setting. These guys are hanging out, Frank probably invited them, probably along with other people. They're all getting high and they're out by the pool. And as you do at a party, Frank starts a conversation with that girl, and she begins to talk about her relationship with Frank's little cousin at the moment. Now, we know that she's the cousin's girl, so you'd think she and the cousin are dating, right? But that's not really the case. I mean, it seems like there's a significant lack of interest coming from this guy. They have good but very little conversation, but she met his friends last week, and because of that, she thinks maybe this will turn into a relationship. So, to me, this is not his girlfriend. It just seems like a girl who really likes a boy that doesn't love her back or pay any attention to her. Frank seems to sympathize with her situation and just keeps on talking with her, until...
Let you guys prophesy.
Notice how Frank's voice changes back to normal here. This is interesting because it showcases Frank changing characters from him being a teenager to him now. Him looking back on these moments. Blonde is not a classic story told in the tracks from the album from beginning to end. It's more like Frank's reflection and thoughts on a story he's lived. It's like we're just passengers.
We all see the future first.
And we're looking back in the rearview mirror as he tells you a story and comments on it.
Let you guys prophesy. We gonna see the future first.
Like, he knows the story he's about to tell, so he sees the future. But we, the listener, don't know it yet, so we can just prophesize. Anyways, back at the party, Frank still seems to be chilling with that girl from earlier, and they're a bit further away from where the party is now. They're just watching other people dance at this point.
Laid out on the sweat floor, way turf, no astro.
We get really wonderful imagery of just two young teenagers who are probably high, laid out on their backs watching the stars away from a party. Frank says,
I know that your nigga came with you, but he ain't with you.
Then Frank clearly mentions interest for that person. That night, he just shoots his shot.
I may be younger, but I look after you. I'm not him, but I mean something to you.
He wants to mean something in the eyes of this girl, even though she's probably not even interested. She clearly likes another guy, if you look at the lyrics, but it seems like Frank still ends up hooking up with her.
You gotta run it. Yeah, it's only awkward if you fucking too.
Frank Ocean hiding. Frank Ocean hiding in the ocean.
When you said you love me.
Whoa, I didn't expect that. That's just confirmation that it's mutual. They love each other now. Like, it's official. But no. That's not the girl in Nikes. That's actually a completely different person. It might seem confusing, but that's what's so interesting about this album. It's not about only one person or relationship. It's about Frank's teenage years as a whole. So Ivy is not a continuation of the story on Nikes, but actually a tale of Frank's first ever love. So, to avoid confusion, let's name these people, I guess. And by naming them, I mean ask ChatGPT to name them appropriately. So we got Nikea, the girl in Nikes, and Eviana, the girl in Ivy. Thank you, fucking AI.
I thought that I was dreaming when you said you love me.
Anyways, going back to Ivy, this song takes place most likely a few years before the story in Nikes. It's believed to be about Frank's first love because of the resemblance this song has to a letter he wrote to his first love in 2012 on his Tumblr. And even though Eviana was his first love, their relationship wasn't that great.
Relationship was rocked.
Back then, if he could see through walls, see behind the facade of his girlfriend, he would have been able to tell it's fake. Whatever she feels for him, it's not love. However, for Frank, it's the contrary. He's constantly thinking about that person and the relationship together. This is just an unhealthy relationship. The title, Ivy, refers obviously to poison ivy. It may look pretty, but when it's on you, it's really bad. So in that way, it could kind of illustrate an unhealthy relationship. And Ivy grows in spring. That's right, the text I've put at the beginning of this video, and that's where this album becomes interesting. I found a theory on Reddit from the user, this guy, who proposed that Blonde was divided in 4 chapters, 4 seasons: spring, summer, fall, winter. The story Frank tells follows a loose timeline of seasons and the themes associated with seasons. For example, spring is associated with growth, renewal, like obviously, and the relationship on Ivy was Frank's first love and makes Frank grow from it. And the concept of growth and renewal also makes sense with Nikes and Nikea, right? Because this relationship is blooming right now. It just started. And this continues in the next season, but I'm not going to say too much right now. So let's just keep going. Pink Plus White is the third song on Blonde and the last one in the spring period. The title refers to colors you'd imagine in a beautiful sunset.
If the sky is pink and white, if the ground is black and yellow.
It's also kind of cool, there's a song on Channel Orange, Frank's previous album, titled Pink Matter, and another song on this album called White. So pink plus white. That's funny. On this song, two main things happen. First of all, he elaborates on the relationship he's living right now with Nikea, but most importantly, he talks about the death of a close friend and the lessons that friend taught him, saying repeatedly,
"You showed me love."
And these themes are kind of evident, especially in the second verse.
If you could die and come back to life, up air from the swimming pool.
If you look even further in the lyrics, you can tell that it's probable that this friend died during Hurricane Katrina.
When Hurricane Katrina struck New Orleans, entire neighborhoods vanished under 20 feet of water. The devastation ranks as one of America's worst natural disasters.
Frank was actually a young student at the University of Orleans when that hurricane hits, so it would make sense in the context of this teenage years story, right? Going back to that line, "You showed me love," it's pretty obvious that this could have a double meaning, one being the lesson a friend showed you, and what's happening right now with Frank and Nikea. He's falling in love with someone. And either way you take it, as advice or love, it's a sign of growth from Frank. But then Frank says something pretty striking.
It's all downhill from here.
Frank knows the future, and apparently something's about to go wrong. But most importantly, Frank seems to be obsessed with this idea of immortality.
Say what up to life.
This could just be associated with being young, right? You're just a teenager, you think you're gonna live forever, but in the context of this song, it's kind of understandable Frank could be thinking about dying with the passing of his friend. There might be something more to that. There is something more to that, so keep it in mind.
This is life, immortality.
Everyone's gearing up for the holidays
Happy together.
in a Chevy of their choice. And it all comes together in a Chevrolet. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
4 European soccer dynasties. 2 epic UEFA Champions League duels. Chelsea battles Barcelona, and Arsenal takes on Bayern. Streaming live exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Sugar on
Many
my
college students have gone to college and gotten hooked on drugs.
He yourself is the
That
fourth
shit's
track
fire,
on
bro.
Blah, and the first interlude. You'll notice a
That shit's
certain
fire.
music is playing through the background of this song. And this music is, I think, one of the greatest things about this album. Like, this music makes me feel so much things, but an extreme feeling of nostalgia for some reason. Just put it in the background of any video on your phone. I swear to God, it's gonna make it 100 times better. And you'll notice this song comes back a lot in this album. As you can see in the track list, this is all the places where it appears, and it acts as a separator between the different seasons or chapters of this album. As for the song, it's basically a voicemail from a woman who talks to his son about life lessons, and that, of course, he needs to start being himself. At first, it was thought that this woman was actually Frank's mom because the song ends like this.
This is Mom, call me, bye.
That's not the case. This woman is Rosie Watson, not Frank's mom. And on the plus side, she was also the woman heard on Not Just Money, the track from Channel Orange.
Listen, stop trying to be somebody else.
Have you noticed how Frank acts in the first 3 songs of this album in the spring period? He gets high, he fucks bitches, he drives cars, but maybe that's not such a good thing, that materialistic mindset.
Do not smoke marijuana.
It's all fake, right? Like this relationship in Ivy with Ivyana, I'm still getting used to the names. Frank at this point in the album is in 2 relationships. One relationship where the other girl is not in love with him, and the
low-key black on black is not bad. Massacre made an Indian $1 one to be short. $1? 1 Robux? Jesus Christ. Low-key, this black on black is not bad. I would wear some of this shit like that.
other where it just failed. These relationships don't work right now. So going back to that advice from Rosie, how could you expect for a love relationship to work if you can't even be yourself? Maybe that's what Frank needs right now.
Hand me a towel, I'm dirty dancing by myself, gone off tabs, but that acid.
Okay, so now we know at least what he thinks of that advice. It's been 4 seconds, he's already high. It's interesting that a song called Solo comes right after Be Yourself. It's kind of a way for Frank to express himself freely with very minimal production and just him soloing. That's why it's called Solo. This song is the continuation of Frank and Nikea's relationship. If you just look at the first verse, for example, they're high on drugs and they're partying until the police come and breaks down their party. Maybe even the same party that was described in Nike's.
Now we outside and the time is perfect. Forgot to tell you how much I vibe with you.
Frank takes the time outside to tell Nikea, how much she means to him and how he wants a real relationship with her.
And we don't gotta be solo.
Pretty cute. I mean, that strikes a chord, okay? I'm a man. But then we get straight up this.
So mellow, fuck around, be cutting you. Think we were better off solo.
Probably just a retrospective thought from Frank as he tells this story, saying that he himself will cheat on her eventually, and that this relationship maybe wasn't a good thing. He knows the story already. I feel like it's the 5th time I'm saying this, but you remember it. But how is this relationship right now? In the story.
Blow me and I owe you 2 grams in the sunrise.
Basically, he gets blowjobs in exchange for drugs. What a healthy relationship. We know that Frank is a bit obsessed with the idea of immortality or heaven if we look at the previous songs like Pink Plus White or even The Stairway to Heaven from Endless. That theme is kind of what this chorus is about.
In hell, there's heaven.
Gathering all these clues together, we can get more context on what Frank means when he always brings back heaven and immortality. Now we know he's trying to find ways to reach heaven on earth. The Stairway to Heaven, that was him trying to reach heaven. And now, on Solo, he's trying to reach heaven by inhaling weed and getting high. So now, we know his ultimate goal on this album, reaching heaven on earth. Anyway, the second verse is more personal and talks about what Frank was usually doing and feeling like at that time of his life.
I'm skipping showers and switching socks, sleeping good and long.
But the most interesting part of this verse is the end.
Is
where
this
Frank
Gorillaz?
says he went somewhere and he's got weed.
Is this
but it's
Gorillaz
just him
inspired?
alone. No Ikea, even though he's waiting on her. Thing. That's their kind of love relationship in a way.
But it's just me and no you stayed up till my phone died.
I think that says a lot about their relationship. He's all alone, smoking at night, literally waiting for a call or a text from the girl he loves. But he waits so long his phone dies, and he just goes to sleep like that, alone, solo.
Solo. Solo.
And substance. In the GMC's.
Bro, why do you
This
know
is joy,
that?
this is summer.
Skyline 2 acts as a sort of interlude between the songs Solo and Self-Control. Therefore, it's still referring to Frank and Nikea's relationship.
Making sweet love, taking time.
Given that their relationship right now is defined as you give me drugs, I give you sex, it's no surprise that the first verse of the song is about one of these things.
Pretty fucking underneath moonlight now.
We get a few more references to the summer season, which is associated with freedom and infinite potential, and that's kind of how Frank feels right now. This relationship can only go up from here right now, but he still seems happy about it. Maybe he's not fully satisfied with it, but he's happy, I guess.
Can you call when I call again?
This is likely a response to the last line of Solo, where Frank is smoking alone, waiting for this girl to answer his calls and texts. This is just validating even more how much this person means to Frank
beat is
and
fucking
how he wants more out of this relationship. Right now, it's not love, it's just fucking and smoking. He wants to be more than that. However, it's not clear yet how Nikea feels about that. But still, Frank is so happy when he sees this girl. You can see it in the lyrics. When the night comes, he stops seeking for gold, because he's got it when she's with him.
In comes the morning.
But then the morning comes, and she needs to leave. Again.
Poolside combo, a bunch of summer last night.
Right from the start of Self-Control,
Bunch of
we're
summer
again
last night.
introduced to Frank's pitched up voice that he was portraying as a teenager. And
Bunch of summer
obviously, you're
last
thinking
night.
right off the bat, oh, it's gotta be about Nikea again, right? They're by the pool, it's still summer, and Frank still seems like he's so desperate to be in love with that girl.
Be the boyfriend in your wet dreams tonight.
He wants to be fantasized about by this person, but the more you go through the song, it gets weirder.
Some nights you dance with tears in your eyes.
Okay, I'm sorry, there's no way this is Nikea. He just spent the last 2 songs acting like a simp for her, and now she's crying, she's dancing with tears in her eyes. What the fuck?
This song is kind of like Ivy, a tale separated from the main story where we learn about another relationship Frank had in his youth.
It really seems like these two care about each other. However, they don't quite connect. Frank even said about this song that was written about someone who I was actually in a relationship with, who wasn't an unrequited situation. It was mutual. It was just we couldn't really relate. We weren't really on the same wavelength.
'Cause you see me like a UFO.
This partner sees Frank like a UFO, someone that you don't really understand. And also, it's a flying object, so it could mean he's always high, he always gets high. And Frank made this person use their self-control, meaning at some point, even though this person cared for Frank, they were like, back off, you know? And in reverse, Frank himself lost his self-control.
Keep a place for me.
Even though it's probably over, Frank still wants to have a place in his partner's mind.
something that you already heard before in 19 when he says, "I'll mean something to you." That's something that's apparently very important to Frank. He wants it all to have meant something and to still have a place in their heart. The song ends with this beautiful outro where Frank is kind of begging his partner to stay the night one last time. But we do learn that this person that is described on Self-Control already has someone else.
It's a good guy, heal it up.
Good Guy is another short interlude that tells the story of Frank going on a blind date with a guy in a gay bar in New York.
It's a gay bar, you to be too.
If you didn't know, Frank is bisexual, and that's something that's pretty crucial in this album, especially in the title. You've probably noticed that the text on the cover doesn't match the name of the album on streaming services. On the cover, blonde is spelled like it's a blonde guy, and the album title is spelled like it's a blonde girl. And that's supposedly to illustrate, in a way, Frank's bisexuality. Anyway, in Good Guy, it's pretty clear that this guy is supposedly interested in Frank. Though, as the evening goes on, Frank realizes that this is
I have a
not
chance to
turning
watch
into anything
Selpo
romantic,
music
referring to
video.
it as just night shit. Remember in Solo when Frank admitted that he was fucking around while being with Nikea? This song could be one of his hookups while he was still with Nikea. Then the song abruptly cuts to a seemingly random conversation with the blonde theme playing in the background. The same music that was on Be Yourself. The conversation is in between two random guys, none of them being Frank, and they're just talking about bitches.
But now I don't care about bitches like that when you that shit. Jasmine fucking break my heart.
The inclusion of this sample here makes sense if you take into account the songs from the Summer chapter. In the Summer, Frank seems to fuck around a lot. Of course, it's associated with freedom. Like, there was 3 different people he fucked around with during that period, and one of them broke his heart on Self-Control, like Jasmine did for this dude. So with this, we can already tell what's the purpose of these little interludes, these recurrent interludes. They're random situations, not related to Frank, that are similar to what he's living right now. Relatable situations, which is kind of ironic because I feel like this album is in itself a relatable situation a lot of people can relate to, but in this album, they're relatable situations Frank can relate to right now.
Skechers has the perfect holiday gift for everyone. Hands-free cozy fit Skechers slip-ins. It's a hands-free holiday with Skechers slip-ins.
The Frame
YouTube
Pro
Premium.
with wireless One Connect box.
Fucking YouTube Premium, man. Freaking YouTube Premium, I swear to God.
The first part of Night's details of the continuation of Frank and Nikea's relationship, and since we've entered fall right now, there's a pretty drastic change to Frank's perception of things. Because in any song before Night's, Frank is such a simp for this girl. Like, he never says anything negative about her, even though she acts like a total asshole with him.
You don't even got nobody being honest with you.
And he can't help himself to just tell her the truth for once.
I ain't trying to keep you.
Remember the conversation, can't nobody read you.
If you remember, these are 2 things mentioned
Can't
in
nobody
previous
read
songs.
you.
In the first track, Nikea says she doesn't talk much with Frank's little cousin, but they still have good conversation. Now, in Nights, Frank's like, no, you can't keep up a conversation, and you never answer me. I was waiting for you all night that one time to answer my calls, and my phone died before you ever did. Basically, Frank is starting to clearly communicate why he's unhappy right now. But he's also unsure. It's like we're oscillating between a Frank who's a total simp for the girl and one who's sick of her. In the chorus, for example, he's like, he doesn't want to spend the night anymore because she just leaves right after. She doesn't care about Frank. But 2 lines later, literally, he says, we're oscillating between 2 Franks so quickly, and they're completely opposing each other in terms of what they want. It's like day and night, right?
Every day shit.
And as the day ends, it's like he gets back to his old self again. It's like he forgets everything negative he's just said. Frank almost sounds like he's saying he's been waiting all his life for this girl, which is a huge thing to say. Like, there's nothing that he said previously that tops any of that. It's like it's the highest point of their relationship, and nothing he's gonna say will be as high as this ever again. This beat switch you just heard in Nights marks a turning point in the album. Literally, the album switches to night mode. It comes right at the 30-minute mark of the record, and that's the exact halfway point, the middle of the album, which separates Blonde into 2 different parts. The day part being composed more...
That part's fucking cool. It's exactly in the middle of the album.
...of love songs, and the night part being more laid back and darker than the first half. It's all downhill from here.
Every night fucks every day up.
The second part of Nights gives us a bit more lore on this relationship between him and her. If you remember, while Frank was in college, he was affected by Hurricane Katrina, and apparently Nikea was the one who housed Frank while he relocated. This verse only contains memories from when he was young. No commentary, no thoughts on it, and guess what? Frank's voice is pitched up. Then we get the same chorus that was in the first part, repeated once again, highlighting Frank's uncertainty about what he wants. We get also another reference to the concept of heaven. Nirvana is a perfect place of happiness, often associated with heaven. And that confirms what we thought on Solo, right? Frank is actively looking for his nirvana. He wants to find his heaven on Earth.
I don't know what the fuck that is. What is artist drawing? I do not know.
Solo Reprise is the only song on Blonde where Frank isn't singing. Instead, Andre 3000 from Outkast delivers a verse about two main themes that you probably already know at this point. Being solo, alone, and being so low mentally.
Solo that I can see under the skirt of an ant. Solo that I don't get high no more when
Even though you can take this verse as what Andre 3000 is feeling like at that point of his life, this also gives us indirect insight on what's happening right now in the story. In this album, we never get information on how Nikea reacts to Frank telling her, I don't like how this relationship is going right now. But given he is so low mentally, he can see under the skirt of an ant, and that he doesn't get high no more, which was the thing he did the most with this girl. We can theorize that she didn't take it well, but is she gone for good? Is she just really fucking mad? We don't know. We also get a bar mentioning Summer's End.
looking at the other kids with astonishment while I'm on punishment watching the summer come close to an end.
Further cementing the Four Seasons theory, but also saying that this period of freedom and fun has just ended.
Hey, Callie. Feeling tense? Need to let loose? Perfect. Vancouver knows exactly.
Pretty Sweet is song 11 on Blonde, and each time this song starts, I'm like, what the fuck is happening? The song has a very chaotic structure, and therefore it's hard to clearly pinpoint what Frank means in the lyrics. But it's all themes we've heard before though. But maybe we get also some answers on how Frank's relationship is going right now. Wow, okay.
Me now.
Calm the fuck down, woman. Who's this girl? Troncat? He just said you were boring in conversations. You don't have to kill anybody. We can just tell that whatever's happening, it's not a healthy relationship. However, Frank does say this. This is referring to the two different sides of the record, the day mode and night mode we're currently in. And now he's literally saying, fuck the other side. I'm on this side now. All the cute, corny shit like, ooh, let's just hang out by the pool with my friends. Fuck this. No, I'm on this side now. I'm sad. Given the lyrics and the last song, it feels like something bad happened. And we don't even know what it is. It's crazy. It's like we live the beginning of the relationship in great detail, but now we get to the heartbreak part and the conflict, and it's like it's just censored or blurred out. Look, Frank even resorts to prayer in the end of the song. What the fuck happened to make you get down on your knees and pray to God that everything's gonna be alright? And then it completely switches. It sounds like
Sweet
Frank
like
being
the
more honest
summer.
about his feelings is tearing the relationship apart.
Pretty
but
sweet.
also tearing Frank apart. Between, is she bad for me or is she what I need?
I was just telling that I got this girl before.
Facebook Story is the third interlude in the album and marks the end of the fall season. If we take all the other interludes we had, Be Yourself and Good Guy, these were all summaries.
I don't know if the seasons thing is a real thing. I think the day and the night thing is real, but what the hell is this seasons thing? I don't know if that's real.
Or very closely related to the events of the previous songs before. So if we take this interlude as related...
He's saying that the album is in 4 seasons. The Four Seasons Hotel.
...to the events of Nights, Solo Reprise, and Pretty Sweet, it's not looking good.
I got this girl before.
The man speaking is French producer Sebastian, who's telling a story about a girl he dated for about 3 years, and especially the time she asked him to accept her on Facebook.
I don't want it because I was like in front of her.
The girl took it worse than expected. She thought her boyfriend was cheating and just didn't want to accept her in fear of finding another girl in his Facebook friends.
you told me like it's over, yeah, I
Can't believe you.
Now, this could mean a lot of things. First of all, this could be somehow a reenaction of what happened between Knights and this song. Not in the way that Frank didn't accept her invitation on Facebook, literally, but how Frank expressed some concerns about the relationship, like in Knights, for example, and how she didn't take it well. But there's one thing for sure. By now, Frank and Nakia have broken up. Close to You is song 13 on the album, and the first one in the winter season. This song is actually a cover of a Stevie Wonder song with the same name. But anyway, right from the bat, we can tell that this is all happening after the breakup. But I don't think it's about his breakup with Nakia, because he's not devastated by it. Close to You is most likely about the heartbreak on Self-Control, where they agreed they just didn't connect.
Pancake.
Either way, I think it's a pretty cute way of ending the arc of this relationship, because even though this relationship is over, he still feels somehow close to her with the memories he's keeping. In that way, Frank still means something to them. Bring out the tissues, this one's gonna be hard, guys. The last 3 tracks of the winter period are all about Nakia, starting with White Ferrari. And these 3 tracks are all following the 5 stages of grief.
White Ferrari. White Ferrari is one of the best songs ever made.
In a relationship: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. Starting with denial in White Ferrari. So what's the denial phase in a breakup? Basically, it's the very first phase after a breakup, where you think that the other person is gonna come back to you eventually. You're just in shock, which makes you go like, this didn't happen, right? She's gonna come back in a few minutes and we're gonna be good, right? And that's what's so heartbreaking about this song. In the first 2 verses of the song, it's like nothing happened. He's in complete denial.
We are not a traditional cafe. We're completely unconventional. And my Wix website really has to capture the same magic. Hi, I'm Aaron. I'm the owner of Cuppa Pug. Cuppa Pug was born out of my love for pugs. When I started the business, I had a very clear direction as to where we wanted to go and what we wanted that brand to be seen as. But I knew that the experience...
Wait a minute. What was that image? He did the baby filter as well? Is that the baby filter? Wait, no fucking way. Wait, we all use that same filters? Wait, what the hell? Everybody using that baby filter? Dude, I guess everybody was using that on the same time, bro. Damn, that's crazy. Or did somebody tell him? Did somebody tell him to do that, or we just both did that at the same time? A W filter, yeah, the freaking smiling filter. Damn, that's crazy.
This was going to start when people go onto the website.
Wow.
Frank is just recalling a car ride with his lover like nothing bad happened.
That's
it's like you don't want it
wild.
to be over yet, even though you're just lying to yourself, thinking about good times, and only good times. In the second verse, Frank starts to remember more negative parts about his partner, especially about her being too basic or not having any style or originality of her own. That could also be associated with the second phase of a breakup. Anger, little bursts of like, well, you were fucking basic. And that's kind of coming back to Frank slowly.
Peak.
But then he
Bro
just
knows
forgets all
ball.
about it and gets
This
back
guy
to
seriously knows
being
ball.
in denial about the breakup.
Sent 100? Wait, sent 100 what? What? How does he, what? Sent 100? Where's my, what the hell? I don't have that. Oh, that's like a hype. As hype. I don't fucking have that. What the hell? How the hell do I get that? I think I gotta get hype first. I think it's called hype. What the hell? Man, how the hell do I get that? Oh, hold on, this is
And
peak.
gets back to
This
being
is
in
peak.
denial about the breakup.
Fucking peak music.
Which finally brings us to the final verse in this song, which, in my opinion, is the most heartbreaking.
I'm sure we're torn on another dimension.
That always hits. Like, just imagining that in another world you're still together, if maybe you did things differently. Here, it's just Frank holding on to the last tiny bit of hope he has left to make things work. Even though his partner doesn't even hold this relationship to a point where it's worth anything.
You say we're small and not worth the mention.
To her, this is just a fling, or friends with benefits, clearly. We go into the bargaining stage here. It's basically the stage where a partner is begging the other one to come back.
We could vacate, there's places to go.
But she doesn't care, obviously. She's already made up her mind, especially when Frank says,
You dream of walls that hold us in prison.
this is such a beautiful line. She's holding this relationship in prison because that's all she wanted, to fuck and get high. And Frank feels like he's a prisoner in that. In those invisible walls she imagines. Frank can never leave this box of just being fuck friends.
That's what they call it, and we're free to fly.
Damn, I didn't even know that. This is good.
If White Ferrari is about denial and bargaining, Siegfried is about the depression stage, where Frank is just at rock bottom. The title Siegfried is most likely referring to Siegfried, a warrior from Norse mythology. Basically, in the legends, Siegfried slays a dragon named Fafnir and falls in love with the princess Brunhild. It wouldn't be an overstatement to say, well, this character in this legend is brave, right? Which contrasts completely the actual song.
I'm not brave.
With Frank reminiscing over wrong things he has done with Nikeah,
I couldn't gauge your fears.
while repeatedly screaming that he's not brave, that he's a fool. He even starts putting his character into question.
Maybe I should move, settle down. 2 kids in a swimming pool.
Leave all this reckless teenager lifestyle and just grow up, get a house and have kids. Maybe that's gonna make the pain less worse. This is one of the most interesting songs on Blonde because the more you go into it, the more it gets abstract.
I've tried hell, the other side of the moon.
Every night fucks every day up. Every day patches the night up. It's all an endless cycle to Frank. This relationship, these seasons, this life. We can take this like with the two sides of the album, day and night. The day is the beginning of something new. We fall in love, we're free, we're happy. And the night is where everything falls apart. Every night fucks every day up. This album is a loop in a way, but
Every
it's
night
not
fucks
just
every
about
day
this
up.
album. We're all
Every
in
night
an
patches the
endless
night
loop
up.
of falling in and out of love until we either reach heaven or hell. It's just life. But for Frank, he can't accept it yet. To him, it's like saying goodbye not to just a person, but to a whole version of himself.
This is not my life. It's just a fond farewell to a friend.
He dissociates himself from who he was with Nikeah. This guy is just an
Nikeah.
old friend now. It feels like Frank is not thinking straight right now. He's feeling high or something. Because the more he says things, the more it becomes complicated.
What the fuck?
ExxonMobil Low Carbon Solutions is making a big impact with the tiniest of molecules. Together we can achieve a smaller
Nice.
carbon footprint. Fast,
Nice try.
and that's key.
Let's say.
Speaking of Nirvana, it was there.
We've heard Frank mention Nirvana before, and more specifically, his search for it. God, this stairway to heaven, this lust for immortality, ultimate fulfillment. He's been searching for this since the beginning of this album. He's been obsessed by it. He realizes it was just there, and now it's gone. And maybe that's what led to the demise of this relationship. Frank's search of perfection, paradise. You can't find heaven on earth. There's no heaven on earth. There's nothing out there that will make you so happy that you can't even imagine a world where you're just a teeny more happy than that, right? It can always be a little better if we imagine it in our heads. So if you're someone who's actively looking for that, like Frank here, you'll miss it. You'll just miss something great. And although this relationship was far from perfect, maybe he didn't realize how important it was for him. There's super good imagery Frank does here where he tries to imagine what a glimmer of God could look like, but in the end, he can't. We can take this glimmer of God as this final glimmer of hope he can be with Nikia, right? He can't even dream about the thought of being with her. That's how far he's down. Frank manages to calm himself down, though, and be more rational.
Less more roast and more present. Dwell on my gifts for a second.
He gets back to inhaling some smoke, eating shrooms, crying about her, but in the end, he can only think about one thing. He's so in love with her that he'd do anything for her, even if she herself didn't know about it, just to make her happy. Godspeed is the penultimate track on Blonde, and one of the simplest ones, in my opinion. It's just about the acceptance and bidding farewell to your lover. Of course, with the name Godspeed, we get religious references in the song, almost like a prayer for Nikia.
Wishing you Godspeed, glory.
Wishing someone Godspeed is really just wishing someone safety and luck on their journey, and it's a good way to end this adventure. He lets go of his claim on her. They just go different ways, and that's it. One thing that I'd like to mention before moving on is the Boys Don't Cry magazine, which has a screenplay titled Godspeed in it. So obviously there's some correlation with this track. So I'd like to quickly overview it and summarize it just to see what it's about. The screenplay tells of the story of Steely, who's described as a charismatic and well-liked guy, but emotionally guarded, basically a character that really resembles Frank. Steely has a few friends and a girlfriend named Shubi. They are both college students, they're just chilling and having fun, having late car rides together, you know, the usual. One day, he just wakes up with Shubi, has a bowl of cereal, jacks off for some reason, and goes to class with her. Shubi says, I'm going to class. Steely says we should go together. When he enters the stairs to head to class, he checks his phone and he's got a couple messages, a few from his friends and Shubi, nothing out of the ordinary, except one from an unknown contact. Have a day you dreamed of. That's kind of creepy, coming from an unknown number, but hey, whatever, he just doesn't respond and goes on with his day. It's crucial to know that this story is taking place in a sort of futuristic world, not that far off from right now, but still. And Steely loves stealing cars, but this time, he wants to steal the car of a prolific inventor and CEO called Garter. So later that day, Steely and his friend go down to the office campus and try to park their car there because they know this inventor's mysterious car is parked at the same spot. When they come at the gate, a security guard tells them, hey, you can't park here, you need credentials, of course. To which Steely says, no, I want to...
Wait, what the fuck is this about now? What is he talking about now?
Shubi
The right way to finance a Bronco is with Ford Credit. Millions have financed their Ford with us.
Plugs in a device she found in the car with rainbow wires, which, once it's plugged in, makes Steely trip so hard for a moment. 1 second he's driving, and the other he's describing his view like being on a floating island. He is so high, which makes him drop coffee on him. He takes a wild girlfriend from that I broke it down a lot, but still, it's an interesting story nonetheless. The real mystery here for me was this message at the end. I didn't really care about the story that much, but this message was like, what the fuck is this? What does that mean? And no one really had any theories. I even asked ChatGPT to help me in the final act of desperation, and what he came up for the meaning of this message is AB, AB, AB. So that a message over a story means this message. To me, it sounded, and being young, this is, it's kind of a retro thing for her, even if she, but emotionally guarded, basically a character that really resembled a screenplay titled Godspeed in it. So obviously there's some correlation with this track. So I'd like to quickly overview it and summarize it, just to see what it's about. The screenplay tells the story of Steely, who's described as a charismatic and well-liked guy, but emotionally guarded, basically a character that really resembles Frank. Steely has a few friends and a girlfriend named Shuby. They are both college students, they're just chilling and having fun, having late car rides together, you know, the usual. One day, he just wakes up with Shuby, has a bowl of cereal, jacks off for some reason, and goes to class.
I'm not going
Shuby
to.
says, I'm going
I'm not going to animate this. It says.
class. Steely says we should go together. When he enters the stairs to head to class, he checks his phone and he's got a couple messages, a few from his friends and Shuby, nothing out of the ordinary, except one from an unknown contact. Have a day you dreamed of. That's kind of creepy on with his day. It's crucial to know that this story is taking place in a sort of future. This time, he wants to steal the car of a prolific inventor and CEO called Garter. So later that day, Steely and his friend go down to the office campus
This is
and try to
fucking
park their
Frank
car there
Ocean
because
Blonde?
they know this inventor's
Some
mysterious car
future
is parked
shit.
at the same spot. When they come at the gate, a security guard tells them,
Is it
hey,
sci-fi?
you can't park here. You need credentials, of course. To which Steely says, no, I want to get this car. And he just gets out of the car and starts running into the parking structure. So, of course, the guard starts chasing after him, shouting for his credentials. So Steely has got to hide or get out of there. Steely stumbles upon the inventor's car he wants to steal. He uses his breaking in cars skills, hops in it, and that's where he gets another text from this unknown caller, saying, chase the rabbit, 3 ways down, a ways to go. Steely is kind of taken aback. He's like, who's there? To which he gets the response, do you really have time? No, he doesn't. There's a security guard coming his way, so he starts the car, and guess what? There's an empty parking spot 3 floors down in the parking. So it seems that this unknown contact, unknown number, is kind of just looking over him. Later, he's driving with Shuby in this mysterious inventor's car, and Shuby plugs in a device she found in the car with rainbow wires, which, once it's plugged in, makes Steely trip so hard for a moment. 1 second he's driving, and the other he's describing his view like being on a floating island. He is so high, which makes him drop coffee on him. He takes a while to feel it, but eventually Steely stops the car and slowly comes back to reality. His girlfriend Shuby smiles at him. They're happy, and that's where he gets another message on his phone from that unknown number, which goes on and on and on. And that's the story. Look, it was a long story, so I broke it down a lot, but still, it's an interesting story nonetheless. The real mystery here for me was this message at the end. I didn't really care about the story that much. It's not Morse code. It sounds silly, but this could be his nirvana. This could be the happiest moment he's ever lived and the happiest moment he's ever gonna live. He's just driving around with his girlfriend and being young and in love and free. But right now, at the point of his life, he doesn't understand it. It's like someone is trying to tell him, this is the best moment of your life. This is what the text could be, but to him, it's just gibberish. It goes on and on, but he doesn't care. He's already in his nirvana. He's already there. Future Free is the final song on Blonde and serves as a sort of epilogue to the whole album. The song talks about what Frank took away from these teenage years and his accomplishments in the music industry. It's kind of a retrospective track about his life up until now.
If I was being honest, I say long as I can fuck 3 times a day and not skip a meal, I'm good.
The title Future Free is related to the font of the same name, but also to the themes of the song, looking forward to the future and appreciating what he's got now as an artist.
Now I'm making 400, 600, 800K, mama, stand on my feet, mama.
This first verse all comes off as a discussion that Frank is having with his mom about
pay
how
me,
far
mama.
he has come, which is an important topic in this
I'm
song.
not
So
a-
you gotta keep that in mind.
no,
He's like, I'm making money, mama. These songs are like therapy, mama. He's seeking like approval from his mother. And this fame and success is hard to bear for Frank because he doesn't want to lose it.
Check on me, please give me immortality.
It's like, I'm gonna die one day, so I'm fading rapidly, and I just want to live this forever, so make me live forever. We get a cute line where Frank remembers how Tyler and him were good friends, even back before Odd Future blew up. But the most crucial line of this song is definitely the last one.
Shit went 180 on me. Please run that back.
All of this
Tyler slept on my sofa. Go back that far.
his fame, his love relationships, were not something that Frank predicted or controlled, really. And even with all this heartbreak he's lived, if he had the chance, he'd just want to do it all again. The exact same way. Even though it went 180 on him, he would be begging to just live it all over again. Because, nonetheless, those were the best years of his life.
Make sure you speak up. Okay. What's your name? Ryan. Yo, hey, be quiet.
You'd expect the album to end there, but after a minute of silence, we get these sort of old interviews. This is actually a compilation of recorded dialogue that's featured in the Boys Don't Cry magazine. It's in a page called Hopes and Dreams, where some relatives from Frank answer a bunch of questions like what's their names, what's their first memories, and the superpower they'd choose if they had one. It's just like a final moment of strong nostalgia on Blonde, with not only the Blonde theme, but also these children being interviewed. But the last question the interviewer asks is pretty interesting.
How far is a light year? How far is a light year?
It seems pretty much out of place. Like, you're asking kids who are probably 10 years old, how far is a light year? What, they're gonna answer like quantum mechanics questions too? And obviously, there's no answer. It's just gibberish. That question is there to connect with what he said in the previous song, well, Future Free, how far he's come, proving it to his mama. That's kind of what I love about this ending. It's not ending the album clearly, it's just asking an open question. How far is a light year? How far we've come, and how far can we still go? Blonde is not a classic over-the-top heartbreak love story, and I think that's what makes it so interesting to learn about. Like, a normal real-life heartbreak is not a Hollywood performance or soundtrack where you're just begging for your Prince Charming to come back on your knees in the rain in the middle of the night. That's just not how things are in life. Breakups are fucking boring and lame. An album like Blonde has a story with imperfections, holes, and blind spots inside it. We don't even see why they break up. That's pretty major, right? But I mean, that's how you would tell your teenage years. I think it's so relatable because that's just how we tell ourselves our memories and story in our head. It's just like things that pop out like, oh yes, I did this. Oh yes, that I kind of regret that. If I could leave you with what I think is the best advice to take from this album, if you think back at a time in your life, whatever, good or bad, cherish the good that came from that and just drive away from it. Because that's all we can do. It's life. We move forward until we don't. Don't regret it. Just move forward. It was all good.
Keep
in the end,
moving
it's still gonna be all
forward.
good.
Keep moving forward.
What do you say when a Jewish boy is kicked on a New York City sidewalk?
Wait, what the fuck? That was it?
Just move forward. It was all good, and in the end, it's still gonna be all good.
Frank Ocean Blonde. Fire ass album. Shit went 180 on me. Please run that back though.
On the 23rd of March, 2017, Kendrick Lamar dropped The Hard Part 4, the fourth installment in a series of singles that Kendrick now uses to tease upcoming projects on the way. In this song, Kendrick teases this new project by talking about his influence on the music industry and how he's still the greatest rapper alive. Basically, nothing you wouldn't expect from Kendrick, right? However, nobody knew that what Kendrick had for us was his darkest project to date. Filled with religious ideals and mysterious structures hidden within the tracklist, Damn tells of the twisted journey of a man who's cursed without really knowing why. As he retrospects on his past, his rap career, and his many sins, he realizes all of this ties back to one terrifying thought: being damned to hell.
Damn.
If there's a rap album that keeps intriguing me to this day, even if it's been out for a couple of years now, it's gotta be Damn. Believe it or not, this is the album that got me into hip-hop. Before that, I didn't listen to rap. And this album did the trick for me, not only because of the great music on there, but because there was clearly something special about this album that I didn't fully understand. Right from the bat, you're met with a pretty odd track list with all songs titled after only one word followed by a dot, like the title, Damn. You'll notice some of these songs have
Mr.
religious
Propaganda.
connotations, some of them even being related to the 7 deadly sins. The lyrics are pretty cryptic too, for the most part, with a ton of repeating lines throughout the album, like a line reminding us constantly that what happens on Earth stays on Earth. And the craziest part is, as a listener, by making certain choices, you can
Mr.
basically
Propaganda.
impact how the story plays out on this record. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's start at the beginning. A rather strange beginning, because the story on Damn starts with the death of Kendrick Lamar.
Mr. Propaganda.
The first song on the album, Blood, tells a rather simple story.
So I was taking a walk the other day.
Kendrick
Mr.
is walking down
Propaganda.
a street somewhere
Mr.
and
Propaganda.
stumbles upon a blind woman. Now, who is this blind woman? It's not very clear as of now. However, Kendrick notices that she seems kind of frustrated. It's like she had dropped something on the sidewalk and was trying to find it, but you know, she's blind, so it's a little harder. Kendrick still decides to help her though. He just offers to help look for that thing she might have lost. But then the woman replies with something very strange.
She replied, "Oh yes. Psych! You've lost your life."
And Kendrick dies suddenly from a gunshot. So now you're like, what the fuck is happening, right? Is Kendrick dead for the rest of the album? Who killed him? Was it the lady? Or was it like a setup? Some gang planted this lady there just to kill Kendrick when he passed?
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words,
Well, considering we're just entering the album and that this story is definitely one of the most interesting pieces of the puzzle on this album, I'm gonna come back to it in a bit. But for now, let's turn our focus to actually the very first lines on this album. The song Blood starts with probably the most important lines of the whole album, without which it wouldn't really make sense as a whole. First of all, here Kendrick introduces the two main themes in Damn: wickedness and weakness. And these two themes will constantly oppose themselves to each other on this album. While weakness means the state or condition of lacking strength or a quality or feature regarded as a disadvantage or fault, wickedness means the quality of being evil or morally wrong. This also makes sense with the front and back cover on this record. The front cover represents weakness, as Kendrick is in a submissive position. This sounds wrong. I mean, look at him. We barely see his face, like he's almost bowing or something. But the back cover is more about wickedness, because Kendrick is surrounded by darkness and opposed.
Loyalty featuring Rihanna. Love featuring. Loyalty, love. XXX featuring.
To light, right? In Christianity, light represents the good and darkness is evil. He seems also pretty much ready to beat up someone with that face. So this cover, weakness, and this cover, wickedness. And on Blood, Kendrick presents these themes as kind of a choice to make. Are we weak or are we evil? And this choice will result in an outcome. You decide, are we gonna live or die? So we already know what's related to these themes. If you choose either one of them, you're gonna either live or die. There is clearly some sort of secret meaning or mystery behind this song, and Kendrick even confirmed it.
Starting with Blood. Blood. It is one of the most interesting pieces on the record. Is it the beginning of the end or the end of the beginning? I can't tell you that. That's the whole thing. Come on.
DNA is the second song on Damn, and it acts as a proper introduction to the character of Kendrick on this album. So, to put him in context, he's a well-established rapper on the top of his game, winning awards after another. It's almost too perfect. And it's no surprise, right, because he had just released To Pimp a Butterfly, which is already considered one of the best albums of all time. But on this song, he's almost too perfect. He's so fucking confident on here. And this makes you question the timeline of events here. Why is Kendrick being killed on the first track, right? Considering Kendrick is talking about himself in the past, when he says, I was taking a walk the other day, it could be like Kendrick is telling a story made up because he didn't die for real. Or maybe a theory that's a little more out there could be that it's a life flashback. He sees his life pass in front of his eyes before he dies, right? Maybe, but it's way too early to tell. In the first verse, Kendrick tells us 23 things that are in his DNA. This
LOL, bro. Bobby Cod is real.
Same number as the number of chromosome pairs in the human DNA. There's quite some negative stuff here. Poison, pain, kill shit, and evil. But Kendrick still has some good in him. He's loyal, he's joyous, he's also peaceful. So yeah, a lot of things in his DNA. But let's take a step back and look at these songs as a whole rather than focus on specific lines. Because it's really easy to get lost when you're analyzing a Kendrick Lamar record. You can draw meaning from every fucking word in the song, which I'm trying not to do too much. Remember the most important line in this album. Is it wickedness? Is it weakness? What if we took both of these themes and applied them to the songs directly? In other words, if you had to choose, would a song like DNA be more associated with weakness or wickedness? Wickedness, right? You can just look at the list of things Kendrick has in his DNA. Most of them could be associated with wickedness in general. Evil, war, kill shit, money, murder. I think these are good examples of wicked things. Or just how Kendrick raps on this song. He seems angry, on edge, like he's ready to throw a punch at anybody. So DNA has got to be about wickedness. But that's where it gets interesting. What do you think Blood is about? Well, weakness, obviously. He fucking dies on the song. And if you had to guess, which one of those two would be the next song about? Ya is the third track on Damn, and right off the bat, you'll notice this song is way less energetic than DNA.
I'm diagnosed with real nigga conditions.
You'll see this song is way more pessimistic and vulnerable, so it seems that every song on Damn alternates between wickedness and weakness. And keep in mind, you decide, are we gonna live or die? There's clearly something here. This song is basically a moment where Kendrick is reflecting on his massive fame. Even though he's one of the best rappers worldwide, he's worried he's gonna burn out.
My mama told me that I'ma work myself to death.
He's tired of interviews and news talking about him. In the hook, Kendrick says,
Buzzing, radars is buzzing.
Kendrick's radars are buzzing, meaning he's starting to be aware of that and to realize what negative effects this has on him. If we look at the title, you'd think Ya is just an abbreviation of the expression yeah. And that's what I thought until I searched it up. Ya is actually referring to Yahweh, the closest estimation to God's actual name in Hebrew, which, you know, is kind of fitting because there's so many religious themes in this album.
Not about a religion. I'm an Israelite. Don't call me black no more.
Wait, what? Did he just say he wasn't religious in an album that's literally packed with religious themes? This is actually where we learn a crucial thing about Kendrick on this album. Kendrick isn't religious in any way, but he does identify as an Israelite.
Bebop.
So, what's an Israelite?
Say yes to this cookware set and to a delicious pre-made holiday feast for those of us too busy to cook. I'm gonna need all the mac and cheese.
How many are you hosting?
Just me, just me. Say yes to what you want this holiday.
Yes, Bond.
According to the Bible,
if you're asking to apply to churn a super chat, that's a big fucking W, bro.
Israelites are God's chosen people, descendants of Israel, and they're often linked.
That's a huge fucking W.
To the book.
Dude, why would you not apply to it? I'm thinking about a person who catches the fish cod.
Of Deuteronomy, where a verse from this book states that these people, the Israelites, will be cursed with confusion, frustration, and illnesses until they follow God's will. Now, what does this mean in this context? Well, we learn a bit later in this album that Israelites are basically all people of color, according to Kendrick's cousin Carl.
The so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native American Indians. We are the Israelites according to the Bible.
Carl says that all the fucked up shit that's been happening around the world, and especially in America with all the racism, he provides a reason for that. Why this is all happening. It's because to him, people of color are God's chosen people, Israelites, and until all those people follow God's true commandments, they're gonna be cursed with all the bad shit that's been happening, right? So according to Carl, Kendrick is also cursed as an Israelite. But Kendrick doesn't give a shit. Like, Kendrick is like, oh yeah, God is cursing me, right? Me, the biggest rapper ever, right? Good joke. And even if Kendrick is feeling a little down on himself in Ya, Kendrick just decides to focus even more on his career, staying in his element.
New Kung Fu Kitty! Ain't nobody praying for me!
Element starts with Kid Capri shouting these lines, which will reoccur throughout the album. He says, ain't nobody praying for me, which fits within the religious theme of the last song. But
yes, watch time hours. Hey, look, you wanna know about watch time hours? This is watch time hours. This is watch time hours. W watch time hours. Bobby Poff. Bobby Poff Gaming. Nope, it's Bobby Cod. OG Bobby Cod.
Then he says,
Y'all know what happens on Earth stays on Earth!
which seems like a pretty important piece of the puzzle to me. I mean, not only this phrase is stamped in the jewel case for the CD edition of Damn, but it apparently was the original name of the album before it was changed to Damn. So what does it mean? Well, when you hear it, it's kind of reminiscent of an expression everyone knows. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. And it means, like, if you go to Vegas and gamble your life savings on drugs and hookers, nobody has to know. And they won't. So if you take it in the context of this album, Kendrick realizes, well, nobody's praying for me, and no matter what I do on this earth, I'm gonna end up damned anyway. So why does it matter?
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Element is a song about Kendrick asserting himself as the best rapper in the game, even more than on DNA. And this is a direct response to what happened on Ya, with Kendrick learning he's apparently cursed. He doesn't give a fuck, he's a successful rapper, what's gonna happen, right? Anyway, Kendrick is shouting out loud that nobody is praying for him as kind of a flex, right? A rapper flex.
Bitch, all my grandma's dead, so ain't nobody praying for me, I'm on your head.
But strangely, Kendrick comes to the realization that, wait, is there really nobody praying for me?
Ain't nobody
The transition from Element to Feel is a very important one, because in Element, Kendrick mentioned nobody prayed for him, but he didn't give a fuck. However, the first few seconds going into Feel show us that, yes, Kendrick gave a fuck. One thing very interesting about those very first seconds in the song, you'll notice a female voice is saying the same phrase as Kendrick alongside him. This is the voice of Chelsea Blythe, who works A&R for Columbia Records and is a part of Kendrick's team of managers and producers. And this is to show that even in the music industry, nobody prays for him. Nobody's really loyal to him, not even in his team. This is crucial because in Element, Kendrick takes refuge in his rap career to escape the fact that he's apparently cursed. But when he realizes that he can't hide there anymore, that's when Kendrick opens up about what he really feels. The song is pretty straightforward. It's almost all written in the template of I feel like blank. So what does Kendrick feel like?
I feel like a chip on my shoulders. I feel like I'm losing my focus.
Nigger.
Fun, bro. Fuck out of here. That was a fucking move.
I already seen it. Yeah, I already watched it. You just use a really shitty picture. You just use a really shitty picture. That's all. Like, you can't even see my face, bro. This picture sucks ass. You know what you gotta use? You gotta use this picture. This picture's tough. That is look cool as fuck. That's the real Spider-Man. Props in Ninjago. This is the best picture here. For the Spider-Man. It's just a bit blurry.
Kendrick feels like nobody's looking out for him, obviously, but he also feels like isolating himself from everyone. He also talks about his place in the music industry, how when he's on that stage, he feels like the best out there, but he's all alone in that world, and everybody in the industry are just enemies to him.
The villain is toxic. I feel like I'm boxing demons, monsters, false prophets, scheming sponsors, industry promises.
But see how every...
Freaking Sherilyn. Damn, Bon. Sherilyn Kasika. What the fuck?
It's the biggest sale of the year at Dick's. Score up to 30% off Nike, up to 40% off hoodies and sweatshirts from Adidas, Carhartt, and more. Plus, up to 50% off basketball hoops and up to 50% off table tennis tables. Shop in-store and on Dicks.com. Don't miss Black Friday deals at Dick's.
Song complements each other using the wickedness or weakness theory. On Element, Wickedness, Kendrick addresses his place in the music industry as he's the best one in the game and shitting on everyone else. However, on Feel, Kendrick still talks about the music industry and how he's the best, but also how this industry he dominates is full of toxicity, therefore showing weakness again. But the most crucial thing we can take away from the song is that Kendrick might be cursed for real. Like Deuteronomy says, he's confused, he's frustrated, he can't sleep, he can't breathe. So before, in YOOO and Element, it was like, ooh, I'm not religious enough, so God's gonna curse me, ooh, spooky. But on this song, Kendrick realizes, wait, what if it's real? Loyalty is a direct response to Feel in a way. nobody prays for him, so he wants loyal people close to him who are going to pray for him, basically. There's also a video for Loyalty, which honestly adds so much to the song and the album, so I can't talk about this song without mentioning the music video. First of all, the video is filled with imagery that we could take as anything, really. We got this dog barking at the beginning with red eyes, a portion of a street with red making a form of cross. Then we have Kendrick literally being murdered by Rihanna while blindfolded, maybe as a test of loyalty. But then Kendrick and Rihanna fall in love after he beats up a dude, and we get this playing. We also get a scene with a Kendrick dressed in black kidnapping another Kendrick dressed in white. That Kendrick is then choked to death with a bag, maybe because he wasn't loyal. Keep in mind we had 2 Kendricks on the covers too. Maybe something to think about. But the thing the video illustrates the best is how only the most loyal people get into Kendrick's inner circle, with all these people trying to approach Kendrick but then sinking into the ground. All in all, Loyalty is a song about Kendrick trying to fix his problems with nobody praying for him by only having the most loyal people beside him.
That's gonna get you killed. But pride's gonna be the death.
Pride starts with another interesting song phrase. And when you first hear it, it's kind of hard to decipher the real meaning here. He says love's gonna get you killed, but pride also? Like, what? But there's clearly a distinction Kendrick makes here between killed and death, body and spirit. Basically, he says love's gonna put you in the ground, but pride will infect your mind and damage the ones around you. That's why he says pride is gonna be the death of you and me. This
trusted by over 2,000 pro and college teams. Honey Stinger, the fuel teams trust.
Own a vacation rental? If it's not listed on Booking.com, it's invisible to millions of travelers on our platform who can't book what they can't see.
This here is extremely significant, especially for the story, because it brings a whole new meaning to the song Blood, where, if you remember, Kendrick is killed by a gunshot after trying to help an elderly blind woman. Maybe Kendrick didn't literally die from being shot. Maybe it's his spirit that was shot or wounded. After all, the lady says he's lost his life by being too focused or blinded by the success of his career. Pride is considered as a feeling of deep pleasure or satisfaction derived from one's own achievements. Hence, Kendrick's pride is his rap career, obviously. With the past few songs and everything, you can tell that pride is slowly infecting his mind with the fact he's the greatest rapper of all time. I mean, he can't stop talking about it. DNA, Ya, and Element were just about his rap career. Pride is also considered like the worst possible sin in the Bible, because pride makes you feel like you're more worthy and above everyone else, even God. And in Christianity, nobody's supposed to feel superior to God, right? In the song, Kendrick talks about struggling with pride in his rap career.
I don't love people enough to put my faith in man. I put my faith in these lyrics.
He's literally living through his rap career. He just said he cares more about his lyrics than other people. In the hook, Kendrick mentions he wasn't taught to share and care, but in another life, in that perfect world, maybe he was there. Maybe in that perfect alternate
Give me
universe,
a credit card for free
there's a
chocolate.
Kendrick
Subscribe
that cares
first.
about people and shares what he's gained. But then in the hook, Kendrick starts doubting there's even one universe in which he doesn't have pride.
Maybe I wasn't there.
Maybe I wasn't there.
Is the 8th track on Down, and is a braggadocious rap song where Kendrick takes shots at other people, but also at himself. By the way, fun fact, the instrumental for this song was actually this close to being given to Gucci Mane,
I sleep
which
in
would have been a
boring
fucking
days.
disaster. But anyway, the first verse is organized like a classic
Doomskis.
braggadocious rap. He's not really taking
Interesting.
shots at anyone else. He's just talking about himself and how great he is, how he's the best rapper of all time. Who would have guessed? But then the chorus comes, and Kendrick is basically reflecting on what he just said, thinking to himself, I gotta be humble about that. Humble is the turning point in the album, and it's where we enter what I like to call the healing phase of this album. It's really where it becomes evident how the transitions between the tracks of the album are crucial to understanding what's happening. The only way Kendrick can overcome his biggest sin, pride, is with humbleness. And this is hard for Kendrick so
Wait, is that
hard
Bond?
that he can't help himself.
Yo! Yo, that's Bond. Wait, Bond is on Roblox? Yo! Yo! Linkmon, look at the bottom. Wait, Bond, jump, Bond. Jump up and down. Wait, stand still. Bond, jump. Wait, stand still. If you can hear me. Stand still and then... But does Bond hear me? Bond, bro, jump. Bond, jump. Oh, he's got the fucking wannabe shirt. W wannabe shirt. Jump, Bond. Damn. Damn, he's got the wannabe shirt on. Dude, this shirt looks fucking awesome, bro. Wow. I guess he has a really fucking poop ass device. He can't run two things at the same time. He only has a iPod.
Not throw shots at other people too in the second verse. It's like, bitch, I gotta be humble. But you two, I mean, it's not for nothing that we hear Rihanna say this in Loyalty. It's so hard to be humble. Still, Kendrick manages to get rid of one of his biggest sins. But what about the others?
Big day, everybody. That's the spirit. We're having lots of fun.
What's going on?
Oh, the Homes.com network just hit 100 million visitors.
Yeah, we get that every month.
Party every month, everybody! I don't know how to change the song on this. Homes.com, the place to find a place.
Opioid addiction gets between you and what you love. Once monthly Sublocade may help you.
Lust is the ninth. Water. I need some water. That's fucking funny. Lust is the ninth song on Damn, and another one of the 7 deadly sins. Lust is considered as a very strong sexual desire, but as a sin, it's considered more as when sexual pleasure is sought for itself, isolated from its procreative and cumulative purposes. Anyway, this song fits its title pretty well because it's a really sexual song. Just looking at the hook, as blood rushed my favorite vein. Gee, I wonder where that is. Let me put the...
Who the fuck is that? Link Mom, bro. Is that RC07? Is that RC? He said fucking freaking RC07 in here, bro. RC07, bro. Join artist and drummer.
Head in. I respect the cat. I promise. Just a touch. Dude, I don't know what's wrong with me, okay? I've listened to this album probably more times than I've jerked off in my life. No, that's not true. No, but I've listened to this album so many times and I've never picked up on that. Like, what the fuck is wrong with me? Anyway, the first verse of the song is telling the routine of a man and a woman who just live for short types of pleasure.
Wake up in the morning, think about money, kick your feet.
Album so many times and I've probably more respect the cat. I promise. Just a touch. Dude, I don't know what's wrong with me, okay? I've listened to this... The hook. As blood rushed my favorite vein. Just a touch. Dude, I don't know what's wrong with me, okay? I've listened to this album probably more times than I've jerked off in my life. No, that's not true. No, but I've listened to this album so many times and I've never picked up on that. Like, what the fuck is wrong with me? Anyway, the first verse of the song is telling the routine of a man and a woman who just live for short types of pleasure.
Wake up in the morning, think about money, kick your feet up. Watch you a comedy, take a shit.
And just go to sleep to do it all over again. The second verse, though, tells us of the routine of Kendrick, a rapper who's stuck in his ways. He's telling himself he needs to change, but at the end of the day, he doesn't. This is another example of Kendrick exposing his weaknesses. He also states he's not only been lusting over sexual pleasures, but now fame and money. One more interesting thing is that Kendrick now seems to fear God because of his lust. This is actually the first time in this album Kendrick talks about a fear of being damned by God. And I can't help to think that this is so fucking interesting because, like, Kendrick is supposedly cursed by God in Feel, track 5, but nowhere in that song he mentions he's scared of God, right? It's only when he starts his healing process that he starts fearing God. It's like he's slowly becoming more religious just because he fears what God could do to him, which is just crazy to me. You'll see this sentiment of fear will only grow stronger in the next tracks. He's slowly starting to drift more towards weakness. Right from the start, we can tell that there's a strong connection between love and the last track, Lust. Love is the literal opposite of lust, and on this song, love is the main subject. Kendrick mainly talking about his relationship with his wife, Whitney Alford. Although, Kendrick still emphasizes he values one thing more than love: loyalty.
Keep it 100, I'd rather you trust me than to.
This makes a whole lot of sense, especially if we look at the music video for Loyalty, where it's basically a love story between Kendrick and Rihanna.
Also, remember the two Kendricks from the Loyalty video where one chokes another one to death? Well, they kind of reappear in the video for Love, with the one wearing black being happy and in love, and the one wearing white being unhappy and in a sort of toxic relationship.
Note that in the beginning, Kendrick presents a choice again, like in Blood: love or lust, wickedness or weakness. Kendrick goes from lust to love on this album, obviously with the transition from the track Lust to the track Love.
Also, the Kendrick in black represents what's happening right now in the story. He overcome his lust with love. So why is there another Kendrick doing the complete opposite?
He obviously chose love in the end. Why do you need to mention it? Well, dude, I love doing this. Me knowing something you don't know yet. There's a big reveal coming soon, trust me. So it seems that Kendrick overcomes his pride with humbleness and overcomes his lust with love. He's letting go of his wickedness, this evil side of him, by getting rid of all his sins. Ah, there he is. Kung Fu Kenny. XXX is all about painting a very poor picture of America in general. It's not for nothing that the first verse is cut off in the intro, showing a poor understanding of America's problems. The first verse talks about the mindset of...
Why did RCO7, bro? RCO7, bro. Join the stream, bro. RCO7, bro. Join the stream.
I am weak.
Join the fucking stream, bro. Put a W in the chat or some shit.
Of young black men growing up in poverty and crime-infested areas, basically saying that in harsh situations, they're gonna find a way to survive. But if you take the gratitude from them, they'll become ruthless and willing to kill.
I chip a nigga, then throw the blower in his lap.
Kung Fu Kenny, am I right? Then we get introduced to a character by the name of Johnny.
Johnny don't want to go to school no more, no more.
But instead wants to be a rapper like his big cousin. Looking back on it from today, it's very likely the character Johnny is actually Baby Keem. Kendrick Lamar is Baby Keem's older cousin, so Johnny wants to be a rapper. That's Baby Keem. Anyway, in the second verse, Kendrick gets a call from a friend who says his son has been killed because he had some kind of money problems, and asks Kendrick for advice. On the same phone call, Kendrick says that if anybody touched his family, it would result in him killing that person, and openly admitting, bitch, I did that. This also ties into Kendrick's loyalty, right, towards his family. I'd rather you trust me than to love me. But then Kendrick abruptly ends the call by saying he has to speak at a convention.
Alright kids, we're gonna talk about gun control.
Pray for me.
Then we get the chorus by YOOO, which says a lot on its own. This first line is probably referring to the US in general, which is not only associated to a place, but also an idea, the American dream. However, he then follows with the phrase, even with this American dream, people are still turning a blind eye to corruption, gun violence, and just evil acts in the country, which are huge issues, especially in America.
The great American flag is wrapped and dragged with explosives.
In the final verse, Kendrick addresses these issues in the form of a convention speech. This also ties in with that verse from Pride, where Kendrick talks about a perfect world, right? The way Kendrick talks about his country is the complete opposite of a perfect world. But now if we go back to the title of the song, the first thing that would come to mind is that this title is like censored, right? Or inappropriate, like X-rated. And there's a line in the song that supports that. But since this song is mainly about America, this title could also be USA, just censored or X-rated. And by realizing all of this, Kendrick can't help but be afraid of the future. Fear is the 12th song on Damn, and my personal favorite. Fear starts with a voicemail from Carl Duckworth, Kendrick's cousin, who calls him because he's heard that Kendrick has been struggling with the fact that nobody prays for him.
I know you feel like people ain't been praying for you, but you have to understand we are cursed people.
Carl explains that the reason Kendrick feels this way is because they're cursed. And this confirms what Kendrick thought on YOOO, remember?
Deuteronomy 28:28 says, "The Lord shall smite thee with madness and blindness."
Carl quotes Deuteronomy 28. It's a common passage used by Hebrew Israelites to explain why African Americans and other minorities experience so many atrocities, from slavery, disease, and poverty to lack of civil rights. Hebrew Israelites believe that Africans, Latinos, and Native Americans need to embrace their true identity as God's people in order for their punishment to subside. So until Kendrick follows these commandments, he's gonna feel cursed.
Why God do I gotta suffer?
But then we get a verse from Kendrick sung backwards. This is actually the verse that was just sung normally before that. But this is there for a reason, guys. That means we're going back in time.
Style
and substance.
In the GMC.
In 1994, Kendrick was 7 years old, living with his father and mother in a rather abusive setting.
I beat your ass, you talking back. I beat your ass, brought you back.
Kendrick's worst fear as a kid was his mother violently punishing him for his actions. Whether it was for crying in public or him jumping on the couch, his mother would tell him, well, do that, and I'll beat your ass. As Kendrick's mother becomes more and more aggressive with time, she says,
I beat your ass, you better not run to your father. I beat your ass, you know.
As Kendrick's father is the only one who could protect him from his mother. In fact, Kendrick's father was really around during his youth and he looked up to him a lot.
Nigga, you gon' fear me if you don't fear no one else.
This concludes the first verse out of 3 on the song Fear, each verse representing the worst fear of Kendrick at a certain age. The second verse, however, takes place 10 years later. In 2004, Kendrick was 17 years old, still living in Compton and taking part in gangs and illegal activity. Like in the first verse, Kendrick only mentions one fear: death.
I probably die anonymous, I probably die with promises.
Kendrick is terrified of dying from really anything, with each line speculating on a way he could die at that age. Maybe it's going to be from being shot at by police officers, or maybe just because he's young and living in a high crime rate neighborhood.
I probably die because that's what you do when you're 17.
This concludes the second verse on Fear, and now we get to the last verse, once more, 10 years later.
Going back to Honolulu just to get that.
In 2014, Kendrick was 27 years old and was working on his album T-Town. With this newfound fame, Kendrick not only had one fear, but many, many more.
When I was 27, I grew accustomed to more fear.
Among others, his biggest fear was losing it all as a famous rapper. Remember, Kendrick thinks he's cursed, so he doubts why God would lend him all this fame and money, thinking it's just a joke.
All this money is God playing a joke on me.
And he finally says this.
Wondering if I'm living through fear or living through rap. Damn.
This is literally referring to the first line of the album. Kendrick wonders on this album if he's still alive because of fear and weakness, or because of his rap career and his wickedness. Keep that in mind. All in all, Fear is an eye-opening track for Kendrick, where he reflects on previous events in his life and decides to finally change his ways.
I love you, family, and I pray for you. God bless you. Shalom.
Shalom.
God is a direct response to fear, and especially that voicemail. In order to not feel cursed anymore, Kendrick chose to follow God and his commandments. In other words, he chose weakness. And now, I'm not personally saying that being religious or anything is a sign of weakness. This is just what Kendrick implies on this song for many reasons. Following the weakness/wickedness structure, God is a weakness song. Also, it's interesting that when you read the last 2 tracks together, it forms the phrase, fear God. And that's not for nothing, because there's a sense of weakness and fear coming from Kendrick on this song.
Don't judge me, my mama coming with a trap.
Kendrick is repeatedly saying, don't judge me, before mentioning a bad thing he's done in his life.
Don't judge me, I was young, fucking other brats.
This contrasts so much with, for example, a song like Ya, where he's like, get money, get bitches, you know? And now this is his way of saying, God, I know I've been bad, but please don't send me to hell. So going back to that line in Fear, wondering if I'm living through fear or living through rap, Kendrick is finally telling us he lives through fear of God. Is it over? Can we just answer that question? Wickedness or weakness? You're like, oh, well, it's weakness. We've done it. We've solved it, I guess. That's what Kendrick chose in the end. He chose salvation. You decide, right? He chose salvation. But what if, and that's where this album becomes fucking mind-blowing, what if he was never meant to choose, and instead you were meant to choose for him?
It was always me versus the world. Until I found it's me versus me.
On Duckworth, the last track of this album, Kendrick realizes that even though he always thought his biggest obstacles in life came from other people, like being cursed, for example, he now realizes his biggest obstacle was him this whole time. We're gonna put it in reverse! But anyway, let's get to the core of the song, which, unlike what you would think, is not Kendrick just healing or tying up loose ends in a nice bow to end this album. It's actually just a story.
For this project, I teamed up with Adobe and was tasked with taking an unfinished film. To make this happen, Adobe Firefly has a range of models to work with. I'm able to take the building blocks that were given to me and turn them into something completely different.
Huggies front blowout blocker versus chocolate syrup. Will it blow out? Ta-da! Huggies Little Snugglers, the only leading brand with a front and back blowout blocker.
A story of two men, one named Anthony and the other named Ducky. Anthony was the oldest of a family of 7, a well-respected and calm guy, but his life quickly turned into a life of crime. At the age of 15, he was already drug dealing, and he quickly climbed in the business and got assigned to larger and larger amounts of drugs to sell. And that's when he was approached by cops. The cops were suspecting he was part of some illegal activity and told him, you know, you seem like a good kid. Maybe you could help us out as a confidential informer. Go in deep cover, figure out what's the whole operation. However, Anthony was loyal, so he said no, and just went back to KFC to get something to eat with his homies. At this KFC, there was a guy that worked the window there. That guy was Ducky, a rather nice and social guy. He also came from the streets, but now had a young son. He was actually working pretty hard because he had a goal to send his son to college, obviously, as it's pretty expensive, especially in the US. But he's not the only one who needs money. Anthony does too, but he didn't plan to work for it. He just planned to rob the KFC. However, Ducky was aware of that. Not only he came from the streets, but Anthony had robbed the place a few years ago, and even knew he shot a random customer there. Of course, he doesn't want Anthony to rob it again and maybe risk his life for that job. He's got a son, he needs to go to college, right? But at the same time, he's just a drive-thru worker. What is he gonna do about it? That's when Ducky thought, I'm gonna try and get on their good side. See, Anthony came often to that particular KFC, and every time he went to the drive-thru, Ducky thought about it and said, I gotta do something about this. So he just thought, well, have some free chicken, extra biscuits on the house every time he went through. And believe it or not, that worked. Anthony became so fond of Ducky that in the end, Anthony didn't even rob the place. That man, Ducky, was actually Kendrick's father. And 20 years later, when Kendrick was signed to Anthony's label, Top Dog Entertainment, and entered a recording studio with his son Kendrick, just to see Anthony sitting there again, they couldn't help but burst out laughing, because they realized something. If Kendrick's father didn't do what he did, and Anthony had robbed the KFC, killing everyone inside, including Ducky, Anthony may have been arrested for murder and never could have started his label, Top Dog Entertainment. So Kendrick's father, so fond of... See, Anthony came often to that particular KFC, and every time he went to the drive-thru, Ducky thought about it and said, I gotta do something about this. So he just thought, well, have some free chicken, extra biscuits on the house every time he went through. And believe it or not, informer. Go in deep cover, figure out what's the whole operation. However, Anthony was loyal, so he said no, and just went back to KFC to get something to eat with his homies. At this KFC, there was a guy that worked the window there. That guy was Ducky, a rather nice and social guy. He also came from the streets, but now had a young son. He was actually working pretty hard because he had a goal to send his son to college, obviously, as it's pretty expensive, especially in the US. But he's not the only one who needs money. Anthony does too, but he didn't plan to work for it. He just planned to rob the KFC. However, Ducky was aware of that. Not only he came from the streets, but Anthony had robbed the place a few years ago, and even knew he shot a random customer there. Of course, he doesn't want Anthony to rob it again and maybe risk his life for that job. He's got a son, he needs to go to college, right? But at the same time, he's just a drive-thru worker. What is he gonna do about it? That's when Ducky thought, I'm gonna try and get on their good side. See, Anthony came often to that particular KFC, and every time he went to the drive-thru, Ducky thought about it and said, I gotta do something about this. So he just thought, well,
wait, I don't get it.
Again, and maybe risk his life random. Not only he came from the streets, but Anthony had robbed the place a few years ago, and even knew he shot a random customer there. Of course, he doesn't want Anthony to rob it again and maybe risk his life for that job. He's got a son, he needs to go to college, right? But at the same time, he's just a drive-thru worker. What is he gonna do about it? That's when Ducky thought, I'm gonna try and get on their good side. See, Anthony came often to that particular KFC, and every time he went to the drive-thru, Ducky thought about it and said, I gotta do something about this. So he just thought, well, have some free chicken, extra biscuits on the house every time he went through. And believe it or not, that worked. Anthony became so fond of Ducky that in the end, Anthony didn't even rob the place.
I get excited about the Subaru Share the Love event because Subaru...
Tuition classes? Damn, like, come on.
Our chance to...
That man, Ducky, was actually Kendrick's father. And 20 years later, when Kendrick was signed to Anthony's label, Top Dog Entertainment, and entered a recording studio with his son Kendrick, just to see Anthony sitting there again, they couldn't help but burst out laughing, because they realized something. If Kendrick's father didn't do what he did, and Anthony had robbed the KFC, killing everyone inside, including Ducky, Anthony may have been arrested for murder and never could have started his label, Top Dog Entertainment. So Kendrick would have never been a rapper, and would have gone further into the cycle of gang crime and death that he barely avoided. Even though it's a fucking insane story, why include it as the final track on Down? Well, when you think about it, this story breaks the curse of Deuteronomy. It breaks the curse of
The fuck is that? I don't even know what the fuck that is.
Deuteronomy that Kendrick is so affected by. These two guys, Anthony and Ducky, found a way to navigate a situation without conflict, without acts of wickedness. Ducky and Anthony's good karma made Kendrick success. Kendrick became Kendrick Lamar the rapper because this curse of violence was broken for once. And honestly, it could end there, right? Kendrick has decided to live in the light of God, even if it means living in weakness, because he realizes that wicked acts could have forbidden him from being who he is today. It could end there, but it doesn't. And then we hear a gunshot, followed by the song Duckworth, just reversed. But it doesn't end there.
So I was taking a walk the other day.
What the fuck is happening? We know reversed audio on Fear was used to rewind back in time, right? So maybe it's a way to illustrate Kendrick's life passing him by after he's killed. But why would he be killed? The whole album is maybe like a flashback after he died. But still, it doesn't make sense. Let's hear what Soundwave, Kendrick's closest producer, has to say about this album. The album is half the battle. The real battle is making everything cohesive. That's the most challenging part. But the funnest part for me and Kendrick, we'll sit there for hours eliminating songs that are so amazing because they don't fit. It has to make sense. It has to be a perfect circle. It has to connect. About a week after the release of Damn, fans started to pick up on some clues left on the last track of the album, Duckworth, especially about the concept of reverse things. We're gonna put it in reverse! So what if we played the album in reverse, like the audio, for example? Okay, never mind. There's no way it's that. It just sounds unintelligible. Okay, but what if we took all of the tracks and just went through them in the reverse order? At first, that sounds so stupid. Like, that would be like watching a movie backwards, or just reading a story from the end to the start. It wouldn't make sense, right? Right? Well, Damn is not just a story. It's two themes, two concepts, two stories. We've heard one story by now, Kendrick's path to salvation, the one where Kendrick is cursed, then finds God and decides to live in weakness. But what about wickedness? At the end of Duckworth, we're left with a chilling possibility. What if Kendrick's father died? That gunshot at the end of the song is not Kendrick dying to show how the album is cyclical or something. It's Kendrick's father being murdered by Anthony. It's not for nothing that a few months later, Kendrick released a collector's edition for Damn, with the same songs but just in the reverse order. Is it wickedness? Is it weakness? You decide. Are we gonna live or die? By playing the album in either direction, you get an entirely different story. In the reverse one, it's an alternate timeline, where Kendrick's father is killed in the first track, Duckworth, and the rest of the album is answering that very question. If Kendrick's father had died, what would have Kendrick become? On the reverse tracklist, if Ducky dies on the first track, the next track would be God. This order changes everything.
This was
because right
God
from the start,
life.
Kendrick is religious, unlike the normal tracklist, where in YOOO, for example, Kendrick says he ain't about no religion. We can assume this is a younger Kendrick, as his father just died. Kendrick is also getting introduced to the world of crime on the streets.
I'm in the street sometimes, I can't afford it.
See how these songs are so carefully crafted. It's the same fucking song, but just in what order you play it, it takes an entire new meaning. In the normal tracklist, Kendrick has just implemented godly ways in his life, so it's a way of saying, I used to be more in the streets, but now I can't afford to do that anymore. While on the reverse tracklist, it's a way for a young Kendrick who just had his dad killed to say, I'm starting to be on the streets and I need money. But it's not just in the lyrics that this makes sense, it's also in the transition between songs.
Skechers has the perfect holiday gift for everyone. Hands-free cozy fit Skechers slip-ins. It's a hands-free holiday with Skechers slip-ins.
The Frame Pro with wireless One Connect box.
This is actually kind of lit. I knew that this was like this, but I didn't really fully understand the Duckworth storyline until now. Actually, that makes a lot more sense.
With the death of his father, fear takes on an entirely new meaning. The voice call from Carl where he says nobody has prayed for him,
I know you've been having a lot on your mind lately.
that could refer directly to the death of his dad. If you remember, the verses on this song are separated into 3 ages. Kendrick at 7, at 17, and at 27. And it's interesting that Kendrick's father is only mentioned in the first verse, where Kendrick is 7 years old. You better not run to your father, because at 17 or 27 in this theoretical timeline, he's dead. This is also an example of how transitions are crucial in this album. In the normal tracklist, Kendrick goes from fear to God, as in he fears God. He lives in weakness. But in this one, he doesn't fear God. He fears what's happening to his country, America. XXX is the first appearance of Kung Fu Kenny in this new tracklist, but it's also the first time we see a glimpse of what Kendrick is becoming as a result of not having a father. If you remember, this song has a friend of Kendrick calling him to say his son has been murdered, and Kendrick's response was,
I chip a nigga, then throw the blower in his lap, walk myself.
without having a father figure, Kendrick is adding more and more violent thoughts, wicked thoughts, and thinking about getting into a life of crime. He's slowly becoming Kung Fu Kenny. And now we get to Love, a relatively nice song talking about what Kendrick would do for his significant other and how he loves them. Remember the beginning of the song, Love or Lust?
Love and lust.
In the normal tracklist, Kendrick is on a path to salvation. He goes from lust, a purely sexual desire, to love, a heartfelt connection. But on this tracklist, it's the opposite. In this tracklist, instead of getting rid of sins, he's committing sins. Hence why this is Kendrick's path to wickedness.
I need some water.
Kendrick needs to be cleansed of his sins. He needs water, holy water. But an interesting thing to notice as we get further into the tracks, we get further away from God. Literally, the track God. It's like Kendrick leaves his godly ways behind and weaknesses behind, like love, for example, because love gets you killed, and slips further into wickedness. This is Kendrick's path to wickedness. As Humble in the original tracklist was about Kendrick being humble, this time it's about others being humble to Kendrick. Remember how this song felt a bit like of a diss, right? And even in the video you can see that. That's because here it's not about being humble yourself, it's about others being humble to Kendrick. And that shows even more when you get to Pride. If you remember, Pride was a song about being too satisfied with your own achievements, and that's the biggest sin you could do because you're feeling superior to everyone. Even God. When pride comes, then comes disgrace, but with the humble is wisdom. In this instance, Kendrick doesn't go from pride to humbleness. He goes
Jaden, your boss is here?
Goes from humbleness to pride. He just gains pride. Remember that video for Loyalty? A lot of things now make sense with this new tracklist. For example, the fact we hear Pride in the video, since it's the previous song that was played. It makes more sense in this instance. But also, remember that scene with the 2 Kendricks, one wearing black and one wearing white. This could be the 2 different possible versions of Kendrick meeting face to face. The one who's lost his father, slowly getting into a life of crime, and the one who still has a father and is a successful rapper. But why would the one in black kill the one in white? Well, this Kendrick is on a path of weakness, submitting himself to God, and this one is on a path of wickedness. So it's no surprise that the weakness Kendrick gets murdered. He's weak. This is really the part of the album where we see this new Kendrick is getting deep into a life of crime. Here, Loyalty takes an entire new meaning, because in the normal tracklist, it's about people around Kendrick to be loyal to him because nobody prays for him, if you remember. But on this tracklist, nowhere in those previous songs he's mentioned that nobody prays for him. That's kind of significant. So when he says he needs loyalty as in he needs, for example, loyal henchmen. Then we get to the part of the album where Kendrick starts to feel different. The song Feel, of course, talked about how Kendrick felt like nobody prayed for him, and how he felt cursed. This is also a song where Kendrick starts to isolate himself from friends and family. But it's really weird when you listen to the album in that way, because it just seems like it pops out of nowhere. There was this kind of pessimistic view of the world on the song Pride, but that was directed at the world. Everyone except Kendrick. Kendrick is starting to maybe feel cursed by God.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
But on Element, he clearly states, I don't give a fuck. Even though what he experiences on Feel is probably a sign of God telling him, change or you'll just continue feeling like that. But Kendrick is as wicked as ever on Element. You'll notice Kung Fu Kenny is much more present in this leg of the album, because that's what he's become now, this figure you shouldn't fuck with. Ya is also starting with the classic Kung Fu Kenny adlib, and is another low point for Kendrick, who talks about his insecurities, being a bit paranoid, and again strongly implying he's not about no religion. DNA is the second to last track on this reverse track list because it really wraps up this album in an interesting way. Everything is stripped off Kendrick until all that remains is his DNA and what's in it, which is mostly negative, like a big ball of anger. It's ironic that the normal track list starts with a Kendrick that has nothing but aggressiveness and sin inside of him, but ends up healing himself. And the reverse track list is the complete opposite. He lost so much. His father, his faith in God, love, humbleness, and all he's left with is lust, pride, and what's in his DNA. And keep in mind, this is all because he's lost guidance. His father wasn't there to raise him. So to me, it's like he's just become this cartel head, right? Or something. It's all about crime, making money, and bitches. There's only one place Kendrick can go from here.
Looks like distant galaxies.
These are the smallest vascular structures in the human brain.
At the very beginning of this video, I told you a story that didn't really make sense. And honestly, I apologize because I don't like to leave you guys in the dark for too long. But right now, it makes sense more than ever. In the story, Kendrick was taking a walk and saw a blind woman looking for something on the sidewalk. And Kendrick, wanting to help this woman, offered to help her look for that thing, just for the woman to answer, yes, you've lost something. You've lost your life. And Kendrick is shocked. I believe that with all of this, we can now guess who that lady is. The old blind lady. At the very beginning of this video, I told you a story that didn't really make sense. And honestly, I apologize because I don't like to leave you guys in the dark for too long. But right now, it makes sense more than ever. In the story, Kendrick was taking a walk and saw a blind woman looking for something on the sidewalk. And Kendrick, wanting to help this woman, offered to help her look for that thing, just for the woman to answer, yes, you've lost something. You've lost your life. And Kendrick is shocked. I believe that with all of this, we can now guess who that lady is. The old blind lady seemed like she was looking for something, seemed like she had lost something. What if that blind lady was God? Stay with me. What if that lady was God and was just looking for Kendrick in order to kill him? And here's my reasoning. There is a goddamn line in YOOO that to me is so obvious it's related to this story. I know he walks the earth, in reference to God. Kendrick knows God is walking this earth. And at first it might seem so insignificant, okay? But let's take this phrase literally. God is walking this earth. So, you know, if Kendrick was taking a walk the other day, maybe God was also taking a walk the other day. He's walking this earth and was trying to find Kendrick until Kendrick came himself to God in a final act of kindness. This is so goddamn ironic when you consider the whole album, because he's just been going downhill into a path of damnation. He's sinning left and right, and he doesn't give a fuck. But at the beginning, before his father died, Kendrick wasn't like that. He was still religious, and maybe in the end, he was like, I'm gonna try and do something good for once. As simple as helping a blind lady cross the street or look for something, right? He just wanted to help this blind lady, a chance at redemption, a chance to get closer to God after all those years. So in a final act of kindness, a final act of weakness, Kendrick hopes to be forgiven for all his sins, but I guess God didn't have much mercy for him. Damn is a kind of choose your own adventure in a way. It sounds kind of silly when I put it this way, but is it wickedness? Is it weakness? You decide, are we gonna live or die? By playing the album in either direction, you choose if Kendrick lives or dies. In the normal way, Kendrick takes a path to salvation and lives out of weakness. In the reverse track list, Kendrick's father dies and he follows a path to damnation where he dies to the hands of God out of wickedness. And it's dangling in your fucking face from the beginning of this album, and I can't get my mind off of it. It was right in front of you from the beginning of this video. I got you again. So in the end, it's kind of like,
damn.
Goddamn you.
I hope you enjoyed this video. I really do, because making it took so much more fucking time than I planned it to take. I'd like to take a moment maybe to like thank you guys. This channel has grown out way. Kendrick takes a path to salvation and lives out of weakness. In the reverse track list, Kendrick's father dies, and he follows a path to damnation, where he dies to the hands of God, out of wickedness. And it's dangling in your fucking face from
Is it weakness? Is it wickedness? Is it weakness? Is it wickedness? You decide, are you gonna live or are you gonna die? Damn. That really is kind of crazy. Is it wickedness? Is it weakness? But it's like, do you have a choice though? Because if his dad died and he goes down the path of evil, that's not his choice. But that's just the environment that exists in dictating that to him. So the environment that he's in dictates that he becomes evil. But if he has the dad and he knows Top Dog Entertainment, he's able to go down the weak path, which is the good path. And then you could say that is God choosing. Does his dad stay alive or does his dad die? And then goes down these different paths. It really shows that he doesn't get to choose. Something else chooses, which is what he's saying. Interesting. Yeah,
The beginning of
it's pretty damn good, I guess.
This album, and I can't get my mind off of it. It was right in front of you from your own adventure, in a way. It sounds kind of silly when I put it. Damn is a kind of choose your own adventure, in a way. It sounds kind of silly when I put it this way, but is it wickedness? Is it weakness? You decide, are we gonna live or die? By playing the album in either direction, you choose if Kendrick lives or dies. In the normal way, Kendrick takes a path to salvation and lives out of weakness. In the reverse track list, Kendrick's father dies and he follows a path to damnation, where he dies to the end of God, out of wickedness. And it's dangling in your fucking face from the beginning of this album, and I can't get my mind off of it. It was right in front of you from the beginning of this video. I got you again. So in the end, it's kind of like,
damn.
God damn you. I hope you enjoyed this video. I really do, because making it took so much more fucking time than I planned it to take. I'd like to take a moment maybe to thank you guys. This channel has grown out of proportions I never imagined it to be. Really, thank you for sticking around. And to the new ones, I'm gonna mail you Cheez-Its actually, right to your front door if you subscribe and like this video. Good night. And
this guy's not too bad. Not too bad, Tennis Tom. Not too shabby. I'll give you that. God damn you. God damn we. God damn us all.
Core is a testament of that. Everyone is terrified of being left alone. For many of us, we sometimes can make decisions that seem crazy just to avoid that very thing. And Igor is a testament of that. An eccentric and very unusual type of love story that hides a character tormented in a cycle of uncertainty, jealousy, and obsession that he can never get out of. Ever. That character is...
Got my
The
eyes
first song
open.
on the record is Igor's theme, and
Got my eyes open.
it acts in a way as a sort of opening credits to the album. As you just heard, the album starts with this very distinct bass sound, which will be used throughout the entire album, every track, which makes this album very consistent in its sounds. And to me, it really feels like one big song that you could just listen to again and again. Igor's sound is very unique, and this track serves as an introduction to this weird, eccentric world. This album is so far from anything Tyler has made before that it even released with a statement from Tyler himself, telling people to not expect a rap album. Just go on a drive, walk, whatever, just fully listen to it. Obviously, considering the title of this song, this acts also as our first introduction to the main character of this album, Igor, a new alter ego of Tyler. If you didn't know by now, each Tyler the Creator album has an alter ego that is attached to it. For now, we don't know much about Igor, except for his pretty unique physical style, which when Tyler was asked about why Igor looked like that, he said,
"Where did the idea for the wig come from? I don't want you to dismantle it to the point where it's not mysterious and fun anymore, but what is Igor?
I just thought it was cool.
Oh, okay. If we look at a lot of interviews on Igor, Tyler doesn't provide meaning or answers on most of what's happening on the record, because as he said in his opening statement, he wants people to figure out what it means for themselves. So, of course, Tyler didn't mention a reason for calling this new alter ego Igor, but we can kind of guess this is related to the mad scientist's lab assistant, Igor, who helps the mad scientist create Frankenstein.
He also probably just likes how the word Igor looks, because the word Igor just looks it just looks cool. He likes how words look.
and even mimicking his appearance on the cover, depicting Tyler with an eye slightly bigger than the other. And that's cool and all, but without any context, it's kind of hard figuring out what this means yet.
So let's start at the beginning.
The first actual lyric in the album is running. Running is a theme that comes back a lot in Igor, not only with track titles, but also with the heavy breathing that's all over this album. Tyler is breathing a lot on here, even on Igor's theme to kind of mimic someone running. And we also get the chorus on this song, which, you know, you can tie with how Tyler wanted all of us to listen to the album originally. Go on a walk, take a drive, run, whatever. But if we're starting a story right now, it kind of contextualizes the running. Tyler is running, right? Riding around town. But the real interesting part to me is they're gonna feel this one, this time. They are gonna feel it. There is something happening for real this time. I can't explain it either, but remember this. And in the last main bar of the song, we get Tyler has got his eyes open at that point. He can finally see something.
But not for long, because he finally meets him.
Earthquake is a song where we get introduced to the love interest of this story, a man, which we actually need a name. And you know what that means. Give me a name for a man who knows someone named Igor, who's actually Tyler the Creator. Eric? It sounds solid and doesn't immediately give away any hints about Tyler the Creator's identity. If we name him Eric, it's gonna give us some time. They're not gonna find out straight away. Right off the bat, we're taken aback by Tyler's pitched up voice here, which contrasts so much with albums like Goblin, for example, where he pitches his voice down a lot. This choice was apparently made because Tyler always wanted to sing on an album and didn't like his deep voice. Tyler explains that Eric makes him feel things he doesn't completely understand yet, explaining it like an earthquake, like how this person's love is shaking Tyler up, and it's making his art break. Like, it's super cute, but this is not the start of the story where they're meeting for the first time and everything is just perfect and great for both our characters. There is something wrong. This line is interesting because first it's a double meaning, one being someone's fault and the other being about the fault lines of an earthquake. But right away it indicates history between the two. It's like they already know each other when he says, "Don't leave, it's my fault." It's like Tyler did something bad to this person or made some kind of mistake. And then we get the famous Playboy Cardi verse, acting as the voice of reason in these trying times.
Don't get fucked by now. Being from my law. They might come my love.
Even Tyler said in the lyric book, I don't know what the fuck he's saying. All I can hear is... Which it tells us that whatever Tyler's fault was, he's still very serious about this guy. But who is this guy? We know he makes Tyler pretty shaken up and even torn apart for something he did. But are they dating? Are they friends? Just from this line, we can tell that they are probably not dating. If Tyler is so affected emotionally by this guy, but he's also wondering if that guy likes him back, it's most likely because Tyler is friends with him and has a crush on him. If Earthquake is a song about Tyler catching feelings for this guy, I think is a song about Tyler realizing he's catching those feelings and asking himself, what the fuck's happening to me?
I don't know where I'm going, but I know what I'm showing.
Tyler is starting to show feelings for this guy, like previously in Earthquake, but mostly trying to figure out what's going on in this guy's head. What's his perception of me?
Feelings, that's what I'm pulling. What the fuck is your motive?
Tyler wants a romantic relationship with Eric, even tying it with a bar mentioning the movie Call Me By Your Name.
And I wish you would call me by your name, cause I'm sorry.
But we're left in the dark, like Tyler at this point. He doesn't know what Eric thinks of him, but he does explain in great detail how Eric makes him feel. This guy is taking such a big space in Tyler's mind that he's becoming a distraction. He's just constantly thinking about him. This is all illustrated very well in the I Think music video, where Tyler is in a club, encounters his crush, and ends up literally running after this guy, trying to find him after he lays eyes on him. Tyler's in love. And maybe you may be asking yourself, is it real this time? Yes. With all this out of the bag, Tyler just wonders at this point, how can I tell him I love him? Because at this point, he didn't make a move. He didn't tell them anything. Can he just like grow some balls and shoot a shot right away? No, of course not. See how he's obsessed with what Eric thinks of him, just in Earthquake, for example. He's scared of scaring him away and losing his crush. So he decides to try and get his attention first by buying him stuff. And Tyler realizes that by doing that, he's kind of becoming his puppet in a way. Eric can manipulate Tyler however he wants, because he's like a simp right now. But like, puppet. He's just buying him stuff. It's not that big of a deal, right? Apart from that, the song ends with nothing we haven't seen before, but the video does end with something pretty major. Tyler has been chasing his crush from the start of the album with no significant progress, but at the end, we see Tyler's crush approaching him for the first time, which tells us one thing: there actually might be some interest from Eric's side.
Compliments to smile, I like to sound.
The next track on Igor is Boyfriend, and before you say, no, it's exactly what you, whatever the name is, on CDs and vinyl editions of Igor, Boyfriend replaces that track to make up the actual complete version of the album. I think ended with Tyler realizing he's falling in love, and mostly wondering ways to confess his love to Eric. Now, Boyfriend is where Tyler takes action and tries to tell Eric he loves him in other ways than just saying it right away. Literally just flirting, but in a very shy and discreet way in order to not scare him away. And that shyness and fear is already noticeable by how Tyler sings on this song. So he tries to give compliments to the guy, also continuing to buy him stuff with his money like in I Think, but mostly giving his time away, being always available for him.
But you roll the dice, but I made my choice.
Tyler is all in. He's chosen him. But for Eric, it's like a dice roll, which makes it obvious that despite Tyler's flirting, and even Eric seemingly being interested in Tyler at the end of I Think, there's something holding him back. Eric is rolling the dice on this relationship, playing around it in a way, and Tyler is saying, well, there's no time for that. I just want to be with you. Stop rolling the dice. Stop playing these games. Tyler is still running for whatever reason, and despite all of these signals that Tyler is sending to Eric, he doesn't even seem to pick up on it, or at least doesn't want to show it to Tyler.
You need to read between the lines. Stop shit funny.
He's just thinking of all these signals as a joke. You think my hair is nice today? Oh, you're so funny, bro. Even though Tyler is not saying upfront, I want to be your boyfriend to his crush, Eric can't, like, not know at this point. So why isn't he
I never heard that song.
saying either no or,
I can't believe I never heard that. I never heard the real version.
sure, let's be boyfriends? It's subtle in this song. It seems Eric feels pressure from a social standpoint. What would people say if I went out with a guy? And that's something we haven't talked about yet in this video, this guy's sexual orientation. Eric is probably a closeted bisexual or gay man, and Tyler seems to know that already, saying he's seen all his cards. And with that, Boyfriend concludes, well, almost.
Exactly what you run from, you end up chasing.
Tyler has been running in some way ever since this album started, with his repetitive breathing in his lyrics, but also in the story, with Tyler in a way chasing after his crush, trying to be his boyfriend. But if we look at this quote, we can get a glimpse of the future. If Tyler is chasing after his crush right now, he might end up running from him later on.
Giving it everything that you can. There's always an obstacle.
Running out of time, running out of time, running out of time.
The start of running out of time makes one thing obvious. All of Tyler's efforts to make this guy fall in love with him have not worked yet. What is this barrier that's holding Eric from going forward with this relationship? There's some things that this guy is hiding from us. Tyler is still head over heels for this man, but he's running out of ideas, or spells, as he says, to make Eric love him.
I've been running out of spells.
Imagine being in that situation, how frustrating it must be for Tyler. No matter what he tries, he's always hitting a brick wall, and can't even get answers on what this guy feels for him. And in a way, he feels like he's drowning.
Wade in your water. Waves wash over me.
But weirdly, he's starting to be comfortable with that.
Don't say, don't say. I found peace in drowning.
But what are those secrets that make Tyler feel like he's running out of time? Well, the first one is one that shouldn't surprise you.
Living in pretend.
In Boyfriend, we learned Eric felt some sort of social pressure from others and was pretty self-conscious about what others would think of him if he went out with a guy. But this lyric confirms that to Tyler, he is not being himself. He's hiding his identity behind a mask. But it's not the end of the world, right? Maybe it's gonna take some time for Eric to feel at ease, but surely after some time they're gonna end up together, right? But remember, there's no time, because there's another secret.
Take your mask off. I need out the picture.
What the fuck? Who the fuck is this girl? This is the only mention of her in this track, and in the 4 tracks before, she was nowhere to be seen. And this bar, I need her out the picture, tells us that there's a girl in the mix. It's not clear right now who this girl is, but in later tracks, we learned that this girl is Eric's ex-girlfriend. So now we really know why Tyler is running out of time to make Eric love him. There's some competition between him and the ex-girlfriend. But let's hold on just for a second. Before continuing, I feel like it's the perfect time to set something straight, because up until this point, this story has been pretty clear, except for one thing. The beginning. This story starts with a guy running and then falling in love with another guy who's about to leave for an unknown mistake Tyler made. This isn't a beginning. It's a weird way to start a love story. But that's because it doesn't start there. Think about it. Right from the start, we're missing two crucial moments before Igor's theme. Our introduction to the characters when they actually meet for the first time, and Tyler's supposed mistake he makes. That's the beginning of their story, and it's missing. Now, we can't figure out how these two met originally. It's impossible, just because of how this story is told. But however, we can guess what this mistake was. What's the one thing that could have made Eric want to leave? Tyler pressuring Eric to come out. Originally, before the album, in a way, Tyler probably met Eric, fell in love with him, and started flirting with him, until Eric got scared of public opinion, and that's where Igor starts, with Tyler begging Eric to not leave for this mistake he made, trying to take off his mask. So this all happened before. This is not the first time Tyler tries to be Eric's boyfriend, and that's why he's moving slowly this time, because he's afraid of being left alone, but he's running out of time. This is the obstacle, which, given the whole context, is maybe a person Eric is falling back to because he's not out yet. He's like, no, I'm not gay, I'm with my girlfriend. And that's why Tyler is running out of time, to make this guy love him. And he tries to tell him, you need to start being yourself.
Stop lying for these niggas, stop lying to yourself. I know the real you.
I know the real you. Stop lying to everyone and yourself. Take off your mask, let go of her, and be with me.
But I'm still running out of time.
Tyler ran out of spells, so he needs a new idea to make it work. A new spell, a new magic wand.
Sometimes you gotta close the door to open a window.
In New Magic Wand, Tyler is convinced that the only way to make this relationship work is by getting this ex-girlfriend out of the picture completely. Like, you start noticing, it's becoming pretty obsessive. And it makes sense right from the bat when we hear, sometimes you gotta close the door to open a window, closing the door on another relationship to let yours bloom. And that's exactly what Tyler tries to do here.
I saw a photo you look twice.
Right from the start of the song, Tyler is full of jealousy. His eyes are green, which is commonly associated with jealousy. Just look at this quote from Shakespeare's Othello, for example. Tyler doesn't think their relationship is as developed as his with Eric, and ends up thinking, I can make her disappear. Despite being 6 tracks in, there's been no real progress in Tyler and Eric's relationship. And on top of that, Eric is starting to spend way more time with his ex-girlfriend. Tyler gave away his time, his money, his love, and got nothing back. And the only reason he can think of as to why he doesn't have this guy's focus is this girl. Why is she getting all the attention and I'm not, after everything I gave you? So Tyler is terrified of being left alone by this guy. Which is a line that could ring a few bells, because it's pretty much the same to the one on Earthquake. Don't leave, it's my fault. But notice how different he says it. While on Earthquake, it's a more emotional and heartfelt tone. On New Magic Wand, he seems lifeless, almost like a serial killer tone. It shows how much this situation with this guy's ex is making Tyler incredibly angry and jealous. And then he can't contain this rage. He just starts screaming obsessively, screaming how much he wants to be with this guy, and how he's tired of the way he's getting treated, and the mixed signals he's been getting from Eric. Tyler is so obsessed with this man that he's convinced that murdering his ex-girlfriend is the way to go to make their relationship finally work. And now this gives a whole new meaning to the New Magic Wand. This is not a, let's cast a spell to make you love me. No, it's a gun now. And with that, I can't help but associate all this with albums like Goblin and Bastard, for example. Not only New Magic Wand is a song that's a perfected version of French, a song from Bastard, but it's crazy how this is just one of Tyler's older alter egos getting brought up again, Troncat, which did the same thing. In those albums, he rapped about raping and murdering a girl just because she didn't want to go to prom with him. I told you, Igor is not a normal love story, despite it sounding like it sometimes. It's getting more and more obsessive the more we go through it. And this all goes even further to the point that Tyler asks Eric to choose a side now. Is it me or her? And that if he doesn't choose, he'll just kill them both. This also ties into the promotional material for the album. The album was initially promoted with those mysterious posters saying, "Vote Igor." This doesn't have anything to do with politics. Tyler wants to be chosen by his crush. He's stating his case, and he wants Eric to pick a side. And at the end of the song, he's not mentally stable, but he decides to just plead his case. And surprisingly, even though he just said he'd be willing to be murdering his crush, he goes right against the violent lines we just heard. This situation is affecting him so much he just starts saying nonsense. And remember, right now, he's stating his case. He's like, please don't leave me alone. I'ma kill this bitch so we can be together. But if you don't want to, I'ma kill you too. But I'm so afraid of the idea that you won't be here with me. See how crazy I sound? And this other dude is there, listening to all of this. And what do you think any normal person would feel like hearing this? It wasn't the girl Tyler made disappear like magic. It was the last hope of his own relationship. A boy is a gun couldn't be more literal here. Tyler's crush holds this relationship at gunpoint, and Tyler begs him to not shoot him down. With the reaction Tyler had on You Magic 1 saying, I want to kill you and your ex, Eric is like, what the fuck? Eric looked concerned. He's thrown off by Tyler acting like this. And this is embodied pretty well in the Boy is a Gun video, where Eric is basically avoiding Tyler and kind of ignoring him in some way. One quick side note I'd like to add while I'm editing this. This video has a lot of situations where it feels a bit like Eric and Tyler are actually dating or in some kind of relationship, which made me think maybe after I think Tyler and Eric actually start dating and are not just crushes. I still think Eric and Tyler don't start dating and are just friends during that period, especially because of that lyric in Boyfriend. But I don't know, it's just a detail, but I still didn't want people thinking I overlooked this. So comment, tell me what you think. I'm genuinely interested. Anyway, back to the video. Throughout these last tracks, Tyler's perception of his love interest has changed a lot. Remember how cute it was in songs like Boyfriend, for example? He's just wondering what he thinks of him and hoping he can go out with him. Now, what he was so desperate to get, he's now scared of it because Eric can hurt him now. His worst fear is Eric leaving him. Exactly what you run from, you end up chasing. It's also interesting considering the last lyrics from New Magic Wand, where Tyler says he may kill his love interest if he doesn't choose him. The no don't shoot me down line might also be what the other guy thinks right now, or even the ex-girlfriend. Please don't shoot us down. Therefore, in their own way, each boy is a gun.
Take your hoodie off. Why you hide your face from me?
Despite Tyler's ultimatum on New Magic 1, his crush still hasn't made a choice, and still is hiding his true self. And Tyler is still trying to convince him to be himself.
Make your fucking mind up. I ain't single waiting patiently.
But now Tyler is trying to figure out if he's in the right place.
How come you the best to me? I know you the worst for me.
See, even Tyler is starting to notice how this obsession he has for Eric is detrimental to both of them. It's toxic. It's just not good. And you can see how this is tearing him apart just in this verse. He's saying, oh boy, you're sweet as sugar, I love you, but I'm like Spider-Man with his spider sense. I sense danger incoming.
You so motherfucking dangerous. You so motherfucking dangerous.
But in the second verse, Tyler's like, what if I'm the one who stands up for himself? I don't want to be your puppet anymore.
Oh, you wanna go home cool, you better call you a cab.
But wait, he's gonna leave again. Oh no.
You're my favorite garçon, don't leave, stay right here. Yeah, I want you right near.
Both of them, actually, are stuck in this indecision limbo. Each boy is a gun, holding each other at gunpoint like, oh, you want to go home? Get a cab. You don't matter much to me, but don't leave me. Stay right here. Who's going to pull the trigger first and say, I don't want you near me anymore?
You invited me to breakfast. Why the fuck your ex here?
And that's when it happens. Again, this guy invites him to breakfast, and his ex-girlfriend is already there too. This is even worse than before, because now Eric is not even trying to hide it anymore. In running out of time, this ex-girlfriend was one of his secrets. But now, Tyler's just third-wheeling with this guy's ex. How fucking worse could it be? And this is too much for Tyler. A boy is a gun, and he's ready to be one.
I'm gonna leave us as friends. The irony is I don't want to see you again.
This is a very surprising line, because here, Tyler is the one to break it off. He's the gun now.
I ain't gonna let you shit, but stay the fuck away from me.
A boy is a gun, and it was inevitable that someone fired a shot. But really, unintentionally, it's Tyler who got shot.
Ayo. I wanna talk, I wanna call you and talk.
Remember when I said that Tyler finally took control by breaking it off, firing a shot, and saying, I don't want to be treated like this anymore. Well, now forget about that. It's like shortly after.
Damn.
After
Tyler came out to, yo, I'm not bought. What up, bro? Tyler came out to Damo Genesis show in LA. Fuck. Like a piece of the shell. Knees on a tail. Really, boy. Silly boy, but in the past, even breeze, older than Titty boy. Diddy Breeze. 64. What's up? I'm not bot. It's the after hours. Just some chill shit.
breaks it off, maybe a few days or even hours after, he just starts panicking and thinking about everything he wants to do with this guy. The obsession is taking over Tyler again. Everything Tyler describes is just about having a cute relationship with this guy. It's so weird after what happened on Boy Is a Gun. This ex-girlfriend being there at that breakfast is enough to make him bail out on the entire relationship, but when he's all alone again, the obsession is taking over Tyler again. Everything Tyler describes is just about having a cute relationship with this guy. It's so weird after what happened on Boy Is a Gun. This ex-girlfriend being there at that breakfast is enough to make him bail out on the entire relationship, but when he's all alone again, he's like, what the fuck have I done? What do you need? Do you need bread? Do you need this? Do you need... And then to fix it, just starts proposing stuff to the guy. He's like, I'll give you everything. Just tell me what it is so we can go back to when it was okay between us. You're number one on my list. See, I'm Santa. Where's Rudolph? Your parents city. The only reason Tyler gets back to his state of enlightenment and believing how bad this relationship is for him is only because the ex-girlfriend is brought up again. You're Santa? Oh, where's Rudolph? Where's my ex? When Tyler hears about them together, he has a breakdown. It's like Tyler has created his own fantasy of a relationship in his head, and the only thing able to snap him back to reality is the fact that his crush spends more time with his ex-girlfriend than him. It's Tyler realizing he's like a puppet. He'll do everything he wants and give him anything he wants at this point. It's the only thing that brings him some kind of comfort. If you remember, he did mention in I Think that he was like a puppet, but it came more of a place of affection. You know, like, I'd be willing to do anything for you because I love you. This is much darker here. It's, I'd be willing to do anything for you, so you don't leave me alone. It's really interesting how Tyler seems like he's giving up when saying these words. Just look at the way he sings in the first half of the song. Super quick, super energetic, and motivated about the relationship he wants with Eric. And when he realizes he's a puppet, he loses all will. He doesn't understand anymore who he is. But he does at least realize it. So, he decides to do something about it.
But at some point, you come to your senses.
On What's Good, Tyler doesn't go confront his crush or this ex-girlfriend, but instead seems to take ownership of who he is and always was. This in-your-face, confident person who we honestly have always known like that. And this comes out in so many ways throughout the song. First of all the worrying and anxiety Tyler has on previous songs is completely gone. He seems totally unfazed by it, which is so surprising, and expresses it on an instrumental that separates from the rest of the record, honestly. It's raw and in your face, and ties it with the title of the song. What's good? I know puppet, bitch. I'm Igor. But in all that confidence, there still seems to be something wrong. Which is a line that reminds us a lot of that running out of time line, with Tyler drowning by the seashore and being okay with it, which makes us think maybe he's lying to us. Maybe he's still there. The chorus and the next verse is really just a classic braggadocious style rap. He's rapping about how great he is, how this shit is fire, and this cements even more that he's getting back to his old self, even more when we get to the final part of this song. Tyler goes on to talk about how he survived a car crash in 2018. This is real, by the way. He actually fell asleep at the wheel while driving back from a late-night studio session. But he takes the opportunity to say how he's so great he even cheated death, you know? And this is a good example of how Tyler is regaining his confidence right now. If a car crash couldn't affect me, why would a random guy do it? The fact that he's not gonna be with this guy is not the worst thing in the world. He finally sees...
We just admitted to the hospital.
He's
Nice.
clear. This is a really crucial part of the album. The instrumental goes quieter and clearer. Tyler's aggressiveness is dialed back, with just him saying he sees the light. His breathing goes slower and slower, like he's finally catching a breath. As if he's, after a long time, finally done running.
I don't know what's harder, letting go or just being okay with it.
Gone Gone Thank You is the biggest turning point on Igor. Like every 10th track on a Tyler project, this song is separated into two parts, starting with Gone Gone, an introspective track where Tyler reminisces on their relationship up to this point and actually lets it go. The track starts with Tyler seemingly being nostalgic about a memory they had together, and it reminds him of the time Tyler fell in love with him, this guy being like a warm summer breeze to his cold December weather.
Felt like summer to my December. Was it my August? Shit, I don't remember.
But it's weird, Tyler doesn't even seem to remember when it was.
I know my temperature was set, finally flew south.
Tyler then recounts in a way what happened. Tyler was ready and set for a serious relationship. Eric wasn't comfortable with taking his mask off and just flew away. We already know that, but this time, Tyler has a different reaction to it.
At least I had it, instead of never.
For the first time, instead of being sad or angry or frustrated, he's grateful for the time he spent with his crush, saying, at least we met, and I'd prefer that over not ever knowing you at all. He's ready to move on. Great, right? But still, he says something pretty weird in the chorus.
With those two bars, you know, Tyler not remembering when he actually fell in love, or wondering if this is all a dream, it's weird. It doesn't fit the moment of acceptance and moving on. These are the first moments Tyler notices what's really been happening this whole time. Which I'm not gonna say what yet. But anyway, as Gone Gone is a track where Tyler is moving on, one of the Tyler not remembering when he actually fell in love, or wondering if this is all a dream, it's weird. It doesn't fit the moment of acceptance and moving on. These are the first moments Tyler notices what's really been happening this whole time. Which I'm not gonna say what yet. But anyway, as Gone Gone is a track where Tyler is moving on, one of the things he needs to accept is the ex-girlfriend. And that's what the second verse is about. And surprisingly, he's come to terms with it. The aggressiveness Tyler had towards this girl in New Magic 1, you know, with the I'm gonna murder you tension, it's hard to forget that one. He seems to have completely replaced it with, well, you know what? If Eric is happier with you, I just hope you got good music taste so you can make him happier. And this last line is just confirmation of what's happening. It's kind of a turn on the expression, rip the band-aid off. Tell yourself the harsh truth, for once, that this isn't gonna happen. But there is one more thing he needs to acknowledge before moving on, and that's Eric himself. The third verse acts as kind of a summary of the album, recapping all the events we had since the start. We get even a lyric that's very similar to the one in Earthquake, for example. We know this all happened before, right? So it's kind of ironic that to make his crush come back says, don't leave, it's my fault. And at the end says, yeah, you're gonna leave and it's my fault. Instead of being mad about it, he just acknowledges that he had different plans, interests, and fears in mind, making a really interesting metaphor with construction plans. The two of them had different plans for building a relationship. Tyler thought he had the permission to build something more serious, and his crush was most likely open to that. In the beginning, sending mixed signals, so they started building a bridge together, and Eric got scared of public opinion, and it turned into a fence. And Tyler's building, everything he is, was shook up and tore down because of Eric's new tenant, his ex-girlfriend, a way to keep his mask on, which Tyler couldn't take. Tyler was frustrated at first, but now he says he'll just buy up some new shit, a new building, and move on. Because at the end of the day, who really lost the most? At the end, Tyler puts it this way. You never lived in your truth, I'm just happy I lived, but I finally found peace. And this is where it should end, honestly. He's saying, it's fine if you don't want to be yourself, you have your reasons, but I can't live like that. So, goodbye. The end, right? But this line is what makes this album so much more than a failed love story. Did he just lie? Did he not actually find peace? Nonetheless, Igor's story doesn't quite end here.
I hate wasted potential. That shit crushes your spirit. It really does.
It's really weird how this keeps on going. It's like if you'd be watching a movie with a love story, and at the end they break it off and are both okay with it, but the movie would just continue with the characters living their life like normal. That's how weird it is, but it's gotta be there for a reason. The second part of the song, Thank You, is just like an open letter to Tyler's ex-crush now, saying, thank you for everything you gave me, but I was so hurt by this that I don't want to fall in love ever again. We hear Tyler repeatedly saying throughout this part of the song, got my eyes open, the same sample that's repeated many times actually in Igor's theme, the first track of this album, but also tying it with the last line of What's Good, I see the light. He's got his eyes open now. It's clear now, but it's still got my eyes open. Kind of odd why this sample, I see this ex-crush now, saying, thank you for everything you gave me, but I was so hurt by this.
Little brother's iPad. Wait, that's the 6%?
That I don't want to fall in love ever again. We hear Tyler repeatedly saying throughout this part of the song, got my eyes open, the same sample that's repeated many times actually in Igor's theme, the first track of this album, but also tying it with the last line of What's Good, I see the light. He's got his eyes open now. It's clear now, but it's still kind of odd why this sample is taken from Igor's theme. It could just be foreshadowing, right? But nonetheless, this story keeps on going. I Don't Love You Anymore is one of the most straightforward songs on Igor, because it's gotta be there if you don't want to be yourself in Igor's theme, the first track of this album, but also tying it with like an open letter to Tyler's ex-crush now, saying, thank you for everything you gave me, but I was so hurt by this that I don't want to fall in love ever again. We hear Tyler repeatedly saying throughout this part of the song, got my eyes open, the same sample that's repeated many times actually in Igor's theme, the first track of this album, but also tying it with the last line of What's Good, I see the light. He's got
his eyes open now. It's clear now. But it's still kind of odd why this sample is taken from Igor's theme. It could just be foreshadowing, right? But nonetheless, this story keeps on going. I Don't Love You Anymore is one of the most straightforward songs on Igor, because it's just there in the title. Tyler doesn't love this guy anymore. This verse brings an additional sense of hope, because he's actually talking about moving on to someone else. One of the most interesting things about this song is
the Johnsons.
First of all, it's one of the weirdest choruses on the album, and that's because of how he sings it. He sings it like an angry toddler, repeating it over and over. Tyler pitched his voice up before in this album, but now it's just angry, high screaming. It's like he's just screaming it over and over again to himself in hopes that it's gonna make it true.
Just might be better for us, you know.
He is still seeking fucking confirmation that this is over for real. It's like he's hoping for the guy to say, well, now that you put it this way, maybe I was wrong or something. He can't move on. These past tracks were just in order to cope with it. And we get again these weird lyrics, like when he can remember when he fell in love with his crush. Where did time go? Tyler gave a lot of his time on this album. It's his most precious thing he gave to the guy. Where did it go? At that point, Tyler feels frustrated because this has happened before. He tried once, it didn't work. He tried again this time, it didn't work. And now that it's clear he can't move on, who's to say he won't crawl back to the guy a third time? He feels stuck. And he just repeats it over and over again like it's the only thing he can think of. Because what else can he do? Eric doesn't love him back, but he still wants to be with him.
But this just might be better for us, you know.
Now, from an outsider's perspective, this would be the perfect time to say to Tyler, don't do it. Because with just the fact that he says he can't move on this song, you already know what's gonna happen. And maybe even you start to realize what's been happening from the very start of this album. Are We Still Friends starts with the words dream and Tyler repeating long ago, tying it with the lyrics from Gone Gone, asking himself if everything was a dream he can't wake up from, and also the few lyrics in the past songs where he seems to have lost sense of time. When did all of this really begin? It's like you can't remember the start of a very long dream.
Are we still friends?
It was inevitable. Tyler can't help but ask Eric, after everything we went through, can we still be friends? Is that okay?
I've got to.
It's a really wholesome attitude that Tyler takes on in this song. But it seems this simple question doesn't come from a place of just, let's hang out when we can and go our separate ways. It's not about just ending things on a good note. It's about remaining friends just so Tyler can still stay close to Eric as much as possible.
I don't want to end the season on a bad episode, nigga.
It's just as toxic as it was. If he can't have him as a lover, he can still have him as a friend. Throughout this album, he's trying things desperately over and over again for this guy to take off his mask and have a relationship with him. And it doesn't work until he crashes and has no hope, no will, no energy left. So he doesn't have the strength he needs to get out of this prison, this obsession he has for this guy. He hates this prison he created for himself. There's no way to get out, but there's one way to make it the best place he could ever be. A new hope that things can work this time, for real this time. He can't say goodbye, not after everything he went through. This album has a weird beginning and a weirdly unfitting end for a story. Like, what the fuck? All in all, this ending just shows the overwhelming obsession Tyler has over Eric, even after everything that happened. He's so in.
Amelia Clark? No way, Amelia Clark. The Amelia Clark? Dang, 5 hours behind. Holy.
Pain when he's not around him that he'll do anything to just keep contact. We're like at the climax, especially with this song, he's asking, hey, can we still be friends and hang out? And we don't even get the answer. Will Tyler convince Eric to take off his mask and actually try a relationship together? We don't even get that. It's kind of like we're missing something, right? But truth is, you already know how this story keeps going.
Just say fun.
I just explained it to you. Everything you just watched in this video is the beginning and the ending At the same time, Igor ends on an inconclusive note, with its story but also with its music. Some fans notice that in music theory, a song like Are We Still Friends played in F major should end on F. That's just how it is, and it doesn't. It's inconclusive. In a way, it sounds wrong. But the thing is, you already know how the story keeps going. I just explained it to you. Everything you just watched in this video is the beginning and the ending. At the same time, Igor ends on an inconclusive note, with its story but also with its music. Some fans notice that in music theory, a song like Are We Still Friends played in F major should end on F. That's just how it is, and it doesn't. It's inconclusive. In a way, it sounds wrong. But combined with the E flat note in Igor's theme, it creates a complete piece. I've told you this story had happened before, and it's true. It's been happening forever. Igor is a loop. Tyler asks if Eric and him are still friends on the last track, which is a question answered on the first track. With Tyler starting to run, if he starts running and he tells himself he's gonna feel this one, we know Eric already said yes, but he's still unsure, so Tyler convinces him to stay, that this mistake he made taking his mask off and frightening his ex-girlfriend is his fault. And Tyler is full of hope this time. It's for real, it's gonna work. But it doesn't, and that's where Tyler realizes that he's a puppet, stuck in a never-ending dream that he'll never wake up from. In my opinion, Igor is not a real story. It's definitely based on a real experience Tyler had at some point, but it's more about illustrating this obsession over Eric to an extreme, because that's always how Tyler the Creator's alter egos worked. It's a version of Tyler taken to an extreme and put into a story that contextualizes this personality to express a statement. Sometimes, when you're deep in love, you can lose control of yourself and become a puppet at the mercy of the other's will. And it's crucial to not lose your sense of self in those moments. You're not a puppet. Sometimes things don't work out. Sometimes you won't get what you want. And that's
keep contact. Don't say goodbye.
Not necessarily a bad thing. During my research for this album, I saw a lot of people interpreting it as a heartbreak album. To me, I'm rather on the fence on that. This album illustrates a toxic relationship, an obsessive relationship. In Tyler's eyes, he is Igor, the mad scientist's assistant. Igor is nothing without the mad scientist. He's not gonna go find a new job or start his own thing. This job is all he ever was. If Igor is not helping his master, he loses all meaning. That's why he always decides to stick around, as time and time again, the mad scientist takes his attention away from him to work on his monster, his creation, in a way, and Igor is just stuck there to go through it all. It's a love story that never starts. It's constantly at your fingertips, but it never actually happens. He's just Igor, a side character to this guy's life, forever. And every time he goes through the loop again, he realizes it, and he's so frustrated about it, he lets all of this built-up rage come out at once. So although the only thing Tyler wants is for this man to stay, the best thing for him is that he leaves. For real, this time.
Don't say goodbye, smell you later. True. That is what's good about this album, is that it's relatable. Like Kanye West talk about this album, and he says that, or not the album, I guess he's more talking about the Puppet song, and he compares it to drugs. He says that you're in a never-ending, it is almost the entire album, it's like you're in a never-ending loop with drugs, where you feel like you're a puppet to certain drugs, and you feel like you always need the drug, and then you stop, and then you need the drug, and then you stop, and then you need the drug. So Kanye relates to it in that way, and you can relate to it with the girl, with the guy, with whatever, or you know what I mean. So there's so many different ways you can relate to the album. That's what is cool about it. It's like what do you call it? It's not specifically tied to one thing. It's like you can input your own obsession into it, I guess, or your own addiction. That's what's good about it. I think that's good art. Good art does that.
Opioid addiction gets between you and what you love. Once monthly Sublocade may help you.
Kanye West, over the past 5 years, has become one of the most controversial figures in the world, making comments about specific groups, destroying his relationships with his family, aligning himself with very questionable people, and losing the friends that we thought he'd be with forever. A lot of Ye's former fans hate and condemn his actions, but recently, Ye's been taking steps in redeeming himself. This is the redemption of Kanye West. But to fully understand why Ye has to redeem himself, we first have to go all the way back to the VMAs. Taylor Swift just won the award for having this female video, but there was a problem. It was going against what Ye thought was one of the best videos of all time.
Best videos of all time! I was really excited because Kanye West was on the stage. Then I wasn't so excited anymore.
The young lady seems like a perfectly nice person. She's getting her award. He's a jackass.
It was rude, period. And, you know, I'd like to be able to apologize to her in person.
Let me ask something. I was fortunate enough to meet your mom and talk with your mom a number of years ago. What do you think she would have said about this?
And after this, Ye would go into exile, fearing that his career was over because of what he did, and everything else that was dawning on him. Ye's mother, Donda West, passed away just 2 years prior, and it seemed like the whole world was falling. Advised by Mo's death, Ye would go out of the country for months at a time, moving to Japan and Italy, even quitting music when he was out. When he was in these countries, all he wanted to do was explore different forms of art. One thing in particular that interested him was fashion, but there was this bug in Ye, calling on him to make music. That's what Ye knew, and he was the guy who made Graduation, so this drove Ye to get a couple of amazingly talented people and move to Hawaii, locking himself in a studio while recording one of the greatest pieces of art in history.
Can we get much higher? So high.
Going down as a century-defining album. When My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy released, fans immediately switched up. It was Ye's redemption album, pushing so many boundaries in so many forms, from its music videos to the beat production, shaping a whole generation in the 2010s to be as creative as him during this era. He was back. Everyone loved Ye, with him doing a tour where fans would look at him like he was Michael Jackson. Fast forward to 2015, it was
And just one sound effect. It's cool. It's a good animator. It's a good loop. It's a good loop. What? It's a cool video. It's cool.
In her pair, so was entering the fashion industry, debuting Yeezy Season 1 with Adidas. It was also in 2015 that a non-political figure who became political started gaining traction, Donald J. Trump. And Ye, he was paying close attention. And in 2016, Ye dropped another album that defined the decade. And on that stage was Travis.
Whoa, this is cool.
If you use this sound, a big... If you use this sound, a big YouTuber will...
Rex said, 0x says 1:33 p.m. for you, bro. Java said, fun fact, you can't breathe with your tongue out. Well, you actually can, bro. So you're gonna put your tongue in the mattress.
What the fuck is this? Bro, what the fuck? Why does it look like that? Why does it look like that? It looks so realistic.
Like sugar on my tongue. Like sugar on my tongue. Like sugar on my tongue. Like sugar.
You dance, I'll make an edit of it, of course.
I'ma give it to her, she want that summertime. I'ma give it. Hello, the hype is so mellow, but an award for being me.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, it's you.
Pushing so many boundaries in so many forms, from its music videos to the beat production, shaping a whole
6,
generation
7.
to be as creative as him. During this era, he was back. Everyone loved Ye. With him in the 2010s, to be as creative as him. From its music videos to the beat production, shaping a whole generation in the 2010s to be as creative as him. During this era, he was back. Everyone loved Ye. With him doing a tour where fans would look at him like he was Michael Jackson. Fast forward to 2015, he was entering the fashion industry, debuting Yeezy Season 1 with Adidas. It was also in 2015 that a non-political figure who became political started gaining traction, Donald J. Trump. And Ye, he was paying close attention. And in 2016, Ye dropped another album that defined the decade. And on that stage was Travis Scott, Kid Cudi, Virgil Abloh, and Pusha T, with the album exploring themes of Christianity, with the intro song being a gospel song. That listening party, Ye spoke about freedom of expression, art with no boundaries, and a life with no censorship. But even then, there was a darker energy brewing. Remember when Ye apologized to Taylor Swift all the way back in 2009? Well, he was about to take that back, debuting the song Famous, which led to the St. Pablo tour, Ye on top of the world, selling out shows all throughout the globe. But in October, something insane would happen to Ye's family. When he was in Paris, Kim Kardashian West would be held against her will by people dressed as police officers in her Paris hotel room, locking her in the hotel bathroom while taking 2 cell phones and $10 million worth of jewelry without her consent. Ye was in the middle of his show performing Heartless. He had to stop it due to a family emergency. This took a toll on Ye's mental health. But Ye put performing Heartless when he had to stop it due to a family emergency. This took a toll on Ye's mental health. But Ye pushed through with performing until he couldn't anymore. Sacramento, California. Ye was 3 songs in and would stop the performance because he had something to say.
Trump shit tonight. Radio, fuck you.
I'm on my Trump shit tonight.
Radio, lie to you.
Get ready to have a field day, press, because the show is over. Fucking legend.
Hey, to play that bullshit. I'm not scared. I'm here to change things.
And change things he did. Ye canceled the entire St. Pablo tour. 20 shows gone, just like that. With reports saying that Ye was hospitalized because he was exhausted. But fans knew that it was deeper than that. Years of pressure, controversy.
Get ready to have a field day, press, because this show is over.
Creative battles, family problems, and the weight of being Kanye West finally broke through. Ye was hospitalized and was soon diagnosed with bipolar disorder. At that moment, Ye disappeared. It was the calm before the biggest storm of his career.
Smart founders know something most people miss. Get your domain name even if you're not ready to launch your business.
Though Ye wasn't gone for too long. He came back a few weeks later with an entirely new hairstyle. And guess where he was going next? The Trump Towers in New York to see the then president-elect Donald J. Trump. Ye's fans didn't know it yet, but this was going to be a bigger rabbit hole into what was going to be Ye's most controversial era. Ye would be criticized for wearing a MAGA hat, and that he was an open Trump supporter, even getting on a TMZ office interview with him talking about how much he loved the president. And he said something insane, and that thing was a choice, with that statement shaking the entire world. Fans were embarrassed to be Kanye fans, and the African American community openly denounced Ye for that statement.
That's not choice, that's by force.
And Ye wasn't stopping, sadly. Facing the worst backlash of his entire career, Ye once again went into exile. And within Wyoming, he assembled the Dream Team, with Travis Scott, Kid Cudi, Nas, Pusha T, and Mike Dean, going on what fans call the Wyoming Run. Daytona.
Legendary Wyoming shit.
Kid See Ghost, Nasir, fully produced by Ye, KTSE, and finally, Ye. Amidst the entire world turning against him, he still proved that he was one of the greatest producers to ever touch a digital audio workstation. And within the Wyoming Run, Ye self-titled would drop with the cover of the Wyoming mountains as the backdrop, and with scribbled green handwriting. I hate being bipolar, it's awesome. A lead up to what was going to be one of Ye's biggest shots at redemption, following the path of the Redeemer. But Ye would wear a hat once again to one of the biggest comedy shows in the world, making a bunch of statements, once again endorsing the president. In late 2018, Ye was supposed to drop another experimental album, Yandi, set to release on the 29th of September.
But
sequel
Jesus
to
Christ,
one of
did
the
they
most experimental albums of all time, in Yeezus. But Ye didn't drop the album, mainly because Ye had a Mexican standoff in Uganda. I know it sounds like a joke, but it's a true story. There's actually a Reddit theory wherein Ye turned to Jesus again because of this traumatic event, leading Ye to create this thing called Sunday Service, starting in January 2019, with Ye having celebrities come and follow the word of Jesus. Ye's songs from his various albums would then be Christianized, which led Ye to start the rollout of one of his most redemption-filled albums ever, Jesus is King. Jesus is King was accompanied by several Sunday services, with one being in Coachella and another one being open to the public. Ye would then go on a religious tour, having a conversation with the pastor, Joel Osteen.
God's been calling me for a long time, and the devil's been distracting me for a long time.
And Jesus is King was just an album that fully followed themes of forgiveness and love. Songs like God Is had Ye crying his heart out to Jesus, encouraging all of us to follow God. But after Jesus is King, Ye started taking a different direction. It wasn't about God anymore. It was about the United States of America, as Ye was running for president of the United States.
America. What is America's destiny? What is best for our nation, our people?
Holding his first rally in North Charleston, South Carolina, wearing a bulletproof vest with a big security symbol written in the middle of it, talking about multiple things that range from the control of firearms to support for mothers. And finally, the statement that moved Ye into tears.
My mom saved my life. My dad wanted to.
After the rally, Ye would go into a meltdown, going into various chaotic tweets. Ye claimed that Kim tried to lock him up and that Kris Jenner didn't even want to talk to him. Moreover, he said that he'd been trying to divorce Kim since 2018. This then led Kim to issue a public statement saying that Ye had bipolar disorder and that the family's really been trying to help and that we need to show compassion to Ye. Ye also started straying away from his Christian identity, working with Playboi Carti on Whole Lotta Red as its executive producer. And Whole Lotta Red's imagery is the exact opposite of Jesus is King. And then 2021 happened. Kim Kardashian filed for divorce in February, and Ye was slowly losing his mind. But he stayed grounded and would then start working on a love letter to his mother, Donda, going back to his Christian identity in August, with the album containing absolutely zero cuss words. The song Donda Chan paying homage to his mother, Donda being said 60 times. Donda as an album
It's got wabi sabi.
Both his actions in the prior year and showing his growth as a person. The album contains several listening parties, with Ye ascending in one of them, and his childhood Chicago home being the main centerpiece of the Chicago listening party. And something else happened in that show, with Kim Kardashian West walking out to No Child Left Behind, wearing a Balenciaga wedding gown, and them reuniting once more. It seemed like it was too good to be true. And unfortunately, it was. It all came crumbling down as Kim moved on. And she started dating somebody.
Petey, go fuck yourself! Jesus!
Even kissing him in the set of Saturday Night Live. Ye was visibly infuriated and spiraled even more. But even then, Ye continued to perform and make music, doing a show with Drake in LA for the Free Larry Hoover concert, performing Runaway.
I need you to run right back to me, baby.
But Ye would move on to dating the actress Julia Fox, who he'd then break up with just a few months later. And he'd post the infamous Civil War photos, going against people who he used to love. He would also go on a big rant against the religious and cultural community affected with deep historical trauma, which led him to lose millions in sponsorships. And this would have so many people within the community turn against him. The rest of 2022 would continue to be an insane year for Ye, a year that would go down in infamy. Ye was rolling out his album Donna 2, an album that ended up containing swear words, and would exclusively release the album on this template to stay away from the systems that he thought were controlling him and the industry. And then he made a few tweets that would land Ye into
I'm a bit sleepy.
Tweets.
When I wake up.
Tweets that would land Ye into him and the industry. And
I'm going DEFCON 3 on. Funny thing is I can't because you guys have told me to try to. I'm a bit sleepy tonight.
Then he made a few tweets that would land Ye into massive scrutiny, since they were not very nice to groups of people, and even his podcast with LeBron would get canceled since there were a lot of things that he said that were bad. In response to the tweets that Ye made, Gap, Vogue, UMG, CAA, Balenciaga all terminated their collaborations with them. Ye was also no longer a billionaire, with his net worth being reduced to a measly $400 million. And then the interview happened. Ye, in a Vemon racing jacket, would say he loved a guy with a mustache. That was the final nail in the coffin on this template, to stay away from the systems that he thought were controlling him and the industry. And then he made a few tweets. Very nice to groups of people, and even his podcast with LeBron would get canceled since there were a lot of things that he said that were bad. In response to the tweets that Ye made, Gap, Vogue, UMG, CAA, Balenciaga all terminated their collaborations with them. Ye was also no longer a billionaire, with his net worth being reduced to a measly $400 million. And then the interview happened. Ye, in a Vemon racing jacket, would say he loved a guy with a mustache. That was the final nail in the coffin, with so many people being done with Ye after that. 2023 was then marked as a year where Ye was just going crazy. He married his former employee, Bianca Sensori, and they started traveling the world together, with them often being photographed. There was even a guy with a mustache.
Beautiful big
that
titty,
was
man.
the final
Just
nail
don't fall in the sky, you know.
So many people being done with Ye.
Sky, you know.
2023 was then marked as a year where Ye was just going crazy. He married his former employee, Bianca Sensori, and they started traveling the world together. With them,
Bianca Sensori.
2023 was then marked as a year where Ye was just going crazy. He married his former employee, Bianca Sensori, and they started traveling the world together, with them often being photographed. There was even a huge headline when they were in Italy because of how Bianca was dressed that I won't be showing in this video. Ye wasn't down in the dumps though, as he started working on the new Yeezy collections, and a new album alongside Ty Dolla $ign was coming, Vultures 1. The rollout of Vultures being equally as controversial for the reason that it was oddly similar to a country that existed from the early 30s to the mid 40s. But fans started being more lenient with Ye, with droves of fans going to all of the listening parties. He was still packing stadiums, starting some sort of redemption arc for Ye in terms of music. Though his political opinions or views wouldn't change, he started making music again that fans were going insane for. He even gave Cardi his first #1 hit and the song of the summer, Carnival.
Yes, it's me again.
But yeah, on the Discord, we got lots of stuff. Like, you can send clips, or you can send your art in here, maybe. Music, self-promo, if you make a profile pic. And then we got the voice chat. God, this fit is fucking tough. Jesus Christ, everything he wears.
Though his political opinions or views wouldn't change, he started making music again that fans were going insane for. He even gave Cardi his first #1 hit and the song of the summer, Carnival. Starting the TikTok Riz part, but people still didn't forgive Ye. Anthony Fantano even said that Vultures was unreviewable since you couldn't separate the art from the artist, and there were several problematic lyrics within Vultures. It was also around this time that he was working with his protege, Playboy Cardi, in the rollout of I Am Music, producing the song 2024 just a few months prior. Vultures was also supposed to have sequels in 2 and 3, most likely exploring similar themes. But one thing fans loved about Vultures was the low price point for its merch. $20 for every single piece, instead of the absurdly high prices that other artists were charging. That was mainly because Ye was out of the system. Vultures was the low price point for its merch. $20 for every single piece, instead of the absurdly high prices that
EDM merch more expensive than other genres. Damn, I guess they got money.
Other artists were charging. That was mainly because Ye was out of the system that forced him to charge higher rates. And he even issued refunds from the old $200 Yeezy pods, giving people $180 in return. But a lot of people criticized the merch too because of its quality, with a notable one being cenat, who Ye would crash out on. But there was something within the year that shook the entire world of hip-hop: the Kendrick Lamar and Drake beef, with Ye openly taking Kendrick's side.
I can't even think of a Drake line. Play J. Cole, get the pussy dry.
But instead of fans showing appreciation for Ye's efforts, they would clown him, saying he didn't contribute much to calling Drake out. Later in the year, he dropped Vultures too. He even had listening parties for the album all throughout the world, from Goyang in Korea and Haikou, China. The Haikou show even had all the taxi drivers exclusively play Ye. And it was there where he'd announced his next album to be named Bully. Then, one of the worst years for Ye fans, and Ye in general, happened. 2025. It was in 2025 where Ye would defend someone who held notorious parties and advocated for him to be released. It was also this year where we would find out that Ye did some stuff with his cousin, and that he was interested in watching things on a chair. He was also caught using AI in his music and his videos. A huge downgrade from one of the greatest talents of all time. It was like Ye was gone. But a small light came. In an interview with Justin LeBoy, he looked normal. And there was one revelation in this interview that made fans realize something different about Ye. Since
of autism that I have, and autism takes you to a Rain Man thing.
A month after this interview, Ye's mental health would get even worse when his closest protege, Playboy Cardi, left him off his 5-year-long album, I Am Music, with Ye visibly expressing his frustration and pain with the whole thing, saying things about Cardi's baby mother, mainly because Cardi also dropped the bar about Ye's ex in the song Fine Shit, which then led Cardi to tell Ye to shut up.
Shut the fuck
and Ye would even tweet that he loved Cardi ironically on the 1st of April. Then the 2H song dropped, which I shall not elaborate on. Ye then released another song dissing Cardi with Youngboy on it called Alive, which Cardi would quickly respond to saying, "This my song, little bruh."
I'm ready to trip. Niggas not ready for him. I'm the reason niggas sipping that.
There was a light on the other side of the tunnel, and Ye said he was done with being mean to specific groups, and it was looking very positive for his career direction. Though a few shows were canceled, Ye was in Asia performing. And at the same time, Cardi was having his Antagonist tour, which had to stop in Ye's hometown in Chicago.
I love Ye, but I ain't gonna lie, bro. That nigga helped change my life, bro.
And this may have warmed Ye's heart so much that he made a return to performing as a surprise guest in Travis Scott's Circus Maximus tour. Because Ye was feeling overwhelming love again, decided that he was done being so hateful. On a faithful day, Ye visited a rabbi and took accountability for the things he said and done to them. The rabbi saying that if you do something wrong, you can regret it and be forgiven for it, with the rabbi hugging him and saying he was a very good man. And this new chapter came consequences, like the government of Brazil saying they'd arrest him if he made any negative comments like he used to. Ye nowadays is seen acting sorta normal. He did a street fashion interview and is on an apology tour. So for now, Ye is on his path to redemption. But we just have to wait and see if he really means it this time. I'm Murdoch, and that was the redemption of Kanye West. After
Answer the call. AEW's highly anticipated Continental Classic is back. One of the most prestigious.
after that,
All right. This stream has gone on too fucking long. We are going to end this bitch off. It has been 4:20. Why has this been so damn long? We are going to go to sleep and fuck off. We're going to fuck off of the stream, alright? We will be seeing yins. Boom, 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 boom. After hours over. W stream. Thank you for the watch time hours. Dead ass. I love y'all for the watch time hours. That really helps. We're gonna get donations soon, bro. Gotta keep streaming.